Chapter 14:11. Wuxia asked curiously, doesn't the Huanhua sect accept disciples every year? Why is it so special this year? Why is it so grand? It seems that fellow Kai really doesn't know. Yun Guichong said with a smile, in the past, the Huanhua sect didn't have any restrictions on accepting disciples. Anyone who had some cultivation, even if they were in the first level of the qi refining realm, could participate. Of course, the disciples they accepted were either servants or apprentices. There were very few disciples who could cultivate directly. Even the servants and apprentices who were accepted only had more opportunities to improve themselves, but other than that, they were not as good as the cultivator families. Wuxia nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. She knew about this. However, this year is different. Yun Guichong paused and said with excitement, this year, the Huanhua sect released news that only cultivators in the fourth level of the qi refining realm were allowed to participate in the selection. Those below the fourth level of the qi refining realm were not allowed to participate. Why is that? Wuxia was stunned and then said with surprise, Is there something special? Yun Guichong looked around and glanced at Xiaohua. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist, which family are you from? I don't look familiar. I'm afraid you're not a disciple of the Kai family. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Xiaohua, a rogue cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yun. A rogue cultivator? Yun Jichong frowned slightly. He turned his eyes and looked at Wuxia. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. However, the disdain was very faint and could not be detected by others. Yun Jichong then cupped his hands with a smile and said, so it is fellow Taoist Xiao. It is fate that we meet. Ha ha ha. Then, Yun Guichong said to Xiaohua with a smile, since fellow Taoist Xiao is not a disciple of the cultivator families, I'm afraid, you can't hear what I'm going to say next. If possible, please leave us alone. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and then smiled bitterly. He didn't say anything and activated his magic power to fly away. Wuxia was not willing to let him go. She immediately called out, fellow Kai, please wait, what's the matter? Xiaohua stopped. Fellow Taoist Yun, if you have something to say, then say it. Why did you ask fellow Taoist Xiao to leave? After fellow Taoist Yun leaves, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao. If fellow Taoist Yun feels that it's inappropriate, then I won't listen. Wuxia said coldly. This. Yun Guichong's face was slightly embarrassed. His gaze shifted between the two of them a few times as if he was deep in thought. However, Xiaohua and Wuxia were both magnanimous, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After a while, Yun Guichong sighed and said with a smile, anyway, fellow cultivator Xiao will be a member of my family in the future. There's nothing wrong with saying it now. Wuxia opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Yun Guichong said in a low voice, according to a reliable source from my Yun family, the reason why the Huanhua sect is choosing disciples from cultivators above the fourth layer of the qi refining realm is because the 3 cultivators selected this time can directly become the Huanhua sect's cultivation disciples. There's such a good thing? Wuxia was a little surprised. That's not all. If that was all, I wouldn't have to be so careful. Yun Jichong smiled and said, the most important thing is that the Huanhua sect has an elder in the gold core stage who has not found a suitable disciple to pass on his skills. Among the 3 disciples selected this time, one of them is the one who can inherit the mantle of this elder. Fellow Taoist Kai, isn't this a wonderful thing that fell out of the blue? A gold core cultivator? Wuxia was completely stunned. Then, she slapped her forehead and asked, this isn't a mistake, right? To be able to have a gold core cultivator as a teacher. Foundation establishment, should be easy. Fellow Taoist Kai's words are a little naive, but if you think about it, it's not impossible. At least, you have a much higher chance of success than my family. when is the Huanhua sex selection? Kai Wuxia suddenly shouted. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't worry. It's in 20 days. There's still plenty of time. Yun Guichong said with a smile, if fellow Daoist Kai is willing, we can go together. But I don't know if my sister has received the news. Kai Wuxia said anxiously, with eyes cultivation, even if I go, I'll be at the bottom. Why would I find trouble for no reason? In my family, only my sister is qualified. Yun Guichong listened and nodded slightly, fellow Daoist Kai, you're right. I also thought that your sister was beside you. Then, he said with a smile, all the cultivation families in the country of Shi have received the news. The Kai family of Liang must also know. And, if you don't know by now, even if fellow Daoist Kai wants to inform your family, I'm afraid it's not enough. Hearing this, Kai Wuxia came to her senses and said with a bitter smile, faced with such a rare opportunity, I lost my sense of propriety. Excuse me. Perhaps your sister is already on her way. After 10 days, you can see her. Fellow Daoist Kai, do you want to go with us? Yun Guichong suggested. Kai Wuxia did want to go and have a look. She even wanted to try her luck. However, when she saw Xiaohua smiling and not saying anything, she cupped her hands and said to Yun Guichong, fellow Daoist Yun, thank you for your kindness. I's cultivation is too low. My sister will go with you. I have other things to do. Well, if that's the case, then goodbye. I have to go there as soon as possible. Yun Guichong cupped his hands and said goodbye to Kai Wuxia and Xiaohua. Before he left, he looked at Xiaohua meaningfully. Are you kidding me? Looking at Yun Guichong's eyes, Xiaohua knew what was going on. He almost stomped his feet, but then he sneered and said to himself, Humph, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the one in your heart. Just wait and see. When the time comes, Li Zongbao will dig out your eyeballs. However, Xiaohua was stunned. Damn it, this guy likes I, not Kai Wuxia. Why does he care about Li Zongbao? Alas, this Li Zongbao is really something. Kai Wuxia has neither the man nor the beauty. Why does he like her? Just as Xiaohua was thinking about this, Kai Wuxia flew over and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, please forgive me. Don't mention it. Xiaohua waved his hands quickly. What does this have to do with you? Alas, the relationship between the Kai family and the Yun family is hard to say. As the two of them walked, Kai Wuxia explained, back then, the Yun family suddenly came to our Kai family to propose marriage. It really made our Kai family flustered. Yun Guichong's reputation, appearance, and talent are all first-rate. He is worthy of my sister. However, at that time, my sister thought that she was still young, and, she thought, she wanted to marry I first, so she was a little hesitant. However, at that time, the Kai family of Qingyang sent a family order that the Kai family of Luyang was not allowed to marry Su Yenyun. Otherwise, the Kai family of Luyang would be expelled from the family tree. Although this order was abrupt, the Kai family of Luyang could not disobey it. After all, even if the Kai family of Luyang were to marry Su Yenyun, they could not completely protect the Kai family of Luyang. Therefore, the Kai family had to use the reason of my sister's young age to refuse first. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly. Until last year, when I was about to go out for training, I found out that a female disciple of the Kai family of Qingyang wanted to have dual cultivation with Yun Guichong. That's why the family order came about. Oh, so that's how it is. This pretty boy is quite attractive. Xiaohua spat out. Gigolo. When Kai Wuxia heard this, she was flabbergasted at first, but soon after, she laughed so hard that she almost bent over. Only after a long while did she straighten up, then she used her finger to point at Xiaohua, who was rubbing his nose and appeared to be very innocent, and said, this guy is a 9th-level qi refining cultivator. If he's a pretty boy, then all the disciples of the cultivation aristocratic families would be powerless people. Ha ha ha, gigolo. This is the first time in my life that I've heard someone say that about Yungui Chong. Ha ha ha, is it that funny? Xiaohua finally let out a breath and asked with a smile on his face. Although the encounter with Yungui Chong was a small interlude, Kaizhuxia was obviously anxious for the next few days. Looking at her appearance, it was unclear whether she wanted to go to the Huanhua sect to see her so-called sister of Fairy Hongxia, or to try her luck at the Huanhua sect. In short, she was urging Xiaohua to hurry. Xuanyan school arrived 5 days later. From afar, they could already see a stretch of auspicious clouds lingering in the sky. Amidst the splendor, there were countless spirit birds flying up and down. It was like a fairyland. Xiaohua flew in the air and took a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth hit him in the face. Xiaohua only needed to circulate his cultivation technique and traces of spiritual energy were sucked into his meridians. Damn it, there's no mistake, right? Xiaohua cursed again. There seems to be some distance from here to Xuanyan cult. Why, is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so rich? If you can cultivate here, how can your cultivation progress be slow? Kaizhuxia covered her mouth and laughed. Let me tell fellow Kai, this Xuanyan cult is located in one of the famous paradises in the country of Xuanyan Mountain. Not only is there a fire vein, there are also spiritual mines. Otherwise, this Xuanyan cult wouldn't have been one of the 3 great cultivation sects. Then the auspicious clouds, and splendor? Is it Xuanyan cult's protective array? Xiaohua pointed to the distance and asked. Compared to Jinghua City's protective array? It can't be compared. It also can't be compared. Kaizhuxia waved her hand and said, Jinghua City's strength might be able to challenge Xuanyan cult, but many people know of Jinghua City's 9 Flames 10,000 Winds Grand Array and Heart Cleansing Grand Array. And this Xuanyan cult has existed much longer than Jinghua City. What this protective array is, extremely few people know. As for power, fellow Daoist, how do you think it can be compared? That's also true. Xiaohua scratched his head and was just about to speak when he heard Kaizhuxia remind him. Fellow Daoist Xiao, we're about to fall. We can't fly forward anymore. What? This seems to be far from Xuanyan cult. Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously. Fellow Daoist Xiao really doesn't know. Kaizhuxia smiled bitterly and said, you can't fly within 100 miles of Xuanyan cult. Cultivators who visit Xuanyan cult all have to wait in the guest pavilion. Sigh, isn't that so? Xiaohua also came to a realization. Flying was prohibited for a long distance in front of Jinghua City. One could only walk. This Xuanyan cult was naturally the same. The only difference was distance. Chapter 14:12. It's just, that's 100 miles. If we walk, how long will it take? Xiaohua was somewhat confused. Well, I'll let fellow Daoist Xiao know. Without waiting for Kaizhuxia's explanation, a dark green brilliance flashed not far from their feet. Soon after, a magic tool that looked like a small boat flew out from the foothills. There were several cultivators standing on it, and it went straight to the place overflowing with extraordinary splendor 100 miles away. I understand. Xiaohua slapped his forehead, looked at Kaizhuxia's smiling face, and said, loose cultivators, as expected, their knowledge is shallow. I've let fellow Daoist Kai see a joke. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't belittle yourself. Kaizhuxia pointed at the foothills on the other side and said, let's go there first. When Xiaohua and Kaizhuxia descended from the sky and turned around a mountain range and saw the guest pavilion built against the mountain, Xiaohua was even more dumbstruck. He originally thought that the guest pavilion was just a pavilion used to welcome guests, and presumably it would be similar to Shang Huaming's guest pavilion. And, at most, it would be a lot bigger. However, when he saw the large number of pavilions built against the mountain, which almost occupied the entire foothills, he was speechless. Was this still a pavilion? The most peculiar thing was that this large number of pavilions were all built with jade. They were divided into 3 floors, and each floor had a different color. Moreover, each floor had a different style and style. Xiaohua probably wanted to ask why the guest pavilion was divided into 3 floors, but just as he opened his mouth, a fiery red brilliance came from the side. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the guest pavilion. It was a strange-shaped flying magic tool. Unlike Xiaohua and the others, that flying magic tool didn't stop and directly flew to the 2nd floor of the guest pavilion. Xiaohua understood that there were 2 foundation building cultivators on the flying magic tool. Alright, Xiaohua shut his mouth. Needless to say, this guest pavilion was divided by cultivation level. They were aura refining cultivators, so they could only go to the lowest floor. When the 2 of them were about 300 meters away from the pavilion, 2 boys with delicate features came up to them. They looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, but their cultivation bases were at the 5th layer of qi refining. The 2 boys smiled politely and cupped their fists. Xuanyan School's disciples, Ming Feng and Ming Cheng, greet senior brothers. May I know which sect you are from? What business do you have with my Xuanyan School? Wuxia and Xiaohua hurriedly returned the greeting. Wuxia smiled obsequiously and said, I am Wuxia, a disciple of Luyang's Kai family. I accompanied fellow Daoist Xiao to your esteemed sect for some private matters. The Kai family of Luyang? The eyes of Ming Feng, the boy at the front, turned slightly. He was somewhat puzzled as he asked, I wonder, what relationship does fellow Daoist Kai have with the Clear Yang Kai family? My Luyang Kai family is a branch of the Qingyang Kai family. Wuxia explained awkwardly. Oh, so it's like that. Ming Feng cupped his hands and said, I've heard a little about it. I wonder if fellow Daoist Xiaohua smiled and said, My name is Xiaohua. I'm a rogue cultivator. I'm here today, a rogue cultivator? Upon hearing that Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator, the other boy named Ming Cheng inadvertently frowned. He opened his mouth and interrupted Xiaohua's words, saying, Fellow Daoist Xiao, my Xuanyan School doesn't have any dealings with rogue cultivators. I'm afraid we can't let fellow Daoist enter the pavilion. Please turn back, fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that the Xuanyan School's boy wouldn't wait for him to say anything and would drive him away. For a moment, he was somewhat at a loss for words. Fellow Daoist Kai, although cultivator aristocratic families have relations with my Xuanyan School, it's still necessary for official business. If it's a private matter, only disciples at the 10th layer of qi refining and above have the qualifications to enter my pavilion. As for rogue cultivators? Ming Qing shot a glance at Xiaohua and said, Only foundation establishment cultivators can enter my pavilion. We brothers have never received rogue cultivators before. Please turn back, fellow Daoist Kai. Ming Feng said with a smile. These 2 boys spoke in a cultured and refined manner. Their manners were also refined and courteous. Presumably, they had received systematic training from Xuanyan School. However, every word they spoke was also soaked with disdain for cultivator aristocratic families and rogue cultivators. Everywhere they spoke was filled with the arrogance of cultivator sex superior to others. Fellow Taoists, we don't have any urgent matters. We just want to. Seeing this, Wuxia hurriedly took half a step forward and said with a smile. However, she still didn't finish speaking. Ming Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, Since it's not an urgent matter, and it's still a private matter, please leave, fellow Taoists. But Wuxia looked anxious. She wanted to say something, but a streak of light flew over from the distance and landed not far behind Xiaohua and company. It was a flying magic tool. Several disciples disembarked from the flying magic tool. They were all around the 10th layer of qi refining and wore the same attire. Seeing this, Ming Cheng and Ming Feng left Xiaohua and Wuxia and quickly stepped forward. They smiled and cupped their hands, saying, So it's senior martial brothers from 7 Possibilities sect. May I know what business you have with our Xuanyan School? I came to pay a visit under the orders of my master. This is my master's token. The 10th layer disciple in front took out a token and handed it over. Ming Qing took it and said with a smile, "May I know which master's senior martial brother wants to visit?" The disciple said his name. Ming Feng smiled and said, "Then I'll have to invite senior martial brothers to the guest pavilion for tea first. I'll send a message back to see if the master has time. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist." The disciple cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he looked at Xiaohua and Kaizhuxia and said casually, "These two fellow Taoists." Ming Qing smiled and said, "One is a disciple from a cultivator clan and the other is an unknown rogue cultivator. Fellow Taoist, please follow me inside." The 7 Possibilities sect disciple looked down at Xiaohua with a disdainful smile on his face. He walked in with his head held high. The other disciples also looked down at him with disdainful smiles. Xiaohua's face was ashen. Kaizhuxia's face was also gloomy. After everyone entered, Xiaohua let out a long breath and said, "Let's go. We're not people that those famous sects want to see." But Kaizhuxia clenched her teeth and walked to Xiaohua's side. She said in a low voice, "But we're asking them for help. Moreover, this isn't a big deal. The humiliation that my Liangkai clan suffered is far worse than this. Didn't you say that Su Yanyan clan wanted to form a marriage alliance with my Liangkai clan? That's just a leaf in the forest. Qingyangkai clan alone can order me around, not to mention the 3 great sects of the country of Xi. Enduring humiliation will always be my cultivation clan's way of survival." After Xiaohua heard this, he stared at the guest pavilion in front of him for a long time. His expression softened and he snorted. "Although a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, we cultivators are the most carefree. If it's not for transcendence, if it's not for freedom, who would give up their life and walk the path of cultivation? I'm just a loose cultivator. I can't stand the behavior of these great sects, so I don't care." Kaizhuxia smiled and said, "There are good and bad people in cultivation sections. Zhuo Qingyuan, fellow Daoist Zhuo gave fellow Daoist Xiao the summoning talisman. Isn't that the proof?" "Him?" Xiaohua snorted again. He recalled Zhuo Qingyuan's palm strike at Jinghua City's E.G. He sneered and said, "They're just jackals of the same tribe. If he was sincere, why would he give him a summoning talisman? Why didn't he tell him about this guest pavilion? Sigh, fellow Daoist Xiao, fellow Daoist Zhuo is already good like this. Fellow Daoist Xiao shouldn't misunderstand him." Kaizhuxia persuaded Xiaohua, who wasn't clear about the matter between Xiaohua and Zhuo Qingyuan. Xiaohua knew Kaizhuxia's thoughts and sighed. "How about I send out the summoning talisman?" "Don't do that." Kaizhuxia hurriedly waved her hand. Xuanyan School's guest pavilion is Xuanyan School's only contact with the outside world. If fellow Daoist Zhuo is in the sect, then he must pass through the guest pavilion. If fellow Daoist Xiao sends out a summoning talisman, let's not talk about whether the message can be sent in. Even if the message can be sent in, it will also implicate fellow Daoist Zhuo. This won't do, that won't do either. Then what should we do? Xiaohua stretched out his hand, somewhat helpless. This Mingsheng and Mingfeng look cultured and refined, but we didn't even say our purpose in coming and we were rejected. Let's wait, Kaizhuxia smiled bitterly. We have a request, so we can only lower our posture. Xiaohua was helpless and could only accompany Kaizhuxia to stand guard in front of Xuanyan School's guest pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days passed very quickly. In front of Xuanyan School's guest pavilion, there were many cultivators coming and going. Some came to visit, some Xuanyan School's disciples went out on business. The guest pavilion's disciples also appeared many times, but everyone turned a blind eye to Xiaohua and Kaizhuxia. They only swept a few glances and ignored them. At first, Xiaohua still had some hope. When he saw the guest pavilion's disciples, he still took a look. Later, he simply closed his eyes and stood there, immersing his mind into space and carefully comprehending the heavenly Tao's ascension realm. And at the same time, the dragonization art, nameless mnemonic chant and so on in his body were also slowly cultivated. Looking at Wuxia again, her face was filled with anxiety. But in these 3 days, every time she saw the guest pavilion's disciples, she would greet them with a smile. Even if they ignored her, she would still smile and nod as a greeting. On this day, the sun had just risen. Several groups of Xuanyan School's disciples went out again. Wuxia finally couldn't bear it anymore. She walked in front of Xiaohua and said, "Forget it, fellow Taoist Xiao, what? Enduring humiliation doesn't work anymore?" Xiaohua opened his eyes and said very calmly, "Actually, if you want to endure humiliation, you might as well go directly to the utmost happiness faction." Hearing the utmost happiness faction, Wuxia's expression changed. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a cultivator around the 8th level of the qi refining stage walked out from the guest pavilion. That cultivator walked straight in front of Wuxia and asked, "Fellow Taoists, you've been waiting at my Xuanyan school for a long time. Do you have any important business?" Hearing this, Wuxia's face was filled with joy. She cupped her hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, please no. The two of us have come to pay a visit to fellow Taoist Zhuo Qingyuan. Fellow Taoist, please pass on the message. Senior Martial Brother Zhuo Qingyuan?" That cultivator was slightly dazed. Why didn't fellow Taoist say so earlier? Nonsense. Xiaohua at the side sneered in his heart, "I also need to have a chance to say it. Hee, your honorable school has a lot of business. We don't dare to disturb small matters. If fellow Taoist has free time, please help pass on the message." Wuxia smiled obsequiously. She clapped her hands and several mid-grade spirit stones were handed over. "If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 14-13. That cultivator's eyes swiveled, and he slightly tilted his body to take a look. With a flick of his big sleeve, he put away the spirit stone without leaving a trace and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. If you said this earlier, I would have already sent a message. Why wait until now?" Xiaohua glanced at Wuxia and was truly speechless. I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist," Wuxia said with a smile. "Do you have any proof?" That cultivator nodded and asked. "Here." Xiaohua understood and handed Zhuo Qingyuan's summoning talisman over. "Yes, it's indeed Senior Martial Brother Zhuo's summoning talisman." "Wait a moment." That cultivator took the summoning talisman and looked at it for a moment before handing it back to Xiaohua and instructing Xiaohua to wait a moment. He then directly returned to the guest pavilion. When that disciple entered the guest pavilion, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, since the spirit stone was useful, why didn't you take it out a few days ago?" Wuxia curled her lips and also replied in a low voice, "I did want to take it, but who would I give it to? If this disciple didn't come out and ask, even if you wanted to hand it over, I don't know if he'd be willing to accept it. If one didn't meet his expectations, we wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Since this disciple came out and asked, that means he could give it to me. That's why I dared to hand over the spirit stone. Sigh, it seems like we should have tested Mingsheng and Mingfeng a few days ago when we met them. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this disciple is Mingsheng and Mingfeng." Just as Wuxia was speaking, that disciple walked out from the guest pavilion and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Senior Martial Brother Zhuo just happened to have something to do and will be here soon." Wuxia and Xiaohua were both delighted and cupped their hands, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." At this time, the two didn't care about the matter of the spirit stone. Sure enough, after a cup of tea's time, Zhuo Qingyuan came out from the guest pavilion. Seeing Xiaohua, he was very shocked and frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. He cupped his hands, saying, "I was wondering which sex fellow Taoist, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what business do you have?" "I still have some official business within the sect, fellow Taoist, please make it short." When Xiao Hua heard this, he rolled his eyes. Listening to the meaning of these words, it was as if he was the one who was begging for money, making the other party feel annoyed. But Xiao Hua still restrained his temper, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhua, I have something good to discuss with fellow Taoist." "Good news?" Zhua Qingyuan was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, "Tell me about it, fellow Taoist." "This is Liuyang's Kai family's Kai Zhuxia, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiao Hua pointed at Kai Zhuxia and introduced her. "Oh, fellow Taoist Kai, I greet you." Zhua Qingyuan cupped his hands in greeting, but soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Kai Zhuxia. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you look very familiar." Then he thought for a while and said, "I remember. 1 year ago, I seem to have seen fellow cultivator Kai in the Jinghua city. At that time, fellow cultivator Kai seemed to be with fellow cultivator Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction." Kai Zhuxia had a strange expression on her face as she nodded slightly. "Hee, fellow Taoist Kai, where is fellow Taoist Li? I have admired fellow Taoist Li for a long time, but that day, I was leading the disciples of the faction to gain experience and had no time to meet fellow Taoist Li." Zhua Qingyuan's face was immediately filled with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Li only stayed in my country of Shi for a few days. Because of some matters in the faction, he rushed back to the Utopia faction." Kai Zhuxia slightly gritted her teeth and replied, "Io, it's really a pity. Fellow Taoist Li is at the peak of the Qi refining stage. I still wanted to meet fellow Taoist Li and ask for advice on cultivation." Zhua Qingyuan couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. "Fellow Taoist Zhua, I'll let you know." Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, before fellow Taoist Li returned to the Utopia faction, he had already broken through to the Foundation establishment stage and became a senior at the Foundation establishment stage. "Ah. Li Zongbao, finally, broke through?" Zhua Qingyuan's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, "Senior. Senior Li is really a weirdo." Zhua Qingyuan followed this with a sigh. "Senior Li has advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. I don't know, when will I be able to catch up to Senior Li's cultivation?" Kai Zhuxia glared at Xiao Hua, somewhat dissatisfied that Xiao Hua revealed Li Zongbao's cultivation. But after listening to Xiao Hua's words, she immediately understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. Xiao Hua said, "Actually, I came here today precisely because of this matter." Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you explain this?" Zhua Qingyuan said with envy and amazement. "It's like this." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai obtained an item in Jinghua City's city. On it, there's news of the mother-child spirit fruit." "Mother-child spirit fruit?" Zhua Qingyuan's face lit up when he heard this, and he said urgently, "Where can I find this mother-child spirit fruit?" "Fellow Taoist Li, don't be anxious. I came here with fellow Taoist Kai precisely because of this matter." Xiao Hua said unhurriedly, after obtaining the news of the mother-child spirit fruit, Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai searched for that clue to find the mother-child spirit fruit. However, fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is limited. Senior Li was worried that fellow Taoist Kai would encounter danger, so he had fellow Taoist Kai wait in a safe place. As a result, when fellow Taoist Kai saw Senior Li again, Senior Li was already a Foundation establishment stage senior. Then, what about the mother-child spirit fruit? Zhua Qingyuan asked urgently, "Is Senior Li's advancement related to the mother-child spirit fruit?" Kai Zhuxia also understood and said with a smile, "I don't know about this. I can't ask too much about this sort of thing." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhua Qingyuan was somewhat disappointed. "Although I don't know whether Senior Li's advancement is related to the mother-child spirit fruit or not, Senior Li left the mother-child spirit fruit to I." Kai Zhuxia continued. "Ah. The mother-child spirit fruit is with fellow Taoist Kai?" Zhua Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised again. "Yes, it's with I." Kai Zhuxia nodded. "I don't know where Senior Li went, but when he brought the mother-child spirit fruit back, he told I that the Utmost Happiness faction had an urgent matter that required him to return to. Moreover, he had just stepped into the Foundation establishment stage and needed to return to the Utmost Happiness faction to meet with his teacher. Because of some reason, he left one of the mother-child spirit fruit for I. And I also couldn't find an alchemist who could refine the embryonic breathing pill, so when I met fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao knew fellow Taoist Zhua, so I asked fellow Taoist Xiao to bring I to see fellow Taoist Zhua. Oh. Zhua Qingyuan understood and said with a nod, so that's how it is. I felt that this embryonic breathing pill must be useful to fellow Taoist Zhua, so I rashly came to visit fellow Taoist Zhua. I hope I didn't disturb fellow Taoist Zhua. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sigh, it can't be considered a disturbance. It's rare that fellow Taoist Kai still thinks of I. Zhua Qingyuan was a bit ashamed. He thought for a moment and asked, I understand the two fellow Taoists' intentions. However, if you ask the alchemist in my Xuanyan school to refine the pill, even if I step forward and say that I want to use it myself, the alchemist will still have to keep 30% of the medicinal pills for himself. As for I, to tell the truth, this mother-child spirit fruit is hard to find. I also want to keep 10%, so I can only return the remaining 60% to the two fellow Taoists. I wonder. When Kai Zhuxia heard this, her face was overjoyed and she promptly said, fellow Taoist Zhua is so righteous, how can you only keep 10%? It's better to take 20%. Zhua Qingyuan shook his head and said, I accept fellow Taoist Kai's kindness. I only need to take 2 of these embryonic breathing pills. The alchemist I know can refine 24 or 30 embryonic breathing pills in one cauldron. This 10% is enough. Then many thanks, fellow Taoist Zhua. Kai Zhuxia cupped her hands in thanks and then gave Xiao Hua a look. You're welcome, you're welcome. I also benefited from the 2 fellow Taoists. Zhua Qingyuan returned the greeting. Following this, Xiao Hua handed over the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhua Qingyuan looked at it and very cautiously put it away in his storage pouch. But immediately, Zhua Qingyuan suddenly thought of something and said somewhat hesitantly, but I have to go out on official business in the sect and can only return after a month. At that time, I can handle the matter of the embryonic breathing pills. I wonder if the 2 fellow Taoists say so earlier. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes. At this time, the mother-child spirit fruit had already fallen into someone else's storage pouch. It would be somewhat difficult to get it back. Sure enough, Kai Zhuxia's expression also slightly changed and she forced a smile and said, we'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhua's arrangements. We'll only take the embryonic breathing pills. Everything will depend on fellow Taoist Zhua. But the 2 of you please rest assured. The matter of refining the pills should be completed within half a year. The 2 of you can just come over at that time. Zhua Qingyuan said with a smile. Okay, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zhua. Xiao Hua could only say, I will come to find fellow Taoist Zhua again after half a year. And then I won't send you off. I still have to make a trip back and properly put away this mother-child spirit fruit. Zhua Qingyuan cupped his hands in farewell and was just about to leave when Xiao Hua thought of another matter and said, oh right, fellow Taoist Zhua, is fellow Taoist Xiao Mao in the sect? Xiao Mao? Yes, but because of the matter in Jinghua City, he's currently facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. I'm afraid he won't be able to see fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhua Qingyuan looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile. Oh, I don't want to see fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled and took out that jade pendant from the space and handed it over, saying, this jade pendant is something that I obtained by chance in East City. It should be an old item that fellow Taoist Xiao is concerned about. I have no use for it. Please pass it to Xiao Mao, fellow Taoist Zhua. Jade pendant? Zhua Qingyuan was stunned and received it very astonishingly. He looked carefully and nodded, saying, it's precisely this jade pendant. This is something that Xiao Mao's mother left behind. It has a special meaning to Xiao Mao, which is why he lost his composure in East City. Fellow Daoist Xiao is truly considerate. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, farewell. Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia cupped their hands and bid farewell to Zhuo Qingyuan. They prepared to turn around and fly away, but they saw Zhuo Qingyuan raise his hand and call out to the two of them again, fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Is there something else, fellow Taoist Zhuo? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so warm-hearted, making I feel very moved. Since fellow Taoist Xiao treats my Xuanian school's disciples like this, then I should also take out a little something. Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile, I also have a message for the two of you. Xiao Hua was puzzled, but Kai Zhuxia said with a smile, please guide us, fellow Taoist Zhuo. This humble Taoist has descended the mountain this time precisely to send a message to a few cultivation aristocratic families. My Xuanian school is in urgent need of some fire essence flame crystals. If anyone can find sufficient fire essence flame crystals, my Xuanian school will repay them with an equivalent amount. Chapter 14:14. In the air, Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia's figures streaked across the horizon at an extremely fast speed, causing the continuous sea of clouds to tremble. Within the pure white clouds, an azure passageway instantly appeared. When the figures were far away, the wind and clouds surged, and the gap that was created was slowly covered up. As the figures flew extremely far away, they heard Kai Zhuxia say with a smile, thanks to fellow Taoist Zhuo's dual flying talisman. Otherwise, with eyes flying speed, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to cover half the distance. We definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the rinsing flower sex selection tomorrow. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Kai, don't be too loud. There seems to be a cultivator with profound magic power ahead. We'll have to slow down. Alas, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is indeed more profound than eyes. I still haven't sensed it. I also have a feeling, so I can't take it seriously. However, for safety's sake, we'd better slow down a bit. In any case, this place is already very close to the rinsing flower sect. We'll definitely arrive before noon tomorrow, right? That's right. Kai Zhuxia said, you and I should fly separately. As they spoke, the two of them separated, and their flying speed was clearly much slower. Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a faint white brilliance appeared on the left in front of the two of them. It rapidly flew over their heads. It was an old man wearing white clothes, with a slightly green face and a brandy nose. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The old man's faint divine sense swept over the two of them. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in salute, respectfully standing in midair. The old man seemed to not have seen the two of them at all. His figure didn't stop, and he flew over their heads. In the blink of an eye, he became a black dot, no longer visible. Only after the old man flew far away did Kai Zhuxia straighten up. She looked in the direction the old man flew and said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, your flying speed seems to be not much slower than a Foundation Establishment senior. Xiao Hua's expression slightly changed, and he waved his hand, saying, fellow Taoist Kai is too kind. With eyes cultivation, how could I dare to compare with a Foundation Establishment senior? It's really the difference between cloud and mud. Then, he smiled and said, by the way, the fire marrow flame crystal that fellow Zhuo mentioned earlier. What exactly is it and where can I get it? Pfft, Kai Zhuxia covered her mouth and laughed. I thought fellow Taoist Xiao already knew, so I didn't ask him about it the whole way. Now that we're about to reach Washing Flower Sect, you finally asked? Xiao Hua didn't hold back and curled his lips. I have always been the first to ask. However, wasn't there someone who was in a hurry to participate in some selection and wanted to see his sister? That's why he was in a hurry and didn't have a chance to ask. Kai Zhuxia smiled and said, thank you for your hard work, Taoist Xiao. Then, he sighed, alas, actually. I know that my chances are very small, but I still want to try. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao did not see it? Xuanyan school only had 2 boys, yet they were already so arrogant. They were only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Then look at fellow Taoist Zhuo Qingyuan. He's not much older than I, but he's already at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's going to send a message to a cultivator aristocratic family, one that's even more powerful than my Kai clan. If this poor Taoist can enter the Rinsing Flower sect and become a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, then, not only will this poor Taoist's cultivation level increase, even my Kai family's status will increase. We won't have to live under the Qin Yang Kai family's nose and mouth anymore. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua again and persuaded, actually. Fellow Taoist Xiao probably understands even more than I that there is a great disparity between a sect and a wandering cultivator. If possible, fellow Taoist Xiao might as well participate in Washing Flower sect selection this time. I think that with fellow Taoist Xiao's methods, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 3. Xiao Hua's heart stirred when he heard this. Shang Huaming's life and the life of a wandering cultivator for over a year were truly completely different. Right now, although he had the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, and other cultivation methods to cultivate, he was still lacking in the most important foundational cultivation methods and medicinal pills. If he couldn't solve these 2 problems, he could only hover around the 5th layer of qi refining. It was impossible for him to reach foundation establishment. But within a cultivation sect, these 2 problems weren't a problem. As long as he took medicine like usual and cultivated like usual, his cultivation would steadily increase. More importantly, whether it was the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, or even the heaven ascension realm, not only did they not have any conflict with foundational cultivation methods, they even had supplementary effects. If he could enter a cultivation sect, he would definitely have a smooth journey and become outstanding. Hee, how is it? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what I said wasn't wrong, right? Seeing that Xiao Hua was muttering to himself in silence, Kai Zhuxia smiled and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a brilliant disciple of Rinsing Flower sect in the future and becomes a foundation establishment senior, don't forget my reminder today. Fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is also profound. Tomorrow, your wish will definitely be fulfilled. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Sigh, where did I get my hope from? I only went to Washing Flower sect to cheer for my younger sister. As long as my younger sister can enter Washing Flower sect, as her elder sister, I can be at ease. Kai Zhuxia smiled bitterly. Kai Zhuxia repeatedly mentioned Fairy Hongxia, causing Xiao Hua to be filled with curiosity towards this person whom he had never met before and whose name resounded like thunder in his ears. That's right, fellow Taoist Kai, after talking for so long, I still haven't said anything about this fire essence flame crystal. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you also don't know? Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and asked. Hee, Kai Zhuxia smiled and covered her mouth. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. I really don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, I also didn't think that you would know. If fellow Taoist Kai knew where it was, how could Xuanyan school not know? How could the cultivation families in country of Xi not know? Why would they need Zhuo Qingyuan to offer a reward? I just want to know what this fire essence flame crystal is and what it's used for. Kai Zhuxia seemed to have already known Xiao Hua's reaction and didn't care at all. She smiled and said, I also only know that this fire essence flame crystal is an extremely rare fire attribute spirit stone. It's an extremely bewitching red color and is about the size of a thumb. As for what it's used for, I don't know. However, although I don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is, I've seen it in the ancient records of my Kai family. This fire essence flame crystal is a type of crystal that is even more precious than a top-grade fire crystal. In the past, there was once a cultivator who occasionally obtained a small piece from the magma of Melting Fire Valley. Top-grade fire crystal? Bewitching red color? The size of a thumb? When Xiao Hua heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. His eyes turned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he saw that Kai Wuxia's face was also filled with joy. She pointed her finger and said, "Quickly look, fellow Taoist Xiao. The mountain range with beautiful flowers over there is where Washing Flower sect is located." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua also raised his head. Sure enough, far in front of them, there was a continuous mountain range with many gorgeous colors. This color was different from the brilliance of Xuanyan school. It was the color of real flowers. Looking at it from afar, that mountain range looked like a large cluster of bright flowers. Washing Flower sect really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Hua praised and unconsciously increased his speed. The two of them walked for another half a day. The Washing Flower mountain range was already in sight. They saw a large river flowing down from the top of the mountain range. Countless flowers spiraled in the river and flowed down with the river. There was an indescribable poignant beauty to it. Kai Wuxia said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where Washing Flower and sword is done. Let's land." Washing Flower and sword? Could it be that this is also a place where Washing Flower sect can't fly? Xiao Hua said with a smile. That's right. Although Kai Wuxia was a cultivator, her current state of mind was very easily affected by the scene before her eyes. It was very abnormal, and she could only speak in a somewhat mournful voice. Fellow Taoist Kai, is there something wrong?" Xiao Hua heard the uneasiness in Kai Wuxia's tone and asked in a low voice. "No, there's nothing wrong." Kai Wuxia forced a smile and used her hand to point at the flowers in the river and said, "The beautiful flowers only exist on the branches, but they don't last long. The falling petals move with the waves, but perhaps they will remain for a moment. Today, the branches are home, but in the future, I don't know where the grave of flowers is. Everyone says that the falling petals are willing, but the flowing water is heartless. However, they don't know that the flowing water is powerless like the branches of flowers to retain the brilliance of the falling petals. It can only do its best to take the falling petals far away, breaking away from the eyes of the secular world and sending the falling petals on their final journey." Kai Wuxia's words were inexplicable and incoherent. Xiao Hua opened his eyes wide and looked at the flowing water, then at Kai Wuxia. He really didn't understand what she was saying. Just when Xiao Hua wanted to ask Kai Wuxia a question, Kai Wuxia patted her storage pouch and blinked her already moist eyes. She forced a smile and said, "I want to see if my younger sister is here." As she spoke, she used her magic power and the fiery red messaging talisman flew into the air. However, the messaging talisman's brilliance slightly circled in the air and directly fell down, not flying far away. "Oh. Could it be that my younger sister didn't come?" Kai Wuxia was surprised and exclaimed in a low voice. "Or, is she somewhere the messaging talisman can't reach?" Xiao Hua whispered. "Maybe." Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How about we talk after crossing the river? Presumably, the Huanhua sect also has people to receive her. When we get there, we can just ask." Kai Wuxia turned her head to look. On the other side of the river, among the clouds of flowers, a corner of a four-cornered pavilion could be seen. "Forget it. If my younger sister comes, then she comes. If she doesn't, then I can't do anything even if I'm anxious. I can't bear to see the self-righteous faces of those cultivation families. Let's wait until tomorrow morning." Kai Wuxia shook her head and said, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations. "This, of course." Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile. Immediately, the two of them found a place to cultivate nearby and adjusted their breathing. On the morning of the second day, Kai Wuxia and Xiao Hua arrived at the location of the four-cornered pavilion. Sure enough, from far away, they saw several male and female children wearing plain white robes respectfully guarding there. When they saw Xiao Hua and Kai Wuxia, one of the female children with picturesque features took a few steps forward and cupped her hands in salute, saying, "Two fellow Taoists, have you come to participate in my Huanhua sect selection? Good, she's really a beauty." She's so young and already looks so much more charming than this Wuxia. When she grows up, what will happen? Xiaohua looked at the female child who was only 12 or 13 years old but had a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining. Unexpectedly, she was about the same as him. Chapter 14-15. Wuxia seemed to be used to this. She cupped her hands in return and said, I am Luyang's Kai family's Wuxia. I came to participate in the selection. Is there anyone else from my Kai family? Luyang's Kai family? The girl slightly frowned and thought for a moment before saying, as far as I know, there are only 2 people from Qingyang's Kai family. I've never heard of any Kai family from Luyang. So it's like that. Wuxia nodded with a face full of disappointment. This fellow Taoist? Is he also from Luyang's Kai family? Did he also come to participate in the selection? The girl ignored Wuxia's disappointment and glanced at Xiaohua. Oh, I am Xiaohua. I'm a loose cultivator. I also came to participate in the selection. Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and answered. Loose cultivator? Participate in the selection? The girl stared blankly and said with some surprise. What? Loose cultivators can't participate? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hastily asked. The girl seemed to have realized her own inappropriateness. Her face was a bit red and she repeatedly waved her hands, saying, No, this selection didn't say that loose cultivators were not allowed to participate. It's just that in the previous selections, there were loose cultivators every time. But this time, because the requirement is the 4th layer of qi refining and above, I really didn't see any loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao is the first one. I was just a bit surprised. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but he soon understood. Previously, there was no requirement for cultivation. 1st and 2nd layer qi refining could participate. Loose cultivators generally had low cultivation. The other cultivators who came to participate in the selection certainly didn't have high cultivation. Loose cultivators might have a chance. But this time, the requirement was only the 4th layer of qi refining and above. The disciples from cultivation families were all in the 7th or 8th layer. Moreover, there were disciples like Yun family's Yun Jichong who were in the 9th layer of qi refining. Under these circumstances, the chances of a loose cultivator were absolutely slim. Why would a loose cultivator come? I'm afraid I'm going to be rebuffed. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and thought to himself. He said, then. I seem to be overestimating myself. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Whether you participate or not is up to you, I have no right to interfere. However, fellow Taoist Xiao isn't the first to participate. Even if you participate, what's the matter? There are other 4th layer qi refining cultivators participating as well? Xiaohua was stunned. That's right. The little girl smiled. All right then, I will also participate. Xiaohua nodded. The little girl raised her hand and said, Fellow Taoists, please follow I. This way please. As soon as the girl's voice fell, a medium-height cultivator with a somewhat sallow face quickly walked over from behind Xiaohua and the others. A handsome boy beside the girl quickly went up to greet him. Xiaohua only glanced at the cultivator, then followed Wuxia behind the little girl and walked towards the pavilion in the 4 corners. Just as he took 2 steps, he heard the cultivator behind him say, I am Luchongqi, a loose cultivator. I have come to participate in the washing flower sex selection. Rogue cultivator? Xiaohua was delighted in his heart. The little girl in front of him was also stunned. Just like Xiaohua, she turned her head to look at this 5th level qi refining loose cultivator. On the contrary, Luchongqi was calm and collected. When he saw Xiaohua and the little girl turn their heads to look at him, he only smiled and nodded in response. Xiaohua also nodded at him, then turned his head and followed the little girl into the pavilion in the 4 corners. The pavilion in the four corners looked very small, but as soon as he stepped into the pavilion, Xiao Hua was stunned to discover that there were already several tens of male and female cultivators inside. Some of these people were standing and whispering, some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in cultivation. However, it didn't seem crowded at all. Spatial magic. Xiao Hua looked around and secretly praised in his heart, as expected of the washing flower sect. It's just a pavilion in the four corners used to welcome guests, yet they need to use spatial magic. This grandeur isn't much inferior to Xuanyan school. Just as Xiao Hua was sizing up his surroundings, two beautiful women with disdain on their faces quickly walked over. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He looked them up and down in puzzlement. These two don't seem to know each other. Could it be that they were subdued by this young master's temperament? Do they want to come up and make friends? Then I have to hold back a little. I don't want to lose the bearing of a loose cultivator. Io, Kaizhuxia. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The female cultivator in front had a mocking smile on her face as she shrieked from afar. Ah. So it's Kaizhuxia's old acquaintance. Xiao Hua's haughty attitude immediately collapsed and he resumed his lazy expression. Isn't that so? In a small place like Luyang, little sister Wuxia's face is still lacking in both qi and blood these past few years, looking like a village girl. How can people still look at her? I remember that when little sister was young, she wasn't like this either. How come after she grew up, she became more and more unbearable? In the future, how can she find a dual cultivation partner? The other woman also laughed and said, if little sister Wuxia's matter isn't resolved, how can our Kai family's little sister Hongxia, who is known as Fairy Hongxia, find a marriage alliance? If we don't have a marriage alliance, wouldn't Luyang's Kai family forever be a burden to the village? This woman's words were very harsh, causing Xiao Hua to frown. Kaizhuxia's face had already turned green, but she still cupped her hands in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Zhuxia greets elder sister Yingxia and elder sister Yuxia. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. This is the rinsing flower sect, there's no need for the formalities of my Kai family. Kai Yingxia waved her hand and said very casually. Kai Yuxia's beautiful eyes rippled as she glanced at Xiao Hua and said, little sister Wuxia, this little loose cultivator, why don't you introduce him to elder sister? I'm afraid, his cultivation is too shallow, and he doesn't dare to meet people. Little loose cultivator? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. Since they exposed Xiao Hua as a loose cultivator, then these two people must have heard Yun Jicheng's words. Since they heard Yun Jicheng's words, they must know his name as well. This kind of ridicule was somewhat bullying. How could Kaizhuxia not know? She helplessly glanced at Xiao Hua and said, this is fellow Daoist Xiao Hua. I met him in Jingbo City. Because of some matters, we traveled together. Little sister Wuxia, aren't you going to be secretive? You're already so old, this kind of thing, what's there to be embarrassed about? He's only a loose cultivator. It's nothing. If he comes to our door, the cultivation method of your Luyang Kai family can also guarantee him a 7th level qi refining cultivator. Shut up. Xiao Hua's face was covered in frost. He took a step forward and coldly berated them. Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia were only at the 7th level of qi refining. Xiao Hua dared to kill them, so how could he be afraid of these two female cultivators? Rebel, rebel. Seeing this, Kai Yingxia's almond-shaped eyes turned vertical. She also berated loudly, you're only from a branch family of my Luyang Kai family. What qualifications do you have to speak so loudly in front of me? Moreover, you haven't entered my Kai family yet. I only need to use my little finger to take your life. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Seeing this, Kaizhuxia immediately pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and said in a low voice, for I's sake, don't take these words to heart, Xiao Hua's gaze was like a knife. It coldly swept across Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia's faces. The two of them were also startled. They never thought that a little loose cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining would have such a frightening gaze. Kai Yuxia also took a step forward and shouted, "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs right now?" Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly. "I want to see what tricks you have, fellow Taoist Xiao," Kai Yuxia implored, placing her body between the two of them. "Who's making such a racket?" With a loud shout, a 10th level qi refining cultivator stepped into the four-cornered pavilion. That cultivator was followed by the loose cultivator called Lu Chongqi from earlier. "Hee, I'll let fellow Taoist know. This is my Kai family's family matter." Seeing this, Kai Yingxia immediately said with a smile. That cultivator coldly said, "I don't care if you're from the Kai family, the Chao family, or the Hua family. This is my Wanhua sect. You're making a racket here. You're losing face for my Wanhua sect. If you say another word, I'll kick you out of the pavilion." Hee, fellow Taoist Imo, they're sisters from the Kai family. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so they've talked a lot. Don't blame them, don't blame them. Yin Zhaochong appeared out of nowhere and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. "Oh, fellow Taoist Yun." That disciple surnamed Imo saw Yun Zhaochong's expression soften. He said, "Fellow Taoist, look after them. They're all middle-level qi refining cultivators. Why are they acting like mortal women and causing trouble the moment they see each other?" Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia's faces were slightly red, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. They looked like virtuous ladies. Kai Yuxia also lowered her head and sighed slightly. Seeing Kai Yuxia like this, Xiaohua unconsciously understood. He snorted through his nose and didn't say anything. "Fellow Taoist Lu, feel free to stay here. Wait for a while. When noon comes, we'll go to the selection area together with the other fellow Taoists." That disciple surnamed Imo waved his sleeve and said to the loose cultivator, "Yes, I'll listen to Senior Mo's instructions." Lu Chongqi respectfully bowed and said. That disciple surnamed Imo raised his head and looked at everyone in the pavilion. Then, he quickly walked out of the pavilion through another passage. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you've finally come." Yin Zhaochong had a warm smile on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "My Luyang's Kai family didn't send anyone?" Kai Yuxia forced a smile and cupped her hands in return. "This." Yin Zhaochong glanced at Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia, but didn't answer. Kai Yingxia sneered and said, "It's enough for us two sisters to represent our Kai family. What's the use of sending someone from your Luyang's Kai family? They're just there to serve as a foil. It's fine if they don't come." When Kai Yuxia heard this, she knew that her younger sister hadn't received news that the Cleansing Flower sect was recruiting disciples. She could only sigh in her heart and ignore the two of them. She walked to the side alone and sat down with her eyes closed. When Yin Zhaochong saw this, he cupped his hands in salute to Xiaohua. He also walked to a corner and sat down. Xiaohua also smiled. He coldly glanced at Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia, then walked to Kai Yuxia's side. He stood with his hands by his side and looked around. Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia also glared at Xiaohua fiercely, then walked back to their seats. For a time, there were only a few dozen people whispering in the pavilion. After Xiaohua and Kai Yuxia came in, many other cultivators came one after another. Looking at their appearance, they all came in groups of 2s and 3s. When it was almost noon, there were actually nearly 200 people gathered in the pavilion. Chapter 14-16. Seeing more and more people gathering in the pavilion, Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to himself, cultivator aristocratic families really aren't small. Seeing these people in 2s and 3s, they should be from the same aristocratic family or aristocratic families that are on good terms with each other. The most important thing is that these aristocratic family disciples all have cultivations above the 7th level of qi refining. Although this rinsing flower sex requirement is the 4th level of qi refining, disciples with slightly weaker cultivations didn't come. Compared to Tian Chi's group of loose cultivators, they really can't be mentioned in the same breath. Oh, I heard there's also a 4th-level Chi refining disciple like I who came to participate in the selection. I wonder who it is. Although the cultivators in the pavilion can use magic to check each other's cultivation level, there are still a lot of people. It is impossible for Xiao Hua to find the 4th-layer Qi refining cultivator among them. On the contrary, the 5th-layer Qi refining loose cultivator, Le Chongqi, is standing not far from Xiao Hua. He is also looking at Xiao Hua with interest, seemingly also aware of Xiao Hua's identity as a loose cultivator. Seeing Xiao Hua looking at him, Le Chongqi took 2 steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, "I'm Le Chongqi, greetings fellow Taoist Xiao." "Oh, fellow Taoist Lu is too polite." Xiao Hua promptly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Does fellow Taoist have any instructions?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Le Chongqi glanced at Wuxia and said in a low voice, "Today, those attending the rinsing flower sect selection are all disciples of cultivator aristocratic families. As for us loose cultivators, there's only the 2 of us. I think that the 2 of us should join hands. Although I'm a few years older and my cultivation is a bit higher, I am willing to advance and retreat together with fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua smiled in his heart and said in a low voice, "Thank you for fellow Taoist Li's intentions, but I have a question for you." "Please speak, fellow Taoist Xiao." Le Chongqi smiled and nodded, "I will tell you everything I know." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped and said, "If the 2 of us only have one chance, who does fellow Taoist Le think it should go to?" "This." Le Chongqi only smiled slightly and said, "There are 3 chances in this selection. If the 2 of us join hands, there won't be only one chance. Of course. I can give up this one and only chance." After hearing these pompous words, Xiao Hua became more and more unconvinced. He smiled and shook his head. "I know my own cultivation level very well. I have no intention of passing any selection at all. This time, I only came to accompany a familiar fellow Taoist. I appreciate fellow Taoist Li's kindness. All right. I wish fellow Taoist Xiao good luck." Le Chongqi was a little disappointed, but he still cupped his hands with a smile. When Le Chongqi looked around to find other people to help him, Wuxia opened her eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "Loose cultivators are so shameless. If you want to make use of others and make them work for you, just use your mouth." Halfway through, Wuxia suddenly realized something. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't blame me. I wasn't talking about you." Xiao Hua shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I know." Wuxia rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Before today, perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao was still a loose cultivator, but after today, I'm afraid that might not be the case. Others don't know fellow Taoist Zhao's magic power, but I know it clearly. There are almost 200 people in this pavilion. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao can enter the top 10. With a bit of luck, there shouldn't be a problem." Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't answer. He was now in the early stage of the 4th layer of the aura refining realm, and his magic power had greatly increased. If he really used his full strength in a life and death battle, Xiao Hua was confident he wouldn't necessarily lose to an 8th layer aura refining cultivator. As for 9th layer aura refining cultivators like Yun Jichong, how many of them were there? While they were talking, a male and a female rinsing flower sect disciples walked into the square pavilion. These 2 people both had cultivation levels around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. The male had bright eyes and white teeth, extremely handsome, and the female had peach cheeks and starry eyes. In addition to her fine eyebrows, she was truly charming. Everyone only took a glance and secretly praised them in their hearts. "Fellow Taoists." The male disciple cupped his hands and said, "Our sect selection of disciples will now begin. Please follow I." "Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist." Everyone returned the greeting. Immediately after, the male disciple didn't say his name and turned around very indifferently. As for the female disciple, she didn't say a single word and turned around to leave. However, her figure was quite graceful, attracting the gazes of many male cultivators. Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuxia walked at the back. Even the loose cultivator Le Chongqi found a seemingly honest aristocratic family disciple to walk in front of them. Kai Zhuxia looked at Le Chongqi's back and said in a low voice, "That 7th layer aura refining disciple is from Xiao Nan's Qing clan. He looks mature, but he's actually full of evil tricks." As a fellow loose cultivator, "I'm afraid you're in a bit of trouble." Xiao Hua snorted through his nose. Loose cultivators struggle in the shadows. What kind of world haven't they seen? If it weren't for the fact that cultivation level growth is a problem, loose cultivators wouldn't necessarily be any worse than cultivator aristocratic families. Kai Zhuxia shrugged and didn't continue speaking. After exiting the square pavilion, they saw a boat-shaped magic tool in front of them. It was emitting a faint multicolored brilliance. "Fellow Taoists, please go, I'll send you over." The male cultivator waved his hand. A multicolored brilliance flew out from the magic tool and landed in front of him. It was precisely a path of light formed by the brilliance. This scene was admittedly strange, causing Xiao Hua's eyes to brighten. However, the others were, after all, disciples of aristocratic families. They were all knowledgeable, so they weren't too surprised. One by one, they walked onto the path of light. That path of light slowly moved. Everyone didn't need to walk, the path of light sent everyone onto the flying boat. Once everyone boarded the flying boat, the male and female disciples flew onto it. They took out a yellow talisman from their bosoms and stuck it on their bodies. Soon after, they took out a palm-sized jade plate. Using their magic power, they pointed their fingers upwards. That boat-shaped magic tool slowly rose, circled around a bit, then flew towards a certain place in the Huanhua mountain range. The flying boat was very stable. Xiao Hua looked to his left and saw that there was no one nearby. He asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, can't this magic tool only be controlled by people with divine sense? Their cultivation level has to be at least at the peak stage of the aura refining realm. This Huanhua sect disciple is only in the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. I'm afraid he doesn't have divine sense, so how can he control it?" Kai Zhuxia smiled and said, "That's true, but there are far more cultivators below the peak stage of the aura refining realm than there are cultivators above it. There are many things that aren't certain. Moreover, they don't dare to trouble these seniors, so all the cultivation groups came up with their own methods. For example, those who control flying magic tools can refine special yellow talismans. Coupled with enough magic power, they'll be able to use it." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiao Hua understood. He had a magic tool from Huanling's sect in his space, but he had always been puzzled. He couldn't understand how those two disciples, who were clearly only in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm, could use it. Why couldn't he control it? It seemed like it was a secret technique of their cultivation group. Not long after, the flying boat descended and landed on a large mountain full of colorful flowers. Everyone disembarked from the flying boat and stood in the open space. The male cultivator swept his gaze over everyone again, then said in a clear voice, "This is the back mountain of my Huanhua sect. It's several hundred meters high and has a radius of more than 10 li. For the sake of this selection, I specially placed 3 robin birds in this mountain. Whoever can catch them will pass this selection." Boom! Everyone burst into an uproar and began to discuss in low voices. They'd thought of many methods, but they'd never imagined that they'd be using the method of catching birds. "Shut up!" The female cultivator coldly berated, "You're all disciples of aristocratic families. Why are you so unruly?" When everyone heard her, they immediately shut their mouths. The male cultivator clapped his hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from his storage pouch. He said, "This selection will end tomorrow at noon. During this time, it doesn't matter if you live or die. Whoever holds a robin bird in his hand at this time tomorrow will be the winner of this selection. Of course, all of you fellow Taoists are disciples of aristocratic families of cultivators and have a very long relationship with my Huanhua sect. My Huanhua sect also has to consider your safety. These are yellow talismans specially made by my Huanhua sect. Once activated with magic power, you'll be transported to a safe place in my Huanhua sect. Of course, activating these yellow talismans means that you've given up on this selection. Please be careful. As he spoke, the male cultivator waved his hand and the yellow talismans flew into the hands of Xiao Hua and the others, one for each person. Xiao Hua cautiously received them. These were life-saving items. I still have 2 points to mention. First, there are only 3 robin birds, and they must be alive. If one dies, there'll be one less chance. Second, the robin birds can't be transported through the transfer formation. Alright, fellow Taoists, take care. I'll be back here at this time tomorrow. The male cultivator cupped his hands and boarded the flying boat with the female cultivator. Activating magic power, they flew away and disappeared. After the Huanhua sect disciples left, everyone looked at each other and flew down the mountain in different directions according to their previous agreement. Yin Guichong wasn't far from Kaizhuxia. He glanced at Kaizhuxia and walked over with a smile. Fellow Taoist Kai, it's very dangerous here. Fellow Taoist Kai. Are you willing to travel with I? Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Yun. I'll look for it myself. Kaizhuxia refused just like before. Well, then fellow Taoist Kai, take care of yourself. Yun Guichong didn't seem surprised. He glanced at Xiao Hua and directly flew down the mountain with his disciples. Fellow Taoist Xiao. After Yun Guichong flew far away, Kaizhuxia turned her head and said, shall we also act separately? Separate? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. If there's a robin bird in front of you and me, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think I'll have a chance? Kaizhuxia smiled. This is true. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Just like how he wasn't willing to cooperate with Le Chongqi, Kaizhuxia was also the same. In front of absolute temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have any selfish motives. He wouldn't harm Kaizhuxia's life, but Kaizhuxia absolutely couldn't take the robin bird away in front of him. Well, fellow Taoist Kai is right. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, however, fellow Taoist Kai, please tell me what this robin bird looks like. Hee, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao might not have seen it before. Kaizhuxia smiled and said, this robin bird is a strange bird. It's only the size of a thumb and its entire body is emerald green. Although it can't be classified as a spiritual bird, its flying speed is extremely fast, comparable to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, this isn't the most peculiar part. This robin bird is naturally timid and very sensitive to spiritual aura. As long as a cultivator is cautious, it will immediately run away. And if it can't escape in time, it will even change the color of its body according to the surrounding situation. Chapter 14-17. There's such a strange bird. After listening to Kaizhuxia's description of the robin, Xiao Hua's original ambition had already turned into a pool of cold water. First of all, this robin could change its color according to the surrounding environment. This was absolutely not something an aura-refining cultivator without divine sense could casually discover. Not to mention that the robin was only the size of a thumb, and its flight was very fast. Freely shuttling back and forth in this several dozen li mountain range, this kind of difficulty was not much lower than finding a needle in a haystack. After cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Kaizhuxia, Xiao Hua was too lazy to fly and slowly walked down on foot. While breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, he secretly calculated. Needless to say, it was really unrealistic for Xiao Hua to catch the robin himself. However, that Huanhua sect disciple had clearly said that there would be no casualties. Moreover, whoever could obtain the robin by noon tomorrow would be the winner of the selection. In other words, Huanhua sect didn't care how you obtained the robin. Xiao Hua didn't have the ability to catch the robin, but he had the ability to snatch it from the hands of others. Apart from those aristocratic family disciples at the 9th and 8th level of aura refining, he temporarily didn't have much certainty. As for the other cultivators at the 7th level of aura refining and below, as long as Xiao Hua was careful and caught them off guard, he had a 70 to 80% certainty. With a plan in mind, Xiao Hua also became even more unhurried. Being busy first wasn't being busy. Right now, he should give time to those cultivators who could catch the robin and let them do their best. Only then would it be time for Xiao Hua to display his skills. As for Wuxia, after leaving Xiao Hua, she activated her magic power and flew along a faintly discernible path in the forest for a while. Soon after, she suddenly flew up into the air and looked around. At this time, everyone had already disappeared and it was extremely quiet. Wuxia first looked at the peak where Xiao Hua was and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm really sorry. This kind of opportunity is really something that I have been looking forward to for a long time. It's not that I don't want to share it with fellow Taoist, but the revival of my clan is all on my shoulders." While speaking, Wuxia clapped her hands and an old yellow talisman appeared in her hand. She activated her magic power and a small, faintly visible red-crowned crane was formed from the yellow talisman. That red-crowned crane lightly danced in the air, its two faintly discernible wings flapping from time to time. Wuxia's face emitted a happy radiance and she said to herself, "This spirit-seeking talisman, although it has been a long time, it can still be used. If I hadn't taken it out on a whim before leaving, wouldn't this trip to Huanhua sex trip to be a failure?" While speaking, Wuxia clapped her right palm on her chest. Immediately, a drop of blood from her heart flew out from her mouth and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. When the red-crowned crane received the blood from Wuxia's heart, a bit of cinnabar immediately appeared on its head. The red color of the cinnabar immediately spread to the red-crowned crane's body. Not long after, the entire red-crowned crane was filled with faint traces of blood, and Wuxia's face became even paler. Quick, Wuxia recited a spell and tapped the red-crowned crane's head with her hand. The red-crowned crane let out a soft "ga" sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very loud in Wuxia's ears. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew towards a direction halfway up the mountain. Wuxia's face was filled with joy. She performed another spell and followed closely behind. The disciples of aristocratic families were indeed the disciples of aristocratic families. Even a side branch of an aristocratic family like Wuxia had tricks that Xiao Hua didn't know about, so there was no need to talk about other people in detail. Looking at Yun Guichong from the Yun family, 4 people from the Yun family had come, but for some reason, only 3 people had appeared. Yun Guichong only said a few words of courtesy to Wuxia before he took the 2 of them into the air. Seeing that many disciples of aristocratic families were flying in different directions, the female disciple curled her lips and said disdainfully, "What a bunch of idiots." "Yun Guichong scolded, "I let you come out this time to broaden your horizons. Why are you so talkative?" "Big brother." The male disciple also smiled and said, "Sister Lan is right. These disciples don't have the profound cultivation of Big Brother. Even if they catch the robin, won't they still be Big Brother's prey?" "Huh, Big Brother, even Yun Feng is speaking for me. Am I right?" Yun Guichong glanced at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. He said in a low voice, "You only know that our Yun family has tricks up our sleeves. How can we not have others? These cultivator aristocratic families may not have disciples with higher cultivation than your Big Brother, but they all have a foundation. Don't underestimate them. Having a high cultivation is the way of the king. Who's afraid of that?" Yun Lan smiled and said, "At worst, Big Brother can go on a killing spree and kill all 200 disciples of aristocratic families. I'd like to see if I can find the robin." "Nonsense. You're bringing disaster to our Yun family." Yun Guichong looked around and scolded her in a low voice. "Hee, I'm just saying. This kind of thing. I know." Yun Lan pursed her lips and smiled. She looked very charming. "Big Brother, are we going to use our tricks?" Yunfeng asked. Hee, of course. Our Yin clan is in an advantageous position right now. We can seize a robin bird at lightning speed. Not only can we reduce the sin of killing, but we can also intimidate the other disciples. Maybe we can even get a second robin bird. Yin Jichong said without hesitation. Thank you, big brother. Yin Lan said with a smile. Big brother, can't we get 3? Yin Feng was a little unhappy. How is that possible? This second one might not even be possible. Before Yin Guichong could say anything, Yin Lan began to lecture Yin Feng. I know, Sister Lan. Yin Feng stuck out his tongue. He was just a teenager. Yin Lan was very proud. She patted her storage bag and took out a yellow talisman. She handed it to Yin Feng and said with a smile, Don't flatter me. If there's a second robin, I'll let you have it. Now, let's hurry up and help Big Brother get the first robin. Yes, Sister Lan. Yin Feng immediately became serious. He patted his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He calmly placed it in his hand. Seeing that Yun Lan and Yun Feng were ready, Yun Guichong patted his hand and took out a magic weapon that looked like a spinning top from his storage bag. With a poof, Yun Guichong spat a mouthful of life origin energy on the spinning top. The spinning top began to spin. Seeing that the spinning top was moving, Yun Lan and Yun Feng did not dare to be negligent. They activated their magic power and injected it into the yellow talisman. The yellow talisman immediately turned into a shiny thin piece. The two of them opened their mouths and swallowed the thin piece. As soon as the thin piece entered their mouths, their faces gradually turned red, as if they were going to bleed. Then, they looked at each other and bit the tip of their tongues at the same time. A mouthful of blood was spat out and landed on the spinning top. After the spinning top received the 2 mouthfuls of blood essence, it suddenly shone brightly. Then, it spun faster and faster. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. Seeing the spinning top's brilliance expand and contract, Yun Guichong sighed and said, My Yun family's spirit seeker has been useless for many years. Who would have thought that today, instead of searching for spirit beasts, it would only be used to search for robin? Yun Lan's face was pale and he looked a little dispirited. He also sighed and said, According to the family records, when my Yun family was at its peak, we used this spirit seeker to search for spirit beasts protecting the family. This magic weapon requires the blood essence of at least 2 members of the Yun family's direct bloodline. It consumes a lot of vitality. Today, after testing it, it really lives up to its name. 2 cultivators of the 5th level of Qi refining like us can't even activate the Spirit Seeker. Poof! Yin Guichong also spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The spinning brilliance made a sizzling sound like boiling oil being poured into boiling water. The brilliance scattered in all directions and turned into many tiny lights. These lights also spun. After a while, these tiny lights suddenly turned into tiny arrowheads. They suddenly gathered together and turned into a slightly larger arrowhead, pointing in one direction. Let's go. Seeing this, Yin Guichong's face lit up with joy. He pointed his finger and the arrowhead turned into a ray of brilliance and shot into the distance. Yin Guichong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng also became spirited. They activated their flying talismans and flew down the mountain. The Kai family of Luyang did so, the Yun family of Su Yan did so, and the other families also used their own methods and shot in different directions. Although the disciple of the Huanhua sect had clearly said that there were only 3 robin birds here, the direction they were heading in was more than 10. As for who was right and who was wrong, only they would know. Throughout the entire mountain, besides Xiaohua, a 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, who was strolling leisurely, there was another 4th-level Qi refining cultivator on the other side of the mountain. He looked about 13 or 14 years old and was also sitting on a rock. He coldly looked at the people flying in the air and disappeared. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was as if this selection had nothing to do with him. As for Kai Wuxia, after following the red-crowned crane for a few li, the red-crowned crane gradually slowed down. The flapping of its wings also weakened. When she looked at the red-crowned crane again, it was gradually becoming transparent and was about to disappear. Seeing this, Wuxia felt a little helpless. She clapped her hand again and another drop of blood from her heart flew out and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. The red-crowned crane seemed to have taken a blood-replenishing pill. Its wings flapped again and its head shook slightly. Then, it flew down the mountain and into a slightly dark place. Wuxia was secretly delighted. Looking at the situation in the shade, she slapped her storage pouch and took out a few yellow talismans. She was just about to fly down. But at this moment, a few sounds of something breaking through the air rang out not far away. When Wuxia turned her head, she saw the rogue cultivator Le Chongqi and the disciple of the Qing family, Qing Ming, as well as a few other 7th-level qi refining cultivators. Oh no! Wuxia's heart turned cold when she saw these people. How could a lone wolf fight against these tigers and wolves? In a hurry, Wuxia was still a little reluctant. She clenched her teeth and fiercely flew into the forest, quickly chasing after the red-crowned crane. Sure enough, under the dark shade of a tree, a jade-like robin was flapping its small wings and hovering above a withered branch. On that withered branch, there was a jade-like spirit fruit. Wuxia was overjoyed. She didn't care about her figure. She fiercely urged her transcendence energy and flew like a flying sword towards the robin. As she flew, she slapped her storage pouch. Chapter 14:18. The robin's beak was extremely sharp and long. It was hovering in front of an emerald green spirit fruit, piercing its beak deeply into the spirit fruit as if it was sucking the juice inside. There were a few withered branches above the spirit fruit, and between the branches was a tattered spider web. Broken strands of spider silk fluttered in the wind. Just as Wuxia saw the robin and was about to slap her storage bag, she saw a fist-sized, black-haired spider suddenly appear from above the tattered spider web. The spider crawled rapidly along the spider web. When it reached the center of the spider web, which was right above the robin's head, a strand of black spider silk emerged from the spider's abdomen and silently pierced towards the robin. The spider silk was silent and fast. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had already closed in on the robin's wing. However, at this moment, the robin's body suddenly moved horizontally and dodged the spider silk. Then, without a pause, it turned into a thin green line and flew in another direction. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Wuxia's hand had just slapped her storage bag. She gritted her teeth. That was Wuxia's only thought. She didn't stop and continued to fly past the spirit fruit. But at the same time, she took out a fireball talisman from her storage bag. With a wave of her hand, she hit the spider in the broken spider web. With a boom, the spider and the spider web were burned to ashes by the fireball. Then, Wuxia sighed and hurriedly flew away in a different direction from the robin. The requirements for her spirit-seeking talisman were very high. Not only did it require cultivation, but it also required blood essence. It could only be used 3 times a day, and Wuxia had to rest for a while before she could use it a second time. Wuxia temporarily retreated, and Le Chongqi and Qing Ming followed her. When they saw the emerald green spirit fruit and the remaining burn marks on the withered branches, Qing Ming said angrily, "Could it be that someone beat us to it?" Le Chongqi smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Qing, this emerald green spirit fruit is the emerald juice fruit that the emerald cicadas like to eat. I'm sure the emerald cicadas were here just now. If there was a fellow Daoist who got it first, he definitely wouldn't have used a fireball talisman. From the looks of it, some spirit beast must have disturbed that fellow Daoist who was trying to capture the emerald cicadas, causing the emerald cicadas to flee." Spirit beast? Qing Ming's expression didn't change as he whispered, "There aren't any powerful spirit beasts in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect, right?" "Huh, fellow Daoist Qing, don't worry. How could there be a powerful spirit beast in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect? The robin only flies fast, it still has a lot of nemesis. Lu Chongqi had a smile on his face, but a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. Oh, that's good, that's good. Qing Ming repeatedly applauded. I don't want to run into any spirit beasts instead of catching the robin. Fellow Daoist Qing, the robin has already flown away. Presumably, there are already fellow Taoists chasing after it. Should we hurry up and use our secret skills? Otherwise, there are only 3 robin in this mountain. If one is caught, we'll have one less chance. Okay, fellow Daoist Lu, please wait a moment. Qing Ming said and patted his hand to take out a yellow jade slip from his storage bag. He handed it to the disciple behind him and ordered, You guys, spit out a little of your natal true essence. The Qing family disciple behind Qing Ming took the jade slip and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The jade slip gradually emitted a yellow brilliance. The brilliance rotated slightly on the jade slip and flickered a few times in the direction the robin had flown before it was annihilated. Good, it's in that direction. Qing Ming was overjoyed. He took the jade slip and said with a smile, The family's spiritual movement is really useful. Lu Chongqi's face was filled with envy. He smiled and said, That's right. This is also why I need to rely on you, fellow Daoist Qing. Please help me get the second robin after you get the first. Well said, well said. Let's go. Qing Ming smiled and flicked his sleeves. Everyone chased after him. At the same time, on the other side of the foothills, Yun Jichong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng followed the arrow-like brilliance and flew down the mountain. The brilliance was indeed driven by the essence and blood of the 3 people. It was much more powerful than Wuxia's spirit-seeking talisman. After flying for several miles, it did not slow down. It did not stop until it reached the side of a gurgling stream. Then, it stopped and froze in midair. Yun Zhichong and the others flew over and looked around carefully. With a point of his hand, the brilliance of the spirit-seeking talisman converged and turned back into a spinning top in Yun Zhichong's hand. Big brother. Seeing this, Yun Lan said in a low voice, The spirit-seeking talisman is the most magical. It doesn't move forward when it's within 100 feet of the spiritual beast for fear of disturbing it. I'm afraid that the robin is within 100 feet. Exactly. But this robin is too small. It's only the size of a thumb. We have to be careful when looking for it. Yun Zhichong said with a smile. But just as he finished speaking, his expression changed again. He reminded them in a low voice, Be careful. There seems to be other cultivators in front. Sure enough, on the other side of the stream in front of Yun Zhichong, 2 male cultivators were floating in midair and flying forward very slowly. In their hands, they were holding a rare bamboo green-yellow talisman. Because Yun Zhichong and the others were very careful to avoid disturbing the robin, and the 2 cultivators were also focused in front of them, they did not realize that there were people behind them. Big brother. Seeing this, Yun Lan panicked. He tugged at Yun Zhichong's sleeve and whispered. Shoo! Yun Guichong gestured for Yun Lan to be quiet. He pointed at the 2 cultivators in front of him and took out 2 supreme-grade freezing talismans from his robes and handed them over. Then, he took out a yellow talisman that was shaped like a palm and pointed in another direction. Then, he left on his own. Yun Lan and Yun Feng understood that Yun Zhichong wanted them to attack the 2 cultivators in front of them from behind. He would go ahead to catch the robin. Thus, Yun Lan and Yun Feng also slowly flew up. With the help of the splashing sound of the stream, they slowly flew towards the other side. However, just as they reached the middle of the stream, 2 figures, still shining with an earthy yellow light, suddenly flew out from the stream. The moment these 2 figures appeared, their hands trembled continuously. Fireball talismans and other offensive yellow talismans were thrown out one after another. Oh no! Yun Lan was greatly alarmed and did not dare to move forward. His entire body abruptly retreated as well. The yellow talisman in his hand was activated by his magic power and turned into a ball of faint mist. Then, it shot towards the cultivator below him. Clang, clang, clang. The two yellow talismans of ice and fire collided with each other, producing a very unpleasant sound. This sound was admittedly not very loud, but once the surrounding spiritual energy was disturbed, the robin kingfisher was the most sensitive to turbulent spiritual energy. Sure enough, the two cultivators in front could no longer hide their figures and quickly flew forward. One of them even shouted, "Don't run." As the cultivator shouted, the bamboo green-yellow talismans in their hands were thrown out at the same time. The yellow talismans were not thrown towards the robin that was flying between the flowers in front of them. Instead, they were thrown about 3 feet to the left and right of the robin. Once the bamboo green-yellow talismans left their hands, they immediately turned into a ball of flickering light. When they flew to the side of the robin, they turned into 2 net-like balls of light. These 2 balls of light rotated slightly, as if there was a suction force between them. Right on the left and right of the robin, the 2 balls of light suddenly elongated and extended towards each other. In the blink of an eye, the robin was shrouded in the threads of light. The robin was already on guard. When the light threads extended, it had already begun to fly away. However, the light threads seemed to be extremely sticky. As the robin flew, the light threads were also elongated. As more and more light threads were formed, the robin flapped its wings. No matter how hard it tried, it could not fly anymore. It was about to be shrouded in the threads of light, just when the two cultivators were ecstatic and wanted to put the robin and the threads of light into their bags. Several dazzling lights shot from the air not far away. It was a few sword talismans. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, the sword talismans had already flashed with sword light and looked extremely sharp. Seeing this, the two cultivators had no time to control the threads of light. They quickly patted their storage bags and took out a few yellow talismans. They activated their spiritual power and turned into a round and square light curtain, blocking the sword talismans. With a clang, the sword talismans pierced the light curtain, making an ear-piercing sound. Then, with a kacha sound, the light curtain shattered and the sharp swords turned into specks of light and disappeared. But when the sword talismans disappeared, a speck of light suddenly expanded and a flying sword smaller than the previous sword talismans suddenly appeared. However, the flying sword's flying speed was much faster than the previous few flying swords. This flying sword was formed in front of the two cultivators, so in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of one of the cultivators and directly pierced the cultivator's Taoist robe. Then, the cultivator's body shone brightly. The golden bell talisman's defense was effective. Unfortunately, the brilliance was annihilated in a flash, followed by the cultivator's miserable scream. When one of the cultivators died under the mother-child flying sword talisman, half of the light curtain immediately dimmed. The robin sensed the change in the spirit chi first and immediately flew towards the dimmed half of the light curtain. With a swoosh, the robin rushed out of the light curtain and saw a streak of emerald green following the slight splashes of the water. After a few flashes, it disappeared. When he looked around, he saw a large green hand. It had just flown out of the forest when it immediately fell. Under the large hand, Yun Guichong's face was ashen. He looked at the people flying towards him from afar and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Without even looking at his face, he quickly flew towards the two cultivators who were blocking Yun Lan and Yun Feng above the stream. Yun Jichong had long been annoyed. He slapped his hand and took out a square, flat yellow talisman from his storage bag. He exerted a little force with his left hand and dripped a drop of blood on it. The yellow talisman became even redder after receiving the drop of blood. Chapter 14:19. As for the square yellow talisman in Yun Guichong's hand, it immediately glowed with an enchanting color after receiving fresh blood. With the activation of Yun Guichong's magic power, the yellow talisman transformed into the shape of a square flat box. Yun Guichong had already flown close to Li Yun Peak. He bent his middle finger and flicked the square box twice. 2 tiny red light spots flew out from the box. Yun Guichong pinched the red light spots between his fingers and flicked them as well. The two light spots were like two shooting stars, shooting towards Yunlan and Yunfang's opponents at lightning speed. The light spots were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the bodies of the two people. The two people were fighting with the two disciples of the Yun family and did not notice it at all. What was even stranger was that after the two light spots entered their bodies, their movements were not affected at all. It was exactly the same as before. At this moment, seeing the light spots enter the bodies of the two cultivators, Yun Guichong's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He turned around and chased in the direction where the robin kingfisher disappeared. At the same time, he formed a strange incantation gesture in his hand and attacked in the direction of the two cultivators. Something strange happened. As Yun Guichong released the incantation gesture, the two cultivators suddenly showed an extremely painful expression on their faces. Then, fear appeared in their eyes. They immediately wanted to fly up. At the same time, they slapped their storage bags, wanting to take out the yellow talisman given by the Huanhua sect to escape. Unfortunately, just as the two cultivators slapped their storage bags, their arms stiffened and they could not move at all. Yun Feng and Yun Lan, who were opposite them, were overjoyed. They threw out the yellow talismans in their hands. In the blink of an eye, several icicle talismans pierced the bodies of the two cultivators. A few rays of light were annihilated, and the icicles pierced their bodies into pieces. Humph! Yun Lan and Yun Feng snorted coldly. They flew forward and took their storage bags. Then, they followed Yun Guichong's back and chased after him. At the same time, the four cultivators who had just sent out the mother-child sword talismans arrived. The one in the lead was a bearded man of about the 8th level of Qi refining. He wore an earthen yellow Taoist robe and held a round, glittering sphere in his hand. The three cultivators behind him were also about the 7th level, each holding a yellow talisman. The four of them looked at Yun Guichong's flying figure and turned to the cultivator who almost caught the robin just now. At this moment, the cultivator had already retrieved the yellow talisman that could emit golden threads. He even held the storage pouch of the cultivator who was killed just now in his hand. His eyes looked at the four people who were already close by and he sneered, "Howling Cloud Mahist Clan's Mo Young, I know." This cultivator had already lost 3 of his companions. Knowing that he no longer had the strength to seize the kingfisher, he unconsciously began to think of retreating. "So what if you know that I am from the Mahist clan?" The bearded cultivator in the lead, Mo Yang, sneered, "I will kill all of you. Do you think that the He clan can still find trouble with the Mahist clan?" As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3 disciples behind him all channeled their magic power. Their hands glowed faintly as they struck towards the remaining He clan disciple. "Forget it." The He clan disciple sighed. He knew that since the rules were set by the Rinsing Flower sect and that they did not care about life and death, if the He clan were to find trouble with the Mahist clan, it would naturally be a humiliation to the Rinsing Flower sect. How could the Rinsing Flower sect let this matter rest? The 3 dead He clan disciples had died in vain. As he sighed, the He clan disciple channeled his magic power into the yellow talisman in his hand. The yellow talisman immediately transformed into a blue light shield that enveloped the He clan disciple. Then, a sky-blue brilliance overflowed and spun rapidly. Immediately, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings was sucked in by this rotation, forming a gust of wind. When the gust of wind passed, the He clan disciple's body had already disappeared from the spot. "Humph, this bastard got away with it," Mo Yang said hatefully. "It's a pity that I do not have the puppet talisman of the Yin clan. Otherwise, how could I have let you escape with your life? Second brother, what should we do? Should we chase after the Yin clan? Or should we look for other robin birds?" Mo Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. Yun Guiao's cultivation level is very high. Furthermore, he is at the 9th level of Qi refining. With the help of the yellow talisman and blood essence, he can already control low-level magic weapons. We are still inferior to him. Let's look for other robin birds first. As he spoke, he held the shiny ball in his hand in front of his chest. When he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the ball immediately shone brightly. After a moment, a tranquil scene appeared in the ball. A robin bird was actually flying freely among a large number of strange flowers. Where is this? Mo Yang saw this and his face lit up with joy. He cast a spell on the ball and the image of the robin bird rapidly shrank, revealing the surrounding terrain. It's at the back of the mountain. A Mahist disciple beside him shouted anxiously. Quick, second brother, there are a few groups of cultivators rushing over there. Another disciple pointed with his finger. Indeed, there were 4 groups of cultivators flying in the air around the robin bird. They were all flying towards the flowers. Humph! Mo Yang snorted coldly. He cast a spell and the light of the ball was extinguished, returning it to an ordinary-looking ball. Let's go, they are only at the 7th level of Qi refining. How dare they fight with the Mahist clan? Mo Yang waved his hand and the 4 of them immediately flew towards the flowers at the back of the mountain. Xiao Hua was lying on the grass with a grass root in his mouth. He crossed one leg over the other and slowly swayed. His eyes were looking at the slowly drifting clouds in the sky. He seemed to be very satisfied. A scream came from far to his left. It sounded very mournful. 22. Xiao Hua's expression did not change. He counted in his heart. It's only been 4 hours and 22 people have already died. Don't they know? Right now, the robin bird is like a hot chestnut that can't be touched at all. Unless you have a spirit storage pouch and can hide the robin bird inside without others noticing, you will only be attacked by a group of people. Even if you have a spirit storage pouch, it still won't work. When you catch it, it's impossible for no one to see it, unless you secretly put it into a spirit storage pouch. However, immediately after, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Since he knew about this principle, the others naturally also knew about it. For someone as smart as Wuxia, she naturally knew about this principle. However, how could she look on helplessly as someone else captured the robin? Perhaps no matter how profound their cultivation was, they would still have to do something. Alright, they. I'll hide first and cultivate for a night. I'll wait for them to kill each other during the night. I'll think about it again tomorrow at noon. Xiao Hua thought. He got up from the ground and looked left and right. He found a hidden place, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Of course, Xiao Hua was not the only smart and patient person. On the mountain behind the Huanhua sect, there were nearly 20 people scattered everywhere. They coldly watched and quietly waited for the right time. Dusk gradually enveloped the entire mountain peak and the stars in the night sky gradually revealed themselves. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. He took out the demonic spear and displayed the 360 moves of the Tong Tian staff technique from beginning to end. He stretched his muscles and bones and secretly laughed. The weight of this spear seems to be a bit lighter and the length is also not suitable. If it was twice as long, it would be about right. This staff technique of mine. I don't know where I learned it from. It seems that I have never seen it in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. If I didn't remember this staff technique and occasionally use it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for me to think of it. That's not right. I remember in Jinghua City, when I went to the west of the city, I also displayed some movement techniques. Those moves don't seem to be within this staff technique. Could it be that I still know some other moves? Xiao Hua suddenly realized, but what kind of moves are they? After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua used his hands and feet to gesture for a while, but he still couldn't remember. Xiao Hua unconsciously smiled bitterly. He looked at the bright stars in the sky and sighed. He sat cross-legged again and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy of the Huanhua sect's back mountain was abundant. It far surpassed all the places Xiao Hua had cultivated in before. Therefore, Xiao Hua's cultivation progress in one night was also considerable. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body, the reverse light in Xiaohua's space quietly rotated. Xiaohua also opened his eyes. Mother. Mother. Faintly, there seemed to be a voice in Xiaohua's heart. Who? The two flames in Xiaohua's eyes flashed and disappeared. His face revealed an extremely shocked expression. However, when he frowned and carefully listened, his ears only heard the mountain wind and the trembling of the flowers. Where was there any other movement? Did I mishear? Xiaohua's brows slightly relaxed. Presumably, it has nothing to do with me. After all, no one would ask me what mother I called. Just as he was thinking, another scream rang out. This time, it wasn't too far from Xiaohua's location. How many is this? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the scream. He thought to himself, last night, the screams didn't stop. I'm afraid a lot of aristocratic children died. Where's Kaixuxia? Is she still alive? However, it seems that it's still early. I'm not in a hurry. Let's go take a look first. If there's really a chance, it won't be too late to talk about it. Xiaohua made up his mind. He carefully concealed his figure and flew towards the location of the scream. However, Xiaohua was admittedly careful. But just as he approached the location of the scream, a voice came from behind him. It's this guy. I just saw that the robin was caught by this guy. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He turned his head and saw a graceful female cultivator gradually appear in the air. Kaixia. Invisibility talisman. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He had only faintly heard of such a high-level yellow talisman. You brat, hurry up and hand over the robin. At the same time, two silhouettes appeared above Xiaohua's head like Kaixia. One was Kaixia, and the other was a tall and fat cultivator roughly around the 6th level of qi condensation. Chapter 14:20. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and he secretly cursed in his heart. As soon as they met, Kaixia threw the whereabouts of the kingfisher to him, and these three people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Was there even a need to say their intentions? Thus, Xiaohua didn't answer. He waved his hand, and a large stack of fireball talismans flew towards Kaixia and that fat cultivator. His figure turned around, and he quickly flew towards Kaixia. Courting death. Kaixia and the fat cultivator both sneered. They clapped their hands, and their respective freezing talismans, icicle talismans, and defensive yellow talismans all flew forward. Rumble, a burst of noise sounded. The two people who were caught off guard were hit by the top-grade fireball talismans refined by Xiaohua, and they were practically unable to stand steadily in midair. Taking advantage of the fireball talismans exploding behind him, Xiaohua also raised his hand, and a few fireball talismans smashed towards Kaixia. Kaixia moved earlier than Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua attacked Kaixia's yellow talismans were also shot out. However, what surprised Kaixia was that although her yellow talismans were fast, they were actually not as fast as Xiaohua's flying speed. Xiaohua actually used a figure she had never seen before to miraculously dodge the yellow talismans in midair, and instead used a pile of fireball talismans to smash towards her. Just as Kaixia was stunned, Xiaohua's fireball talismans had already followed and exploded around Kaixia. A wave of heat attacked, and several huge forces attacked from all directions, blowing away the defensive yellow talismans around Kaixia's body, causing them to brighten and darken, as if they were about to collapse. Strange. This guy's fireball talismans are actually this powerful? Kaixia said in shock. And his flying speed. Flying speed. Just as Kaixia thought of Xiaohua's flying speed, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling would last forever. Kaixia didn't hesitate to slap her storage pouch, wanting to take out the teleportation yellow talisman. However, just as her hand was about to touch the storage pouch, a burst of sharp pain actually came from her back. She didn't dare to believe it, and saw that Xiao Hua had already approached her from behind, and unknowingly pierced through her defensive yellow talisman. You. Kai Yingxia only said one word, and then her vision turned black, and her figure fell from midair. Yingxia. Not far away, Kai Yingxia had just stabilized her body when she saw Kai Yingxia fall from the sky. Xiao Hua was standing steadily where Kai Yingxia was standing just now, holding Kai Yingxia's storage pouch in his hand. Little thief, hand over your life. Kai Yingxia shouted. Ignoring the reaction of the fat cultivator beside her, she urged her magic power and flew towards Xiao Hua. When the fat cultivator saw this, a ruthless look appeared on his face. He took out a jade-like Dharma artifact from his storage bag and chased after them. Xiao Hua looked on coldly. Ignoring him, he turned and flew away. Although his speed wasn't fast, it was still comparable to the 8th level of qi refining. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Kai Yingxia and the fat cultivator's sight. Xiao Hua, Kai Yingxia shouted, I swear that I won't let you go. I swear that I won't let the Kai family of Liang go. Kai Yingxia saw that she couldn't catch up with them, so she could only threaten them and fly to the place where Kai Yingxia's body fell. Fellow Daoist Kai, don't be impatient. Let's first see how fellow Daoist Kai died. The fat cultivator said in a low voice, this Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refining. How could he kill fellow Daoist Kai who was at the 7th level of qi refining? Kai Yingxia's face revealed a sad expression. She picked up Kai Yingxia's smashed body and examined it from top to bottom. She said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Gao, my sister, didn't seem to be killed by Xiao Hua using magic power. There are no traces of yellow talismans on her body. Huh. That's strange. The cultivator surnamed Gao was even more puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, then I'll have to ask fellow Daoist Kai to take a closer look. Are there any fatal injuries? Kai Yingxia listened and carefully examined the body again. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Kai Yingxia cried out in alarm. Here, following Kai Yusha's cry, the cultivator surnamed Gao, whose back was facing her, turned his head. His gaze fell on Kai Yingxia's exposed back. There was a jet-black wound. It looked very small, much smaller than a baby's little mouth. Stab wound? Devil tool? How is this possible? The cultivator surnamed Gao was shocked and said in disbelief. But at the same time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly turned his head and shouted, Who? Who? Kai Yingxia was also shocked. She followed the cultivator surnamed Gao's gaze, but there was nothing behind him. There was only the mountain breeze and the fragrance of flowers. There's no one? Kai Yingxia looked at the cultivator surnamed Gao with some inquiry. Cough cough. The cultivator surnamed Gao awkwardly said, I was a bit suspicious. While the cultivator surnamed Gao was coughing, Kai Yingxia's eyes revealed a kind of horror. She stared straight behind the cultivator surnamed Gao, as if she was looking at a malicious spirit. A pitch-black spear tip slowly appeared behind the cultivator surnamed Gao's back, slowly stabbing towards his back. That cultivator surnamed Gao also seemed to have realized something. Just as he was about to turn around again, Xiao Hua's tall and thin figure appeared behind him. The tip of the demonic spear in his hand also fiercely pierced the cultivator surnamed Gao's back. Ah! The cultivator surnamed Gao was worthy of being a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator from a cultivation family. At the same time the devil's spear tip was curled up with black light, he actually waved his hand and threw the yellow talismans he had just been on guard at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua didn't panic in the slightest. He urged his magic power, and his figure disappeared again. At the same time, he used his movement technique to dodge the yellow talismans without using any magic power. Invisibility. Body. Talisman. Kai Yingxia said word by word from her mouth, You're a 4th-layer qi refining cultivator. how can you use an invisibility talisman that only 6th layer qi refining cultivators can use? When she saw that Xiaohua had actually hidden himself and dodged the yellow talismans, she became even more nervous. She was very puzzled in her heart. This invisibility talisman can't use magic power when it's invisibility. Once magic power is used, the invisibility effect will disappear. This guy, how can he still dodge the yellow talismans when he's invisible? With a plop, the fat cultivator surnamed Gao's corpse also fell next to Kai Yuxia. Kai Yuxia's mind raced. She reached out and tore off the corpse's storage pouch. At the same time, she took out her own yellow teleportation talisman and sent out her magic power without any hesitation. It was only after Kai Yuxia and Kai Yingxia's figures disappeared that Xiaohua's figure gradually revealed himself. This is bad. I'm still inexperienced. That cultivator surnamed Gao was clearly bluffing. Why couldn't I hold myself back? If I had taken a few more steps, wouldn't I have gotten rid of him and Kai Yuxia together? Now that I've missed Kai Yuxia, it'll be troublesome. Soon after, Xiaohua frowned and patted his forehead. A dim yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Looking at the yellow talisman that was almost devoid of heaven and earth spiritual energy, Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Alas, this invisibility talisman is really good. It's a pity that I can't exchange it in EG. As for this, it seems like I can only use it once or twice. At the same time, on the north side of the foothills, in a place where the sun was shining brightly, a robin was struggling in midair. Near it, a 3-foot square cage was faintly discernible. Below the cage, a middle-aged cultivator with a white face and no beard was forming hand seals and doing his best to send magic power into the cage. Around the middle-aged cultivator, there were already several corpses lying in disarray. Wang. Pa. A large green hand first flew out from a nearby cave and then patted the cage in midair. Under the enormous force of the large green hand, the cage immediately turned into specks of fluorescence and disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Soon after, the robin regained its freedom and flew up like a green ray of light, preparing to escape. But at this moment, the big green hand suddenly spread open and its 5 fingers separated. A rotating mass of air was released from the big hand and instantly enveloped an area of about 10 feet around it. Although the robin was fast, it only flew to the edge of the 10 feet radius before the large hand's rotating mass of qi enveloped the robin. Boom! The large green hand slowly patted down. When it got close to the robin, it suddenly clenched like a clenched fist. Okay. A clear voice came from within the cave. Then, the figures of Yun Guichong, Yun Lan and Yun Feng flew out of the cave. As soon as Yun Guichong came out of the cave, he immediately patted his storage bag. Several sword talismans flew into the air and headed in 5 different directions. The sword talismans faintly shone with a cold light, and the sword light was fluctuating. Fellow cultivators. The robin has been taken by the Yun family. I hope that you won't fall out with I. Yun Guichong formed a seal in his hand and said coldly, there are still 2 more robin birds in this mountain that have not been caught. You'd better focus on them. After a long while, several figures quickly flew out from the directions pointed by the sword talismans and flew in 2 different directions. Looking at the cultivation of these people, they were all around the 8th or 9th level. When the figures disappeared, Yun Guichong's face showed joy. He formed a seal in his hand and the large green hand flew back. When the large hand opened, it was the unconscious robin. Yun Guichong pasted a yellow talisman on the robin's body. Only then did he fall and stumble. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. As Yun Guichong suffered from the backlash of his magic power, the large green hand quickly shrank and turned into a green-yellow talisman that fell into Yun Guichong's hand. Congratulations, big brother. Yun Lan and Yun Feng smiled and cupped their hands. Don't be careless. As long as the disciples of the Huanhua sect don't appear, everything will change. Yun Guichong placed the robin in his arms and took out an elixir to consume. Only then did his face slowly relax. How do we deal with this person? Yunlan looked at the cultivator who had just fainted and asked softly. Let him wake up slowly. Yunfeng smiled and said, I'm afraid this guy has no chance. Wake up slowly? Yun Guichong glanced at Yunfeng and then at the cultivator who had fallen on the ground. He said coldly, since we have a grudge, when will we kill him? Yunfeng, you're too childish. Yes, I understand. Yunfeng said in panic. Chapter 14:21. Beside a small waterfall formed by a stream, an emerald green spirit fruit was growing among the vines on the mountain wall. Suddenly, an emerald green shadow flew out of the forest and approached the spirit fruit in the blink of an eye. When the shadow stopped, it turned out to be a thumb-sized robin. The robin seemed to have been disturbed a lot this day and night. It no longer dared to go forward and suck the juice of the spirit fruit as if it was familiar with the way it used to. Instead, it stopped about a foot away from the spirit fruit and stayed still. After a moment, seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, the robin was relieved. It flapped its wings and was about to pierce its beak into the emerald fruit when a 10-feet-wide net suddenly shot out from the stone wall between the vines beside the emerald fruit, trapping both the emerald fruit and the robin within. Ha ha ha. A wild laugh came from above the stone wall where the waterfall was. It was Qingming who had set up the ambush. Behind him, Luchongqi also revealed his figure with a smile. However, the Qing clan disciples who had been following behind them were nowhere to be seen. They must have lost their lives in the hunt last night. Qingming's face was full of wild laughter. He gave a thumbs up and praised, fellow Taoist Lu is wise. Instead of looking for the robin, you only looked for the rare emerald juice fruit and set up an ambush next to the fruit to lure the robin into the trap. Fellow Taoist Lu is really smart. Fellow Taoist Cheng is too kind. It was only when I saw fellow Taoist Cheng's death last night that I had the idea. This is also fellow Taoist Cheng's blessing. Luchongqi cupped his hands and smiled. Fellow Taoist Lu, please put away this net spirit talisman. If you didn't have this spirit talisman, I'm afraid even if the robin fell into the trap, I wouldn't be able to deal with it. Qingming laughed. Yes, I will put it away right away. As Luchongqi spoke, he had already flown into the air. He slapped a yellow talisman on his forehead. Then, he made a gesture. The net covering the robin flashed with a red brilliance and gradually shrank. It slowly turned into a net of 1 foot in size and flew into Luchongqi's hand. At this moment, a figure like a flying sword rushed out of the waterfall, splashing water everywhere. Looking at the fluttering Taoist robe and black hair like clouds, it was Wuxia who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Wuxia had used the spirit-seeking talisman 3 times yesterday, but all of them had failed. She had been snatched away by others, so like Luchongqi, she thought of other ways to find the emerald juice fruit beside the waterfall. Unfortunately, she did not have a net spirit talisman, so she could only lie in ambush and wait for the emerald juice fruit to come to her. She was aware of Qingming and Luchongqi's arrangements, but her cultivation was far inferior to theirs, so she didn't dare to make a move. She waited for them to succeed before she dared to take the risk and charge out. Who is it? Upon seeing Wuxia's figure fly out, Qingming, who had long been prepared, sneered. He held a large number of yellow talismans in his hand and smashed them down like hailstones. Of course, Wuxia was well prepared to take advantage of the situation. She also threw out several yellow talismans to block Qingming's attack. Her other hand reached out to grab the net that was close at hand, hee. There was another sneer. A sword light flew out from under Wuxia's body. At the same time, a cultivator covered in earthy yellow brilliance emerged from the ground. Ah, Wuxia was shocked. She thought she was the first to arrive. She didn't see anyone here except for Qingming and Luchongqi, so she didn't have any defense against the ground. The flying sword talisman was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Kai Wuxia's abdomen, forcing her to stop reaching out to grab the net. She could only roll herself up and fly to the side. The flying sword talisman brushed past Kai Wuxia's Daoist robe, shattering the iron cloak talisman and flying straight into the air. That was close. Kai Wuxia's back was covered in cold sweat. She was just about to stabilize her unbalanced body when Lechonchi, who was in midair, revealed a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, an extremely fine brilliance quietly flew toward Kai Wuxia's glabella. Black iron needle? Kai Wuxia's heart sank. This black iron needle was a low-level magic tool driven by Foundation establishment cultivators using their divine thoughts. It was extremely sharp and could break through defenses. With Kai Wuxia's cultivation, not to mention that the iron cloak talisman was broken, even if her defenses were intact, it wouldn't be easy for her to dodge it. And not to mention that she was now leaning in midair. Sigh, Kai Wuxia let out a sigh from the bottom of her heart. She slightly urged her transcendence energy and activated the transmission yellow talisman in her hand. A ray of light emitted from her hand, and Kai Wuxia's figure disappeared in midair. However, what happened next was completely out of Kai Wuxia's expectations. Just as Kai Wuxia's figure disappeared, the black iron needle that was flying towards Kai Wuxia suddenly changed its direction. With a sharp turn, it rapidly pierced towards the cultivator who used the Earth Escape Talisman. Lechonchi's black iron needle was actually attacking this cultivator, and not Kai Wuxia. Not only was Kai Wuxia fooled, that cultivator was also fooled. He was prepared to use one hand to grab the net and the other to attack Lechonchi. Unfortunately, that black iron needle suddenly changed its direction and he had no time to dodge. With a "chi" sound, the black iron needle pierced through his defensive yellow talisman and directly pierced through his Daoist robe, piercing right into his heart. Ah! A wave of unbearable pain came from this cultivator's body. The cultivator cried out in grief and his entire body went limp. He fell from midair and couldn't be more dead. Humph! Lechonchi let out a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, the black iron needle flew out of the cultivator's corpse, flashed through the air, and landed in his hand. Great magical power. Qingming also flew over at this time with a look of horror on his face and praised again. I wouldn't dare. Lechonchi's face regained its smile. He made a hand seal with his other hand and the net floating in midair flew into his hand. Lechonchi didn't even look at it. He only looked around as if he was guarding against other people's sneak attacks. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Lo, don't look. Just based on the black iron needle that fellow Daoist can control as a Foundation establishment cultivator, who would dare to come forward? Qingming laughed and said, quickly take out the robin. I will stick a spirit suppression talisman on it. Yes, that's exactly what I should do. Lechonchi said and put away the net, revealing the motionless robin inside. However, he didn't directly hand the robin to Qingming. Instead, he took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag and stuck it on the robin. Qingming saw this and said, fellow Daoist Lo is really meticulous. Thank you very much. Quickly give the robin to I. Unexpectedly, Lechonchi bared his teeth and laughed. He put the robin into his arms and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Qing, you're wrong. This robin was captured by I. Why should I give it to fellow Daoist? You? Qingming flew into a rage and jumped up. You're going back on your word. Didn't we already make an oath? The first robin is I's and the second is fellow Daoist's. Lechonchi wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Qing, you're wrong. Fellow Daoist, please take a look. It was I who came up with the idea to search for the jade fruit, right? This net spirit talisman is I's, right? It was also I who killed one of the two cultivators who coveted the robin and repelled the other, right? Tell me, what right do you have to want this robin? But the spirit used to find this jade fruit is my Qing clan's, right? Qingming's face turned red and he said anxiously, besides, you also made an oath with I. My Qing clan's disciple protected you last night and even lost his life. Hee, fellow Taoist Cheng, do you believe such a childish trick like making an oath? Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed his finger. The black iron needle spun in the air and stopped in front of Qing Ming's forehead. He said, fellow Taoist Cheng, although your cultivation is at the 7th level of qi refinement, I'm afraid you don't have any power to resist this black iron needle. I won't take your life for the sake of your Qing clan's disciples' life last night. Consider yesterday's oath worthy. Haha, Qing Ming was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the black iron needle and said, you're only a 5th level qi refinement itinerant cultivator. Even if you have some secret skill to control the black iron needle, can you sneak attack a 7th level qi refinement cultivator? Can you kill a 7th level cultivator who's already prepared? If fellow Taoist Qing doesn't believe me, you can try. Lu Chongqi sneered. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Qing Ming actually raised his head and laughed. He shook his head slightly and said, itinerant cultivators, oh itinerant cultivators. As expected, they're all foolishly arrogant itinerant cultivators. Don't think you're invincible just because you can use the black iron needle. Right, fellow Taoist Lo, do you still remember the oath you made yesterday? Seeing Qing Ming's abnormal behavior, Lu Chongqi was stunned and his heart trembled. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I've long forgotten. If fellow Taoist wants to know, think about it yourself. Then, he looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. I have to stay away for a while and wait for the Huanhua sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Cheng, farewell. If you violate this oath, your spirit will no longer be at the mercy of others. You'll have to work like an ox or a horse for 100 years. Fellow Taoist Lo, do you still remember? Qing Ming sneered and slapped his hand. He took out a fist-sized, strange-looking bell from his storage bag. You. Qing Ming was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Qing Ming activate his magic power and shake the bell slightly. Ding, ding, ding. There was a soft sound. It was very ordinary, but the sound of the bell was like a bolt from the blue in Lu Chongqi's ears. His heart was about to swell. What made Lu Chongqi the most nervous was that with the sound of the bell, he felt like his body was about to float. Lu Chongqi knew that this was definitely not his body floating. When he thought of Qing Ming's oath, he suddenly realized that this feeling of floating was probably the precursor to his soul leaving his body. You. When did you do this? Lu Chongqi calmed down in horror and asked in a low voice. Hee, there's no time at all. I'll just strike fellow Taoist Li's palm when I'm making the vow. Qing Ming was obviously confident and said with a smile, of course, if fellow Taoist Lu keeps your oath, this puppet talisman will lose its effect after noon and won't affect you in the slightest. Chapter 1422. How could Lu Chongqi believe that? He shook his head with a wry smile. I have been scheming for a long time, but it's all for someone else. Fellow Taoist Lu, you're wrong. You're acting according to our plan yesterday. Qing Ming corrected him. Forget it, I'll return the robin to you now. Please let I go. Lu Chongqi lowered his head and pleaded. No need, fellow Taoist Lu. Since fellow Taoist likes to hold the robin bird, you can always hold it for this poor Taoist. Qing Ming sneered. This poor Taoist is very relieved to leave the robin bird with you. Who is it? Lu Chongqi felt a chill in his heart. He pointed his finger, and the black iron needle flew toward the air to Qing Ming's left. Qing Ming was startled when he saw Lu Chongqi move. He was about to ring the spirit's summoning bell when he saw the black iron needle flying to the side instead of between his eyebrows. He was slightly stunned and his head involuntarily tilted slightly. However, when Qing Ming saw that there was nothing in the air to his left, he cursed in his heart. However, when he turned to look at Lu Chongqi was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. However, when Qing Ming saw Lu Chongqi's appearance clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lu Chongqi was already holding the robin in his hand, and his thumb was the yellow talisman on the robin. Fellow Taoist Lo, why are you doing this? Qingming steadied his mind and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Lo wants to abide by yesterday's oath, I will remove the puppet talisman and return fellow Taoist Lo to your freedom. How about that? Lu Chongqi stared at Qingming for a long while, then sneered, fellow Taoist Qing, you must know that if this humble Taoist removes the yellow talisman on the robin bird, it will immediately escape. Even if this humble Taoist uses a little bit of strength, the robin bird will be crushed to death by this humble Taoist. Can this reckless robin bird let fellow Taoist Qing join the Huanhua sect? Fellow Taoist Lo wants to test Ai's family's puppet technique? Qingming laughed. No, I want to see if fellow Taoist or I is faster. Fellow Taoist Lo, didn't I just say? As long as you return the robin to I will remove the puppet talisman. Qingming said in a low voice. Yes, I do not dare to be careless when facing fellow Taoist Cheng's Haiqing prefecture. Lu Chongqi nodded and said, however, I hope that fellow Taoist Cheng will do as I say. Isn't it just removing your puppet talisman? What do you want I to do? Qingming was puzzled. Don't play dumb. Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed at the soul-absorbing bell in Qingming's hand. If I don't have this bell in my hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life, right? This. Qingming's expression changed drastically and he said anxiously, this soul-absorbing bell is an heirloom of the Qing clan. How can I give it to you? I don't care if it's an heirloom or not. If you don't let I feel at ease, I won't return the robin to you. Hee, if you want to delay, I'm not afraid. When the time comes, I'll hold the robin in my hand and be a disciple of the Huanhua sect. I don't believe that the Huanhua sect can't break your Qing clan's puppet technique. Lu Chongqi said confidently. Oh. Okay. Qingming lowered his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. How do you want to get the soul-absorbing bell? Fellow Taoist Qing and I will each put our things on the ground. We'll each go around and pick up the things on the ground at the same time. What do you think, fellow Taoist Qing? Lu Chongqi must have thought it through and said immediately. Okay, we'll do as fellow Taoist Lu says. Qingming's face was distorted, but he could only grit his teeth and agree firmly. Qingming put the soul-absorbing bell at his feet and Lu Chongqi also put the robin with the yellow talisman at his feet. Okay, fellow Taoist Qing, I'll start counting. After each count, we'll each take a step around the circle. Lu Chongqi said. Please. 1. Lu Chongqi shouted, and the two of them each took a step away from their original positions. 2. 3. 4. After Lu Chongqi counted 10 times, the two of them were already far away from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin. Seeing that they were about the same distance from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin, Lu Chongqi couldn't hold back anymore. When he shouted, 11, he flew up and pounced on the soul-absorbing bell. Qingming's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he watched Lu Chongqi fly up. As he flew towards the robin, he clapped his hand and a bell that looked exactly like the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Lu Chongqi, who was flying in the air, didn't panic when he saw Qingming. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. When he saw the other soul-absorbing bell, his body shook violently. He stopped in place and said in a trembling voice, You used a fake soul-absorbing bell to trick I? No way. Qingming shook his head and sneered. There are 2 soul-absorbing bells in the Qing family. As he said that, the soul-absorbing bell in his hand shook without hesitation. The feeling of floating appeared in Lu Chongqi's mind again. Lu Chongqi knew that if he felt that he was flying, his soul would be taken away by the soul-absorbing bell and he would become an unconscious puppet. In an instant, Lu Chongqi made a decision. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and suddenly cast a spell that he had been holding in his hand for a long time, hitting somewhere far away. Just after he cast the spell, Lu Chongqi's face was as white as a sheet. His other hand backhanded and hit his own forehead. But, the moment Lu Chongqi hit his forehead, a strange splendor suddenly appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. It turned out that Le Chongqi's gaze was on the robin with the yellow talisman stuck on it beside Qingming. It actually floated in the air, when Le Chongqi saw it, Qingming naturally noticed it too. He shouted and stabbed an ice thorn talisman at the top of the robin's head. Chi, as if a layer of paper was pierced, a tall and thin figure emerged in the air. It was Xiaohua with the robin in his hand. "How dare you!" Qingming was unable to restrain his anger. He channeled all the transcendence energy in his body and shot out the yellow talisman in his hand. He wanted to kill this little 4th-level Qi refining cultivator who had used the invisibility talisman to sneak up on him while he was fighting with Le Chongqi. However, Xiaohua's eyes were full of mockery when he saw the yellow talismans flying toward him. He also used his magic power to activate the flight talisman. His whole body flew into the air at a speed that Qingming couldn't even imagine. "You!" Qingming was horrified. Just as he was about to activate the flight talisman, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Before he could turn his head, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. A slender black iron needle pierced through his chest and chased after Xiaohua from afar. Qingming looked at his chest in disbelief. A drop of blood was oozing out of the wound. As early as when Le Chongqi cast the spell with all his might before his death, Qingming thought that it might be the black iron needle that flew away just now. However, because of Xiaohua's sudden appearance and taking away the robin, Qingming lost his vigilance. He didn't expect that. Le Chongqi's all-out attack would be so sharp that he, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was the only sentence Qingming could think of before he died. Xiaohua had become the fisherman. He flew in the air at top speed, always paying attention to the movements behind him. When he saw Qingming stabbed to death by the black iron needle, his figure also stopped. Seeing the black iron needle fly past him, he only grabbed it with his hand and caught it in the hollow of his palm. The black iron needle was heavy in his hand. The entire needle was black, and the tip of the needle flashed with a sharp light. "Good stuff," Xiaohua praised in his heart. He stored it in his space. Immediately, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. His figure suddenly flew down and took Le Chongqi and Qingkong's storage pouches, as well as the 2 soul-absorbing bells. When he landed on the ground again, he raised his hand and looked at the robin with a yellow talisman stuck on it. He drew back his mouth and laughed out loud. This is what it means to wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiaohua laughed foolishly. Looking at the robin, it was as if he could see his bright future in the rinsing flower sect. Just as he was about to put the robin into his bosom, at this moment, a voice came from the air. "If it were me, I would obediently put this robin on the ground and quickly flee far away. Only this way can I still preserve my life." Xiaohua found this voice very unfamiliar. He frowned and sneered. Which fellow Taoist is this? So arrogant? However, when he saw the cultivator flying in the air, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. He saw a 16-year-old youth in a pure white Taoist robe. His facial features were picturesque. Flying in the air, he looked like the legendary Golden Boy. Unfortunately, this youth was only at the 4th layer of Qi refining. No matter what, it was impossible for Xiaohua to feel threatened. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist has the confidence to kill I before I can crush this robin to death? Xiaohua sneered, seeing that fellow Taoist is also at the 4th layer of Qi refining just like I won't care about your rudeness. You'd better get out of here quickly. Pfft. The youth laughed out loud and said, "Fellow Taoist is indeed a 4th layer cultivator like I." These words are exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't think that fellow Taoist would actually beat me to it. Fellow Taoist must have lost his mind, right? Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to him. He activated his magic power and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a divine sense was released from the youth's back. It swept past Xiaohua's body with incomparable speed and immediately locked onto Xiaohua. Foundation establishment cultivator? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. His eyes widened as he looked at the youth's back in disbelief. Over there was an old man wearing white clothes. His face was slightly green and he had a brandy nose. He slowly flew out. Ah! Xiao Hua's heart chilled. This Foundation establishment old man was precisely the one he and Wuxia saw on their way to the Rinsing Flower sect. Greetings, senior. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and promptly bowed in greeting. I didn't think that the last robin would actually be obtained by you. The old man's tone was indifferent as he said, seeing that you have the same cultivation as Tong, this old man won't take your life. Take the robin and bring it over. Chapter 1423. Senior. Xiao Hua gazed at the Foundation establishment old man standing not too far away. In his heart, he was very reluctant to part with the robin in his bosom. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior's words are unreasonable. Since Senior knows that Junior's cultivation is shallow, you should know that Junior obtained this robin with great difficulty. Junior's future cultivation will be entrusted to this robin. Senior, won't you go look at the other two robin birds? You're too long-winded. Since I took a fancy to this robin bird, then I'll take this one. What right do you have to be long-winded? That young cultivator was somewhat impatient. He looked at the sky and said, It's almost noon. Do you think I still have time? The Foundation establishment old man's face turned cold. In a flash, he released his spiritual pressure, firmly suppressing Xiao Hua. The flow of true qi in his entire body was slightly sluggish, not to mention the circulation of his magic power. Alas, qi refining and Foundation establishment are really too far apart. This isn't a disparity in magic power, but an essential difference in realms. Previously, Xiao Hua still wanted to rely on his flying speed to waste time with the Foundation establishment old man and wait for the arrival of the Rinsing Flower sect disciples. However, as soon as the Foundation establishment old man released his spiritual pressure, Xiao Hua knew that as long as he couldn't compare with the old man in terms of spiritual pressure, he would never be able to escape the old man's pursuit. Cultivation is the eternal theme. Xiao Hua sighed. He took out the robin and sneered, Senior, Junior can't escape. However, Senior's spiritual pressure can't stop Junior's thoughts of fighting to the death. Junior only needs to pinch this robin to death. Presumably, Senior can't stop me, right? Just now, this fellow Daoist also clearly said that Senior already doesn't have time to look for other robin birds. This fellow Daoist's chance to pass the selection. I'm afraid there's no chance, right? Ha ha ha, the Foundation establishment old man raised his head and laughed heartily. He said, Junior, you actually have some backbone. However, did you forget why the Rinsing Flower sect set the selection criteria at the 4th level of qi refining? Huh? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. In a flash, the bottom of his heart became clear. So it turned out that the Huanhua sect had chosen disciples, for another reason. Just as Xiao Hua was in a daze, the Foundation establishment old man's figure suddenly moved. Several afterimages flashed by, and he was already in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his transcendence energy to dodge, but under the old man's pressure, the transcendence energy in his body was far from as smooth as before. Xiao Hua was helpless. He finally activated the yellow transmission talisman in his left hand when he saw the Foundation establishment old man. At the same time, his right hand exerted strength, wanting to crush the robin to death. However, the situation had long gone beyond Xiao Hua's control. Before his right hand could exert strength, he only felt a cool breeze blow past, and his hand was empty. That mockingbird had already been snatched away from Xiao Hua's hand by the approaching Foundation establishment old man using magic. Fortunately, just as the old man was making hand seals to attack Xiao Hua, the yellow teleportation talisman had already been activated. Xiao Hua's figure disappeared on the spot. Humph, a little fourth layer chi condensation cultivator actually wants to play tricks with this old man. The Foundation establishment old man coldly snorted. He waved his hand, and that mockingbird flew into the young cultivator's hand. At this moment, a thunderclap rang out, and the voice of a Huanhua sect disciple was heard. Noon has arrived. Which fellow Taoist has obtained a mockingbird? Please show yourself. All right, Tong, Although it's already been arranged, this old man still needs to hide first. You can go. The Foundation establishment old man waved his hand, and his figure sank into the ground and disappeared. Thank you, granduncle. That young cultivator bowed in salute, and immediately flew into the air. As for Xiao Hua, there was a slight dizziness in front of his eyes. By the time he looked again, his feet had already landed on the ground. He was inside a rather large palace hall. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, you also came back? I thought Noon had already arrived, but fellow Taoist Xiao still hadn't returned. Presumably. Kai Zhuxia's voice rang in Xiao Hua's ear with great astonishment. Xiao Hua's complexion was ashen. He looked at Kai Zhuxia, who was walking over from not too far away, and he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression wasn't right, Kai Zhuxia comforted him. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, fellow Taoist being able to escape with his life is already pretty good. I came early, and I heard from the fellow Taoist who came back earlier that there were a lot of casualties in the back mountain. Xiao Hua thought about the danger just now, and he really had a lingering fear. That was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he actually dared to threaten him. He really had been confused by the Huanhua sect's painting. Soon after, Xiao Hua looked all around. This palace hall was extremely large, but there were very few cultivators standing in it. With a rough look, there were only about 20 people. Kai Yuxia wasn't among them. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Kai, why don't I see the two disciples from Qin Yang's Kai family? They? Kai Zhuxia's expression was strange, and she said in a low voice, I heard from the fellow Taoist who came out earlier that only Kai Yuxia came out. Moreover, as soon as she came out, she immediately left in a hurry and didn't say anything. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was strange as soon as he came out and was looking everywhere, Kai Zhuxia suddenly came to a realization and said in alarm, could it be, Xiao Hua knew what Kai Zhuxia knew, so he nodded and said, Kai Yingxia was indeed killed by this. Kai Zhuxia sucked in a breath of cold air, and a trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua was just about to explain the course of events to Kai Zhuxia when he heard a sound coming from the palace hall's entrance in the distance. When he raised his eyes to look, he saw that the Huanhua sect's disciples were leading a group of cultivators to participate in the selection, and they were entering in a line. We'll talk about this later. Xiao Hua said in a low voice. I was also forced to take action because I had no other choice. Alas, I believe in fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuxia had followed Xiao Hua all the way here, and she still believed in Xiao Hua's character, but, this time, the target of Xiao Hua's attack was unexpectedly Qin Yang's Kai family, which really made things difficult for Kai Zhuxia. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he raised his eyes and looked over. In the center of the palace hall, the male and female disciples of the Huanhua sect were walking in front, while Yun Jicheng, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator were following behind them. The remaining 40 to 50 cultivators were hanging their heads, dejectedly following behind them. Needless to say, Yun Jicheng, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator should have passed this selection. Sure enough, at the head of the palace hall, on a high platform, a middle-aged late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was already sitting cross-legged at an unknown time. When the Huanhua sect's disciples led the three people to the front of the platform, that Foundation establishment cultivator said in a low voice, Jia, are these the three disciples who passed this time's selection? Reporting to Martial Uncle, Yun Jicheng, Mo Yang, and Yutong are the 3 disciples who passed this time selection. That male disciple, Jia, cupped his hands and saluted. Good. Have you verified that there's no mistake? This disciple personally checked the robin birds. They were released by this disciple. Moreover, these 3 robin birds are also alive. Jia said with a smile, this disciple has done this countless times, so it shouldn't be wrong. Good, then take these 3 disciples to the Jade Archive Hall to register. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator waved his hand and said. At this moment, a voice sounded from below the platform, Senior, this junior doesn't know if it's appropriate to ask. Who's making a ruckus? Jia frowned. As he spoke, he turned his head to look, only to see Xiaohua stepping out from the crowd and cupping his hands. That Yutong naturally also saw him, but his expression didn't change. He just looked on indifferently. Who are you? What do you want to ask? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator's divine sense swept over and asked very indifferently. This junior is a loose cultivator, Xiaohua. There's something that I don't understand. Xiaohua bowed again and asked, when this junior was participating in the selection, I met a Foundation Establishment senior. This senior snatched the robin birds that this junior had already obtained. There was such a thing? That Foundation Establishment Cultivator glanced at Jia, then turned his head and asked Xiaohua again, then what about the Foundation Establishment Cultivator? This junior doesn't know. I still need to ask fellow Taoist Yutong. Xiaohua pointed at Yutong and said. Reporting to Senior. Yutong stepped forward and said with a smile, this Xiaohua is purely talking nonsense. I snatched the robin birds from his hands. Because I was merciful, I didn't take his life. He came here first and slandered me, wanting to make trouble without reason. Xiaohua, I ask you, how did you catch this robin bird? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator asked. This junior snatched it from the hands of Qingming and Luchongqi. Xiaohua said truthfully. Apart from you and Yutong, the other cultivators are all at the 5th level of qi refining and above. What ability do you have to be able to snatch the robin birds from their hands? I don't believe your words. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator said coldly, even if Qingming and Luchongqi perished together and you took advantage of them, Yutong is also at the 4th level of qi refining like you. Yutong is at the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining, so it's normal for him to be able to snatch the robin birds from your hands. What's more? At the side, Jia said coldly, my Huanhua sex disciple selection only restricts the participation of cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining and above. It doesn't say that Foundation Establishment cultivators can't participate. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to climb up to others, he should first think it over clearly. Xiaohua's pupils constricted slightly as he gritted his teeth slightly, and he stared at Yutong as he spoke word by word. Since fellow Taoist Yu was able to seize the robin from Junior's hands, then his cultivation is surely higher than Junior's. Junior wants to compete with fellow Taoist Yu once more to see whose methods are more formidable. Absurd. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator slapped the jade table beside him and scolded, do you think my Huanhua sex disciple selection is child's play? If it's as you say, then all the cultivators in the main hall can make up excuses to compete with Yutong. They're all at the 5th level of qi refining and above, so how can Yutong be their match? Then what was my Huanhua sex previous disciple selection? This junior. Xiaohua was anxious, but he didn't know what to do. Forget it. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator sighed deeply and sat down. He said, seeing that you're eager to pursue the Tao, you're also very clever. I still lack a servant boy to tend the fire. If you're willing, I will be lenient and treat it as the selection for next year's disciple selection in advance. You can do that? The eyes of the several dozen children of aristocratic families next to him were filled with envy. This servant boy to tend the fire was admittedly an errand boy, but after all, he could approach the art of pill concocting and medicinal pills. In the future, his fated chances would also be extremely great. He could be considered a top-notch opportunity among the errand boys recruited by the Huanhua sect. Chapter 1424. A fire burner? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Wasn't this the chance he wanted? Still not agreeing? The female disciple who hadn't spoken until now sneered. It's rare for martial uncle to be so merciful. Still not kowtowing and thanking him? However, just as everyone was somewhat jealous and Wuxia was secretly happy for Xiao Hua sneered. Junior came to the Rinsing Flower sect to seek fairness. Junior relied on my own ability, risked my life, and obtained the robin according to your honorable sect's request, but, unexpectedly, in your honorable sect's back mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, the big bullied the small, using your honorable sect's reputation as the gambling stake. This is something I find shameful. I was robbed of my identity as a cultivation imparting disciple, not an insignificant fire burner. Since Senior can't uphold justice for Junior and give I a chance to pass the selection, then, Junior doesn't need to be a fire burner. Junior was rude. Junior will take his leave first. Xiao Hua bowed and saluted, turning around and leaving the main hall. He left behind several dozen children of influential families standing in the main hall. All of them looked at each other, their eyes brimming with amazement and confusion. Everyone had the same thought, is this still a 4th level chi condensation loose cultivator? Looking at the other jade token, which was also a 4th level chi condensation cultivator, everyone had an unimaginable feeling in their hearts. Could it be, today is an auspicious day for 4th level chi condensation cultivators? Rude child. The female disciple flew into a rage and pointed her finger. How can my Rinsing Flower sect's fairness be decided by your words alone? My Rinsing Flower sect is actually something you can come and go as you please? On the platform, the foundation building cultivator's face was also gloomy, causing Wuxia's heart to be raised high as she watched from the side. She clearly understood in her heart that to Xiao Hua, what he lacked was an opportunity to become a disciple of a famous sect. As long as he had this opportunity, Xiao Hua could definitely soar to the heavens. Even if a shameful scene really did happen in the Rinsing Flower sect's back mountain just now, this fire burner was still a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, after all, so Xiao Hua should have the opportunity to distinguish himself. Wuxia didn't know why Xiao Hua was making such an excuse. The foundation building cultivator slammed his hand on the jade table next to him and stood up from the futon. He pointed his finger and said, "That brat you." Seeing that the foundation establishment cultivator was about to get angry, a young disciple quickly ran into the hall. He was holding something in his hand and had a strange expression on his face. As he ran, he shouted, "Martial Uncle Lu, Martial Uncle Lu, the good fate token has appeared. The 99th good fate token has appeared." The foundation building cultivator originally stood up in anger, wanting to vent his anger on Xiao Hua. However, when he saw the young disciple rushing in and heard the disciples shout, the anger on his face had long disappeared. In an instant, it turned into astonishment and joy. As he flew down from the platform, he said in disbelief, "Yi Ming, really, has a good fate tablet? Good fate card?" At this moment, Xiao Hua had already walked to the entrance of the hall. He saw the young disciple brushing past him and heard the disciples shout. He slightly stopped and immediately saw that the foundation establishment cultivator's attention was focused on the so-called good fate token. His heart immediately relaxed and his feet didn't seem to stop. He quickly walked out of the hall. When the young disciple of the Huanhua sect who was holding something saw the foundation establishment cultivator fly down, he also stopped and pushed the thing in his hand forward. He had a smile on his face as he said, "Martial Uncle Lu, this disciple has examined it several times. If it wasn't for this disciple usually dabbling in all kinds of things in the library, it would absolutely be impossible for this disciple to be the first to see that this is the long-lost good fate token." That young disciple was standing not far from Wuxia. When Wuxia saw the thing in the disciple's hand clearly, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in her mind. Her mind immediately went blank. Her entire body was like a clay figurine, unable to move even a little bit. Good fate token. Good fate token. This is the legendary good fate token. Only a voice continuously shouted in Kai Zhuoxia's heart, I actually also have a good fate token from the Huanhua sect. The thing in the young disciple's hand was a palm-sized token. On the token, there were several clusters of bamboo that were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to dance on the token. It was exactly the same as the token that Xiao Hua gave to Kai Zhuoxia in Qing Fengmin's storage pouch. Let me see. The Foundation establishment cultivator landed in front of the young disciple and reached out his hand to take the token. He used his divine sense to scan it several times and then used his eyes to look at it again and again. He slightly nodded. This is indeed the legendary good fate token. That's right, Yi Ming, who is the one holding the good fate token? What is his request? Martial Uncle Lu, the one holding the good fate token, is a boy about 10 years old. His request isn't high. He just wants to enter our Huanhua sect and worship a grandmaster above the gold core stage as his master. Yi Ming smiled and said, however, this boy's cultivation is around the 3rd layer of the qi refining stage. It seems his foundation isn't bad. Alright, you go and bring him here. I will bring him to see the sect master. The Foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said, the remaining 2 good fate tokens are a thorn in the sect master's heart. He's afraid that the holder of the good fate tokens will make a difficult request. After hearing this news today, he'll definitely be very happy. Yes, I'll go out now. Yi Ming cupped his hands and walked down. Martial Uncle Lu. Yi Jia, who was next to him, interrupted at this time and asked, that little itinerant cultivator just now. Martial Uncle Lu was in a good mood at this time. Looking at the cultivators around him, he waved his hand and said, this kind of uncultured person really doesn't know etiquette. He's only fit to be an itinerant cultivator for the rest of his life. Why should we lower ourselves to his level? But Yi Jia opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. Who dares to believe the words of an itinerant cultivator? Even if he said it, who would dare to listen? Besides, does he dare to say it? Martial Uncle Lu knew what Yi Jia wanted to say. He sneered and looked at the cultivators in the main hall again, saying, on the contrary, these disciples of aristocratic families need to be reminded. Don't spread the nonsense of others blindly. Yes, I understand. Yi Jia nodded and said, all right, you can bring these disciples of aristocratic families who didn't pass the selection down. I'll wait for Yi Ming to bring that boy here. Then, I'll bring him and Yutong to the inner hall together. Martial Uncle Lu waved his hand and said. When Yi Jia turned around, Martial Uncle Lu transmitted his voice again, send a disciple out to take a look. If that itinerant cultivator hasn't gone far, Yi Jia nodded slightly and asked the disciples of aristocratic families to leave the main hall. Kai Zhuoxia walked at the back in a daze. She walked and stopped, as if her heart was full of hesitation. It wasn't until she was almost out of the main hall that she turned her head. Her eyes showed a trace of determination. She quickened her pace and caught up with the cultivator in front of her. Xiao Hua walked out of the main hall. He cried out in his heart that he was lucky. Soon after, he asked the boy outside the hall and hurriedly went to the guest pavilion. Inside the guest pavilion, there were 2 cultivators standing there. One was an old man with white hair and beard. Like Xiao Hua, his cultivation was at the 4th layer of qi refining. Next to him was a boy with bright eyes and white teeth. He looked very delicate and pretty. When the boy and the old man heard the footsteps, their faces showed joy. But when they saw Xiao Hua's age and cultivation, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Hua knew these 2 were the cultivators who took out the good fate card. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing the vigilance in their eyes, Xiao Hua didn't go up and ask for trouble. He hurriedly walked past them and left the guest pavilion. He urged his transcendence energy and flew into the air. Looking at the direction, he first slowed down. After flying for a while, he pushed his transcendence energy to the limit. After flying for about 10 li, he changed directions again and flew in the direction he and Wuxia came from. He found a mountain peak and a cave, then went in. Sure enough, not long after, several disciples around the 8th layer of qi refining flew out of the guest pavilion and chased after Xiaohua. Several hours later, when the sky was dark, dozens of aristocratic family disciples came out of the guest pavilion under the lead of Yi Jia and another female disciple. The dozens of disciples' faces were filled with disappointment and joy. They all cupped their hands and saluted the Huanhua sect disciples, then flew in different directions. Wuxia was among them. There were also several female cultivators beside Wuxia. After flying for several li, Wuxia bid farewell to those female cultivators and flew in another direction. Then, she landed on the foothills of a mountain and waited for a long time. Seeing that no one was following them, she found a cave and began to meditate. The night gradually deepened. Xiaohua sat cross-legged inside the cave. Moonstones were embedded all around the cave. In front of him, there were 2 identical bells, and there was also that black iron needle floating in the air. Xiaohua frowned. While looking at the small book in his hand, he formed different hand seals and sent them towards the black iron needle in the air. The black iron needle was originally quietly floating, but as Xiaohua sent out the hand seals, the black iron needle suddenly trembled. It violently shook up and down. It didn't listen to Xiaohua's hand seals at all. Huh. Why is this? Xiaohua looked at the small book and muttered to himself in astonishment, this hand seal isn't bad. Moreover, this black iron needle seems to be controlled by foundation establishment cultivators or peak qi refinement cultivators with divine sense. Luchongqi is in the 5th layer of qi refinement, how can he use it freely? I'm afraid there are some tricks. As Xiaohua thought about it, he flipped through the entire booklet but didn't find anything else. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the booklet into the space and took out Luchongqi's storage pouch. Xiaohua only took out the booklet from the storage pouch, he didn't touch anything else. Huh. I didn't expect that a loose cultivator like Luchongqi would have a lot of medicinal pills and spirit stones. Hee, there's even a Qingyi pill, the heavens are really helping me. Xiaohua was very happy and put all these things into his space. Finally, Xiaohua took out a dark red book from his storage pouch. This book was smaller and thinner than the small book from before. Could it be some kind of cultivation technique? Xiaohua opened the booklet as he thought about it. When he finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. No wonder. Luchongqi can move the black iron needles without relying on his spiritual sense, so the secret lies here. Chapter 1425. After reading the contents of the booklet, Xiaohua sighed and said, I'm really ignorant. I always thought that dripping blood to recognize a master was a method used by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to use magic treasures. I didn't think that someone could actually open up a new path and create such a technique to use on magic treasures. Moreover, after successfully practicing this technique, one can actually freely control magic treasures like black iron needles. No wonder Luchongqi, a loose cultivator, dared to cooperate with Qingming. This move of his is really powerful. Although I didn't become a disciple of the Huanhua sect this time, I was able to obtain such a strange technique. There's also the Qing family's soul-absorbing bell. This trip was not in vain. Xiaohua thought. He put the booklet in his hand into the space and closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. Then, he stretched out his right hand and a drop of blood was forced out from his fingertip and floated in the air. Xiaohua's eyes were not open. He stretched out both hands and activated all the magic power in his body. Different techniques were sent into the drop of blood one after another. That drop of blood gradually boiled. In the end, it was actually elongated. Xiaohua pointed his finger and the drop of blood flew forward and landed on the black iron needle in the air, wrapping around the black iron needle. The black iron needle seemed to have a mind of its own as it violently trembled in the air. Xiaohua did not mind at all. His hands moved again and hit the black iron needle. Along with the dripping of sweat from Xiaohua's forehead, the blood gradually seeped into the black iron needle. The black iron needle also slowly calmed down. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, "Quick!" The black iron needle shook again and another layer of black blood seeped out from inside. Xiaohua knew that this was the drop of blood that Le Chongqi used to refine the black iron needle. He opened his mouth and blew. The black blood condensed into a drop and dripped down from the black iron needle. It fell to the ground and disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua used the technique to control the black iron needle. The black iron needle was no longer the least bit cryptic. Following the technique in Xiaohua's hands, it nimbly shuttled back and forth in the cave like a fish. "Go!" Xiaohua shouted. The black iron needle quickly rushed into the stone wall as if it was piercing tofu. It went straight several feet deep. Soon after, Xiaohua hooked his finger and the black iron needle flew back. "My goodness, this thing is really not an ordinary kind of powerful." Xiaohua smiled until his eyes curved into a thin crescent moon. I don't know if I can control the black iron needles with my blurry senses that are similar to divine thoughts. It's a pity that I don't have a way to use my divine sense. Otherwise, I could give it a try." Xiaohua thought of his perception of his surroundings. After familiarizing himself with the black iron needle, Xiaohua puts it into his space. Looking at the soul-absorbing bell on the ground, he smiles. "I wonder if Qingming's storage pouch has a soul-absorbing talisman. If it does, it can be used together with the soul-absorbing bell. It's a very difficult weapon to guard against." Thinking of this, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put the soul-absorbing bell into his space. Then, he took out Qingming's storage pouch. Qingming's storage pouch was obviously richer than Le Chongqi's. Not only were there marrow-cleansing pills and other medicinal pills, but there were also several pieces of top-grade spirit stones. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that there was also a large pile of strange-looking yellow talismans and a few booklets. Could it be that there's a basic cultivation method? Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flipped through the booklets. Unfortunately, these booklets were all related to something called soul incantation, and it was far from the cultivation technique he was cultivating. "AI, why is it so difficult to find a cultivation method?" Xiaohua muttered. He threw all these things into his space, leaving only one booklet for him to read carefully. This. Why is the Qing family's magic so strange? There are actually soul refining, soul capturing, and soul scattering techniques in the booklet. This soul incantation seems to be, the talisman in the booklet is somewhat similar. Xiaohua had already read a lot of the booklets in Jinghua City. He had a simple understanding of the so-called talisman. Now that he saw the soul incantation, he couldn't help but compare the two. After looking at the booklet for a long time, it was already late at night. Xiaohua took out a clear ripple pill and swallowed it, cultivating the basic cultivation method of raising fire to burn the heavens. The next morning, Xiaohua came out of the cave. He took out Kai Zhuoxia's summoning talisman and urged it with his magic power. The summoning talisman turned into a scarlet light and flew out. Xiaohua looked in the direction it came from and saw that it wasn't the direction of the Huanhua sect. He was relieved. In less than an hour, Kai Zhuoxia flew over. When she saw Xiaohua, she didn't cup her hands to greet him. She only gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Fellow Daoist Xiao. You have great courage and spirit." When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled wryly and waved his hand repeatedly. "Please excuse me, fellow Daoist Kai. If it wasn't for yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Huanhua sect." Kai Zhuoxia was stunned. She then heard Xiaohua explain, My cultivation is still not deep enough. My shrewdness is too shallow. I shouldn't have told the Huanhua sect disciples that a foundation-building cultivator appeared in the mountain behind the Huanhua sect. Fellow Daoist Xiao means. Wuxia suddenly realized and asked. Exactly. Xiao Hua nodded. That young cultivator called Yutong said at the back of the mountain why the Huanhua sect set the qualifications to cultivate at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm and above? It's because he's at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm. So that's how it is. Wuxia looked pensive, but she soon became somewhat puzzled. The Huanhua sect accepting disciples is their own business. It doesn't matter who they accept. Why make it so complicated? Xiao Hua spread his hands and smiled wryly. I also don't know about this. However, looking at that martial Uncle Lu's appearance, he seems to know about this matter. If I hadn't pretended to be angry and left the main hall, I'm afraid I would have been their servant for the rest of my life. Fellow Daoist Xiao, aren't you afraid of that foundation building senior? I'm afraid, but I thought that since there are so many children of influential families in the main hall, he shouldn't make a move too obviously. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean there's something fishy going on inside? Xiao Hua smiled and said, but it seems that if some good fate card hadn't appeared, I's good or bad luck would have been hard to predict. Oh, right, what's a good fate card? What's its use? Wuxia's expression was strange. She stared at Xiao Hua for a long time and asked, fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't know? Me? Should I know? Xiao Hua asked very strangely. Oh, since fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't know, I will tell fellow Daoist Xiao. Wuxia hurriedly put away her gaff and explained, legend has it that several large cultivation sects in the country of Shi received the favor of some seniors when they were building their sections. In order to express their gratitude and repay these seniors, these sects created some good fate cards and gave them to these seniors. They also swore in the name of their sects that as long as these seniors or their descendants came to the sect with a good fate card, these sects would agree to a request that wasn't too excessive. Ah. That good. Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. He smacked his lips and said, if I had such a good fate card, wouldn't I be able to directly enter the Huanhua sect as a disciple? Oh, this request isn't too excessive, right? Wuxia pursed her lips and said, it's not excessive. Yesterday, that boy requested to enter the Huanhua sect with a gold core stage cultivator as his master. Gold core stage? Isn't that excessive? Xiao Hua said with great admiration. It's just an apprenticeship, what's there to be excessive about? Wuxia said with a smile, I remember that several hundred years ago, there was a cultivator who held a good fate card and asked Xuanyan School to help him destroy a sect. Ah. This really happened? Of course. However, that sect wasn't too big. Moreover, that cultivator's entire sect was wiped out. That cultivator saw that he had no hope of revenge, so he asked Xuanyan School for help. When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart burned with passion. If he had a good fate card, maybe he could ask Huanhua's sect to destroy 100 Herbs Gate. He just didn't know if 100 Herbs Gate was considered a large sect in the eyes of Huanhua sect. Also, why did that foundation establishment cultivator's expression change so much when he saw the good fate card? He didn't even care about I anymore? Xiao Hua asked again. This good fate card is only a legend. Because the seniors that each sect wanted to thank were different, the number of good fate cards they sent out was also different. For example, Xuanyan School and Qiqiao sect only sent out a dozen or so they took them back long ago. As for Huanhua sect, it said that they sent out a total of 100 good fate cards. It said that they've already taken back 98 good fate cards. Yesterday's good fate card was the 99th good fate card. Once that heavenly child enters Huanhua sect, they'll only be left with the last one. Oh, I understand. If this thing isn't taken back, their sect leader will probably be worried all day long. If by any chance an extremely difficult request is made, they'll probably be helpless, right? Fellow Daoist Xiao is right, that's exactly the case. Afterwards, Wuxia didn't seem to want to talk about the good fate card anymore. She asked again, fellow Daoist Xiao, Wuxia, what's going on? Can you tell I now? it's simple. Xiaohua nodded and told her everything that happened. He said with a smile, Kai Yuxia and the others must have misunderstood and wanted to kill I to destroy your Liang Kai family's strength, right? Alas, that's exactly the case. Kai Zhuxia nodded with a gloomy expression. In order to maintain their Kai family's orthodoxy, Qingyang Kai family has always used methods of suppressing branch bloodlines like mine. If I entered Huanhua sect, it would definitely have a huge impact on Qingyang Kai family. That's why they were so ruthless. I knew this, that's why I deliberately avoided them. I've implicated fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua shook his head. I's fine, but yesterday's matter should have affected Liang Kai family, right? It shouldn't be. After all, fellow Daoist Xiao has nothing to do with my Kai family. Kai Zhuxia shook her head. That's good. Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, he asked again, fellow Daoist Kai, where are you going to travel next? Kai Zhuxia said with a smile, the opportunity to enter Huanhua sect is gone, and there's still more than half a year to wait for Xuanyan's embryonic breathing pill. I've been away from home for a long time, so I want to take advantage of this free time to go back and take a look. Fellow Daoist Xiao, do you have time to return to Luyang with I? Hearing Kai Zhuxia say that she wanted to return to Luyang Kai family, Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I followed fellow Daoist Kai to 1,000 Feet Peak and Qiming Mountain Range and gained many benefits. I originally wanted to repay fellow Daoist Kai by asking fellow Daoist to come with me to a place where I can obtain fire essence flame crystals. Since that's the case, I can only go by myself. Chapter 1426. Fire Essence Flame Crystal. Kai Zhuxia's face lit up when she heard this. Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't even know what a Fire Essence Flame Crystal is? How do you know where to find such a precious spirit stone? The name I know isn't Fire Essence Flame Crystal, but Fire Essence. Only after hearing fellow Daoist Kai's description did I know that it was Fire Essence Flame Crystal. Xiaohua said. In that case, the place fellow Daoist Xiao knows. I'm afraid it's extremely hidden. Exactly. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and roughly described the location of that place. Kai Zhuxia frowned and shook her head. The place fellow Daoist Xiao mentioned seems to be Flame Forest Swamp. But Flame Forest Swamp doesn't have a place like the one fellow Daoist described, and it doesn't have the name fellow Daoist mentioned. Xiaohua smiled. Of course, even the name of the Fire Essence Flame Crystal is different, so the location is naturally different. However, since fellow Daoist Kai doesn't want to go, then just tell I the location of Flame Forest Swamp in detail. When I get the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, I'll go to Luyang's Kai family to find fellow Daoist, and then we'll go to Xuanyan school together. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Xiao. Kai Zhuxia said embarrassedly. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can only let fellow Daoist Xiao go alone. No matter, I also want to see Fairy Hongxia. When I return from Flame Forest Swamp, I'll go pay a visit to Sister Hongxia. Xiaohua smiled. And then I and my sister will wait for you at home. Kai Zhuxia cupped her hands and smiled, clearly explaining the location of the Flame Forest Marsh and how to get there. After Xiaohua memorized it, she reminded him, fellow Daoist Xiao, the Flame Forest Marsh is no small matter. It's a place even more dangerous than the Sobbing Meng Mountains. We haven't even entered the Sobbing Meng Mountains, and we've only been in the periphery, yet we've already encountered a lot of trouble. There's no need to even mention the Flame Forest Marsh. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But if we don't go, where will we get the Fire Essence Flame Crystal? If we can't get it, then we can't get it. Let's get the Foundation breathing pill first. I am still somewhat different from fellow Daoist Kai. Fellow Daoist Kai has his family's cultivation method to practice, but I don't have any cultivation method. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. According to that Zhuo Qingyuan's meaning, if we have enough fire essence flame crystals, the Xuanyan Church will give I a pleasant surprise. To I, what is a pleasant surprise? That was a cultivation method. Even if it was a 6th or 7th layer aura refining cultivation method, it wouldn't be much to Xuanyan school, but I was precisely lacking it. This flame forest swamp. I must go and take a look. Wuxia was speechless. She sighed and cupped her hands. Then. I wish fellow Daoist Xiao a smooth trip. I await fellow Daoist Zhao's arrival in Luyang. Alright, fellow Daoist Kai, farewell. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Wuxia, then flew up into the air. He activated the flight talisman and flew in the direction of the flame forest swamp. However, just as Xiao Hua flew up, he saw Wuxia hesitating behind him. She immediately urged her magic power to chase after him and shouted, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, eh? Fellow Daoist Kai, is there anything else?" Xiao Hua had already flown quite far in an instant. When he heard Wuxia's shout, he was very flabbergasted and stopped. He looked at the smile on Wuxia's face and asked in amazement. "Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao has accompanied I to 2 places. This flame forest swamp is the first time fellow Daoist Xiao has mentioned going. How can I refuse fellow Daoist's kind intentions? I will risk my life to accompany fellow Daoist this once." Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed and said, "We're only going to look for fire essence flame crystals. How could we be risking our lives?" Fellow Daoist Kai said that I was scared in my heart. Hee, let's go, fellow Daoist Xiao. Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. She led Xiao Hua and flew in another direction. Fellow Daoist Kai, isn't this direction wrong? Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. Wuxia shook her head and said, "The direction I told fellow Daoist Xiao before is to fly directly. I'm afraid it'll take more than 2 months. It's really a delay. The closest city to here is Yenyuan City. There's a teleportation formation there that directly passes through Shihuang Town. Shihuang Town is only 10 days away from Flame Forest Swamp. I also need 10 days to reach Yenyuan City. I also need to go to Yenyuan City to return to Luyang. This calculation can be considered convenient. Why don't I accompany fellow Daoist Xiao to Flame Forest Swamp? After returning from Flame Forest Swamp, it won't be too late for I to return to Luyang." Xiao Hua scratched his head and said very awkwardly, "Many thanks for fellow Daoist Kai's guidance. I haven't used a teleportation formation yet, so I didn't even think in that direction. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Kai, I would have to fly these 2 months. I was also careless." Wuxia covered her mouth and said, "When fellow Daoist Xiao was asking for directions, he also didn't hesitate to tell me the direct route. If I hadn't suddenly thought of it before flying, would have really troubled fellow Daoist Xiao." With that, Wuxia led Xiao Hua in the direction of Yenyuan City. They flew for more than 10 days. During this time, Xiao Hua and Wuxia were not in a hurry. During the day, they flew slowly with the speed of a 5th-level qi refining cultivator. At night, Xiao Hua was still diligently cultivating. Xiao Hua obtained a lot of medicinal pills from Qingming and Lechongqi. In these 10 days, he consumed a lot of them. Wuxia saw Xiao Hua's cultivation increase little by little. When they arrived near Yenyuan City, Wuxia couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I want to ask, what kind of cultivation technique is fellow Daoist cultivating?" It actually allowed fellow Daoist to increase his cultivation from the early 4th layer qi refining stage by quite a bit in just 10 days. Then, she felt that it was inappropriate and explained, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't think too much. I just feel that the growth of cultivation is based on the understanding of the realm. If you blindly focus on increasing your magic power, I'm afraid you're neglecting the fundamentals and seeking the end of the road. It's not good for fellow Daoist Zhao's future development." Xiao Hua smiled and took out the cultivation technique, raising fire to the heavens, and said, this poor Taoist currently only has this cultivation technique, and only the first 5 layers. This poor Taoist can't see what's so special about this cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist Kai. If you're interested, there's no harm in picking it up and taking a look. This. Kai Wuxia didn't expect Xiao Hua to take out the cultivation technique so quickly. She was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, she took it and said, "No matter what, I have seen my Kai clan's 10th layer Qi refining cultivation technique. Let's compare it and see if there's anything strange about it." As she spoke, she generously flipped through the cultivation technique. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Kai Wuxia finished reading it and handed it back to Xiao Hua. Then, she lowered her head and pondered. After a while, she raised her head and said, "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This cultivation technique is very crude. Its profoundness is far inferior to my Kai clan's cultivation technique. This poor Taoist knows this. Even this cultivation technique was obtained with great difficulty by this poor Taoist." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, just tell me if there's anything wrong with it." "It's not that there's anything wrong with it. This cultivation technique is very simple and ordinary. I can't see anything wrong with it." Kai Wuxia shook her head and said, "However, from the perspective of this cultivation technique, it's impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to improve so much every day." When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Xiao used such an inferior cultivation technique to advance so quickly. "I'm afraid you've lost your steady path. If your magic power suddenly increases without reaching your realm, I'm afraid you'll suffer a backlash from your magic power, and your Tao foundation will be damaged. Moreover, Senior Li actually said that every layer of the 12th layer of Qi refining has a bottleneck. Ordinary cultivators are afraid of this bottleneck, but in the eyes of the true disciples of famous sects, this bottleneck is instead a process of checking and perfecting this layer of cultivation. It's absolutely impossible to force a breakthrough. The longer you stay at this bottleneck, the more perfected this layer of cultivation will be. Only when this bottleneck is naturally passed and you enter the next layer of cultivation will you be able to go further in the future." Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you see Senior Li? He was tempted by the temptation of entering the foundation building realm and only suppressed his cultivation at the peak of the Qi refining realm. If it weren't for the matter of 1,000 feet peak, I'm afraid Senior Li would have stayed there for a long time, right? Check. Perfected? When Xiao Hua heard this explanation, his brows furrowed tightly. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Xiao, from the first layer of Qi refining to the early 4th layer of Qi refining now, it seems, you broke through the bottleneck by force. Especially the bottleneck from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of Qi refining, you broke through it right in front of I. To tell the truth, I was really shocked. This kind of speed, even my younger sister can't catch up to you. Seeing Xiao Hua frown, Kai Wuxia hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude isn't good enough. Alas, it's also not that fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude isn't good enough." Kai Wuxia didn't know how to explain and only said, "I also had the same idea as fellow Taoist Xiao at that time. I only wanted to quickly advance my cultivation and practice my Kai clan's cultivation technique to the highest level. But after hearing Senior Li's words, I realized that compared to a cultivation sect, not only cultivation techniques, even the details are far inferior. Therefore, seeing fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation advancing so quickly, I was afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao would repeat I's mistakes, so I said it." After saying this, Kai Wuxia let out a long breath. Xiao Hua scratched his head and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Kai. To tell the truth, fellow Taoist doesn't know about this, and I also don't know. I heard about the bottleneck from the previous sect master, but when I was in Shanghuaming, not to mention the bottleneck, even my cultivation didn't increase at all. Now that I'm cultivating, between each layer, it seems like there aren't any bottlenecks. When I cultivate, it's just like normal. As for what Senior Lee said about understanding a lot during the bottleneck, I'm afraid that I will also have to be like Senior Lee and use talismans to suppress it. This. How could Kaixuxia believe him? She could only say in a low voice, the fourth layer of qi refining is the transition between the low and middle stages of qi refining. Fellow Taoist Xiao should be careful. Saying this, Kaixuxia pointed with her finger and said, about 2 hours in front of us is Yenyuan City. We'll rest in Yenyuan City for a day, see if there's anything like that, buy some yellow talismans and medicinal pills, and then go to the legendary place. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. Xiaohua didn't explain and cupped his hands. Chapter 1427. Inside Yenyuan City, people of all walks of life stood shoulder to shoulder. The streets were bustling with activity and it was extremely lively. On both sides of the wide street, there were various shops with flags waving in the wind. Cultivators of different cultivation levels came and went like flowing water. Xiaohua looked at the completely different style of Jinghua City and couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that Jinghua City was already extremely lively, but compared to Yenyuan City, it's still lacking by quite a bit. Kaixuxia pursed her lips and said, fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. Jinghua City and Yenyuan City both have their own unique characteristics. Both are places that cultivators like us often visit. It's just that Jinghua City separates the high-level cultivators from the low-level cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao has only been to the west of the city and has never seen the bustle of the north of Jinghua City. Could it be that there are more high-level cultivators than low-level cultivators? Xiaohua asked curiously. I have also never been to the north of the city. Kaixuxia shook her head and said, however, it's said that the 7 major cities of the country of Shi each have their own unique characteristics. None of them can be compared to other cities. 7 major cities? Jinghua City, Yenyuan City. What other cities are there? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to ask, he saw on the street not far away, 3 tall horse-like spirit beasts stepping on faint clouds. Behind them, they were pulling a carriage carved with countless gorgeous runes. They were flying extremely quickly from afar. What are these things? Xiaohua looked at the carriage and the spirit beasts, then looked at the people on the street who were all avoiding them. He couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a flying feather beast. It's a first-grade spirit beast with a strength around the 5th level of qi refinement. Kaixuxia smiled and explained, this flying feather beast has the most docile temperament. Furthermore, it has great strength and can fly. Many cultivators have captured them and used them as carriages or mounts. I heard that some sects, such as the spirit husbandry sect, even raise these spirit beasts and sell them to the outside world. What an eye-opener. Xiaohua muttered. The flying feather beast simply flew past his eyes. Its 4 hooves didn't touch the ground at all. Every time it moved, faint lotus-like clouds would emerge from its hooves. The carriage pulled by the flying feather beast also didn't have any common wheels. It only had a frame that flickered with a faint light. Aside from the driver, a cultivator in the 7th layer of qi refining, there were 2 other cultivators sitting behind the carriage. One was a man and the other was a woman. Xiaohua couldn't see through the man's cultivation base, but the woman was in the 10th layer of qi refining. The female cultivator wasn't wearing a common Taoist robe. Instead, she was wearing a very flirtatious outfit. Her snow-white belly button and soft breasts were all exposed. Looking at the female cultivator's face, she was exceptionally beautiful. There was a myriad of flirtatious expressions between her brows. When her eyes wandered, it caused many male cultivators to salivate. The flying car flew past Xiaohua's eyes, and there was actually a faint fragrance left in the air. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kaixuxia's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ears. Oh, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. He retracted his gaze from the flying car that was far away, and his face was slightly hot as he replied. Fellow Daoist Xiao, looking very envious? Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. This. Fellow Daoist Kai, please don't tease me. I have never seen a female cultivator dressed like this before. Xiao Hua was actually quite honest and spoke the truth. Is that so? Kai Wuxia blinked her eyes and asked with some disbelief, I thought fellow Daoist was looking at that gold core cultivator. This. Xiao Hua was at a loss for words. Of course, didn't Kai Wuxia ask the same question? Right, fellow Daoist Kai, this female cultivator seems different from ordinary female cultivators? Of course she's different. The corners of Kai Wuxia's mouth revealed an expression that was unknown whether it was a bitter smile or a mocking one. She said, this female cultivator is that gold core cultivator's concubine. Although her cultivation is profound, this cultivation was exchanged for being a cultivation furnace for that gold core cultivator. Concubine? Xiao Hua was stunned, but soon understood. He said with a smile, so they were originally dual cultivation partners? Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. Fellow Daoist Xiao is wrong. A concubine is a concubine. It's different from dual cultivation partners. Huh? Is there a difference? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and asked very casually. Kai Wuxia's face turned red, and she said in a low voice, this kind of thing. Seeing Kai Wuxia's shyness, Xiao Hua came to a realization. His face immediately became hot, and he looked away. After a while, he heard Kai Wuxia say in a low voice, fellow Daoist Xiao, dual cultivation only exists when the difference in cultivation between male and female cultivators isn't big. If the difference in cultivation between the two is big, it's impossible to dual cultivate. Female cultivators can only be the male cultivator's concubine, or even a cultivation furnace for the male cultivator to increase his cultivation. Huh? When Xiao Hua heard this, he suddenly thought of the matter between Kai Wuxia and Li Zongbao. He looked at Kai Wuxia again. At this time, the blush on her face had completely disappeared, and there was only hidden bitterness in her eyes. After becoming a male cultivator's concubine, admittedly, she can break through the bottleneck for a while and even set foot into the foundation building realm, but her cultivation in this life can only stop here. Even after she grows old and her beauty declines, there will be even more pain. And Xiao Hua nodded silently and followed Kai Wuxia slowly walking on the side of the road. Of course, there are also many female cultivators who become concubines just for this period of pleasure. There are even some small cultivation groups that specialize in recruiting female cultivators and teaching them the Tao of charming dance and the art of the boudoir. They specialize in currying favor with female cultivators with profound cultivation bases. Kai Wuxia sighed for a long time then said, the female cultivator that fellow Daoist Xiao saw just now, if nothing unexpected happened, should be a disciple from the Immortal Beauty School. There's such a school? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. Of course. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Cultivation techniques are hard to find. Cultivators without cultivation techniques, regardless of whether they're male or female, will try their best to find one. This is nothing. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly. As the two of them walked, they arrived in front of an inn. Kai Wuxia took a look then said with a smile, there's no harm in us resting here today. Tomorrow, we'll go look for that EG place. How about it? Xiao Hua naturally didn't have any objections. Thereupon, the two of them paid the spirit stones and each found a room to stay in. Xiao Hua stayed in the room for a while. He felt it was still early, so he got up and looked for Kai Wuxia, wanting to invite her to go out and take a look together. Kai Wuxia was currently in a melancholic mood, so how could she be in the mood to stroll around? Xiao Hua had no choice but to leave the inn by himself. He asked the waiter for the direction of EG and went there by himself. After Xiao Hua left the inn, he walked along the street. Just as he walked a few steps, he saw a shop selling medicinal pills on the side of the road. Xiao Hua's heart was moved, and he turned around to go inside. A shop assistant saw him coming in and greeted him with a smile. He asked, "Senior, what kind of medicinal pills do you want to buy?" Xiao Hua looked left and right. This was a rather large shop. There were many flashes of brilliance on the surrounding walls. Under the wall, there was also a row of jade tables. There were many jade bottles placed on top of the tables. They were probably used to store medicinal pills. There were already 4 or 5 refinement cultivators in the shop, and each of them had a shop assistant accompanying them. "I want to see if there are any medicinal pills that can increase magic power, such as clear fragrance pills and the like. I wonder if your shop sells them." Xiao Hua said straightforwardly. "Clear fragrance pills?" The shop assistant was slightly stunned, then he immediately put on a smile and said, "Senior's eyes are indeed good. Yesterday, my humble shop just received a batch of cultivation increasing medicinal pills. Among them, there are clear fragrance pills. I wonder how many does Senior need?" "Huh? You really have them?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed and quickly asked, "How many clear fragrance pills does your shop have?" "This. I wonder how many does Senior need?" The shop assistant asked with a smile. "The more the better, the more the better." Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and smiled. He didn't expect that he would actually find clear fragrance pills in this unremarkable shop. "Great." The shop assistant clapped his hands, then bowed and said, "Senior, please follow I to the second floor. I will ask my shopkeeper to personally come." Following the shop assistant's direction, sure enough, in the corner of the shop, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. "Assistant. When did your shop have clear fragrance pills? Why didn't you tell I?" Just when Xiao Hua was about to take a step, a sharp voice rang out. Xiao Hua turned his head to look. It was a young female cultivator with curved eyebrows, slender eyes, and beautiful black clouds in her hair looking over here. She said very reproachfully, "Senior Shui. It's not that I don't want to say, it's that Senior didn't ask at all." The shop assistant turned his head and said. He seemed to be very familiar with this female cultivator. The female cultivator quickly walked over. Xiao Hua calmly looked at her. That female cultivator wasn't wearing an ordinary Daoist robe, but rather a gorgeous dress. The light yellow robe was loosely covering her body, and her snow-white skin was dazzling under the contrast of the light yellow robe. Her chest was somewhat protruding, and as she walked, it slightly rippled. "I am Shui Shui. Fellow Daoist, you look very unfamiliar. I'm afraid you're not a cultivator from Yenyuan City, right?" The female cultivator walked in front of Xiao Hua, cupped her hands in greeting, and asked very politely. "I am Xiao Hua. I was passing by Yenyuan City and just happened to walk into this shop. Hee, meeting is fate. Also, I am also looking for clear fragrance pills. If fellow Daoist doesn't mind, I also want to go up and take a look." Shui Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Her red and moist lips were slightly curved, very tasteful. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Clear fragrance pills are from other people's shops. If fellow Daoist wants to take a look, then please take a look. However, clear fragrance pills. I'm afraid for fellow Daoist Shui who is at the 8th level of Qi refinement, won't have much effect." Shui Shui raised her eyebrows and said, "That's not necessarily true. If I buy the clear fragrance pills in a while, fellow Daoist mustn't say that I am bullying the weak." Shui Shui's skin was like snow, and her features were like a painting. For a moment, Xiao Hua really couldn't tell whether she was older or younger than him. He could only bitterly smile and said, "If it's just based on cultivation, I can call fellow Daoist senior. However, fellow Daoist, are you willing to call fellow Daoist old like I?" Hee, Shui Shui pursed her lips and giggled. She said, "I didn't expect that. Fellow Daoist Shui looks so honest, but you're so glib-tongued. This penniless Daoist can't bear to snatch the Qing Yi pill from your hands." Chapter 1428. The second floor of this shop looked a little empty, but there were some scrolls on the walls and some spirit herbs everywhere. These decorations seemed to have taken a lot of effort. Although Xiaohua didn't understand, he could still see a trace of elegance. It was much more comfortable than the first floor that was purely selling things. After the shop assistant served some spirit fruits, he asked Xiaohua and Shui to sit on the few chairs on the second floor. He went straight up the stairs to the third floor. Xiaohua picked up a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. He gently bit into it, and a juice full of the taste of wine flowed down his throat. Then, a kind of drunken feeling rushed into his mind. Xiaohua had never liked the taste of wine, and even more so, the feeling of drunkenness. He didn't expect this spirit fruit to be like this. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately mobilized his true qi, wanting to expel this disgusting feeling. Shui looked at him with interest. She also took this kind of spirit fruit, but she didn't put it in her mouth. Seeing Xiaohua frown and a trace of redness on his face, she said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a heart intoxication fruit. It's the favorite of male cultivators. Fellow Taoist shouldn't use true qi to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, the feeling of drunkenness will be greatly reduced, the feeling of drunkenness." Xiaohua felt waves of faint in his mind. He bitterly smiled in his heart and said, "This feeling, what's so good about it?" However, this dizziness was also very light. It didn't seem to affect the circulation of true qi in Xiaohua's mind, and it wouldn't put him in a dangerous situation. A moment later, the dizziness suddenly disappeared, and an unprecedented comfort came from his brain. That comfort was like a tide that flowed down from the top of his head, and quickly spread throughout his body. "Ah!" An instinctive groan came out from Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as this sound came out, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. But then, another seductive sound came from Shui's mouth. Shui's eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed. Her cherry-red lips were also slightly closed. She was obviously enjoying it. There's no mistake. When Xiaohua saw this, his little heart couldn't help but slightly jump. Even his mouth was a little dry. He smacked his lips and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you feel?" Shui opened her somewhat blurred eyes. Her voice carried a moan as she asked faintly. Very good." Xiaohua trembled and hurriedly replied. "Fellow Taoist, you don't want to enjoy another one?" Shui asked again. Xiaohua was in a slightly sorry state. His conditioned reflex was to wave his hand, but just as he raised his hand, he saw a trace of craftiness in Shui's eyes. His heart stirred. He stretched out his hand, picked up a heart intoxication fruit, and said with a smile, "I'm risking my life to accompany a beauty. If fellow Taoist Shui wants to eat, then I will also eat one." "Beauty? Hee. Shui's eyes regained their clarity. She covered her mouth and laughed. "No one has called me that for many years. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly different from the rest." "Really? I feel that it is precisely because fellow Taoist Shui is different that I am different." Xiaohua looked at the heart intoxication fruit in his hand and said with a smile. "Ha. Shui laughed very straightforwardly and said, "Eating one heart intoxication fruit every day is the most suitable. If you eat too many, it will be detrimental to your Tao heart. I won't eat it. Fellow Taoist Xiao also doesn't need to risk his life." Hee. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Shui." Xiaohua smiled and also put the heart intoxication fruit into the jade plate. "Fellow Taoists, I've been waiting for a long time." At this moment, a somewhat aged voice came from the stairs. An old man about 50 years old, about the 10th level of qi refinement, walked down the stairs and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiaohua and Shui both stood up. Shui returned the greeting and said, "Greetings, shopkeeper Lu. I came to the store several times, but I didn't see your figure." Hee. I am indebted to fellow Taoist Shui. I's body can't compare to fellow Daoists, but it's still alright. These past few days, there were some unforeseen events in the sect, so I left for a period of time. Shopkeeper Lu replied with a smile and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, thank you for patronizing my store. Could it be that your sect had a big unforeseen event? Otherwise, how could Shopkeeper Lu be gone for so long? Shue asked casually. Hee, it's nothing much. It's just that one of the sect's alchemists was killed by a cultivator, and his storage bag was taken away. We lost some pills, that's all. Shopkeeper Lu obviously didn't want to say too much and only said, however, I also brought some pills that can increase one's cultivation when I return this time. Fellow Taoists, it just so happens that I will let you two fellow Taoists choose first. The rest will be sent to the auction the day after tomorrow. The auction? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and thought to himself, there's also an auction in Yen Abyss City? Sure enough, when Shue heard this, her eyes lit up and she smiled, that's the best. What kind of pills did Shopkeeper Lu bring back? If they're suitable, I can get some first. If Shopkeeper Lu sends them to the auction, the price will be hard to say. Hee, the key is that when it comes to the auction, these pills will be sold in batches and can't be sold separately. Fellow Daoist Shue and fellow Daoist Xiao will find it troublesome. As Shopkeeper Lu spoke, he clapped his hands and took out 4 jade bottles from his storage bag. He placed them on the jade table and smiled. These are the Pei Yuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and clean lotus pill. There are quite a few of them. Fellow Taoists, please take a look at them first. Fellow Daoist Xiao, or I first? Shue glanced at Xiao Hua and smiled. Naturally, fellow Daoist Shue first. Xiao Hua smiled and said, in front of a beauty, I don't dare to be rude. Hee, Shue seemed to like Xiao Hua's words very much. Her eyes moved and she said, then I won't be polite. Fellow Daoist, please. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said. Shue looked at the quality first, so she naturally bid first. She also chose and bought the pills first. However, did Xiao Hua care about this? Of course not, because Shue raised her hand and picked up the jade bottle containing the Pei Yuan pill. Shue poured out a Pei Yuan pill. She carefully looked at it in front of her eyes, then put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She then passed it to Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, you should also take a look. Xiao Hua took it and carefully looked at it. This Pei Yuan pill was one size bigger than the one Xiao Yuehong refined. It was very smooth and slightly greasy in his hand. Moreover, before he could put the Pei Yuan pill to the tip of his nose, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly in his heart. Xiao Yuehong refined the Pei Yuan pill before. Moreover, it was when Xiao Hua was guarding the furnace that Xiao Yuehong refined 24 Pei Yuan pills in one furnace. Those Pei Yuan pills were not very smooth. In fact, there were slight bumps and depressions that couldn't be seen clearly. If one looked at it forcefully, there seemed to be some dense talismans hidden within. Not only that Pei Yuan pill had a faint medicinal fragrance, but that was only faint and not as strong as this Pei Yuan pill. After comparing the two, Xiao Hua knew that the quality of this Pei Yuan pill was far inferior to the one he took. Sure enough, in just a moment, Shue had already looked at all 4 types of pills. She turned her head and asked with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xiao, what do you think of this Pei Yuan pill? Does fellow Daoist like it? Xiao Hua smiled and put the Pei Yuan pill into the jade bottle. He said, fellow Daoist Shue checked it first. Naturally, fellow Daoist Shue asked first. Since fellow Daoist Xiao is so polite, I won't be polite. Shue nodded and then asked Shopkeeper Lu, may I know the price of this Pei Yuan pill and marrow cleansing pill? Fellow Daoist Shue is a frequent customer of my store. I won't deceive fellow Daoist. This Pei Yuan pill costs 1 high-grade spirit stone. Xiao Hua didn't wait for Shopkeeper Lu to finish and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. What, does fellow Daoist Xiao think it's too expensive? Shopkeeper Lu noticed and turned his head with a smile. This cultivation increasing pill is not common in my humble store. Generally, it is used by my sect's disciples. The pills that fellow Daoists saw were taken out by my sect as a last resort. This one high-grade spirit stone is only because you two fellow Taoists were fated to come across it. If it was the auction the day after tomorrow, you definitely wouldn't know the price. Shopkeeper Lu, what about the marrow cleansing pill? Shue's expression didn't change as she pointed her finger and asked. Oh, the marrow cleansing pill is naturally cheaper. 20 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. Xiao Hua was speechless. He had bought this baptizing marrow dan in Jinghua City's e-market, and he had also bought it at the Wind Station's e-market. However, he had only bought it for 5 or 10 spirit stones. Here, the price had doubled. And, although the price is a bit expensive, it is still a cultivation increasing pill after all. It is understandable. Shui didn't ask about the price of the clear fragrance pill and clean lotus pill. She lowered her head and pondered for a while before saying, however, shopkeeper Lu's pills are still lacking in quality. It seems that the main ingredients for refining the pills are not too old. Fellow Daoist Shui is right. Nowadays, it is really difficult to find old ingredients. Although there is a price on the e-market, there is no supply. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, let alone refine pills. Shopkeeper Lu smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. 60 mid-grade spirit stones. I will buy 10 peiyuan pill. Shui narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, if possible, I will also buy 20 marrow cleansing pills. This fellow Daoist Shui is really making things difficult for me. 60 mid-grade spirit stones is a bit too little. If fellow Daoist Shui offers 80 mid-grade spirit stones, I will also reduce the price of the marrow cleansing pill to 12 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Shopkeeper Lu said unhurriedly. Great. Shui clapped her hands and said with a smile, I will do as shopkeeper Lu says. Then, he took out 11 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. He smiled and said, don't bother looking for the 60 mid-grade spirit stones. Just give me a foundation elixir and I'll take it. Ah. Xiao Hua was stunned. He began to calculate the relationship between the spirit stones and the pill in his mind. Who would have thought that shopkeeper Lu had already laughed and said, fellow Daoist Shui is really interesting. I already knew about fellow Daoist Shui's habit. Even if I didn't say it, I would have given fellow Daoist Shui an extra peiyuan pill. Chapter 1429. There's such a thing? Xiao Hua looked at the two of them handing over spirit stones in one hand and taking pills in the other. He felt a bit awkward in his heart. Fellow Daoist Xiao, it's your turn. See which pills are suitable for you? Shui asked with a smile after putting away the pills. My cultivation is shallow, I'm afraid I won't be able to use the peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. What's the price of the Qingyi pill and clean lotus pill? Xiao Hua's gaze didn't even look at the peiyuan dan. He only picked up the bottle of Qingyi dan and poured one out. When he saw the Qingyi dan, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Qingyi dan was exactly the same as the Qingyi dan he had taken in the beginning. No matter if it was the size or shape, or the rich medicinal fragrance, it was all the same. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart moved, as if he thought of something. What? Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao thinks the quality of this Qingyi pill isn't good? Shopkeeper Lu saw Xiao Hua's expression and slightly frowned. My humble sect's peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill, as fellow Daoist Shui said, the quality is indeed a bit lacking due to the age of the main ingredients. But this Qingyi pill is different, the age of the main ingredients is just right. Xiaohua came back to his senses and shook his head. Eyes thinking, such a good pill is probably several mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. I'm afraid I can't buy much. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Lu didn't say anything, but Shui laughed first. She pointed at Xiaohua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, is really cute. Shopkeeper Lu, you must lower the price, otherwise I'll be anxious with you first. Shui almost bent over with laughter. Cute? Xiaohua touched his nose and thought gloomily. This is the first time I've heard someone say this. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Xiao came to my humble store for the first time, I'll consider it as forming a good karma. As for the Qi pill, 5 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Then, what about the clean lotus pill? Xiaohua immediately asked. Clean lotus pill? Shopkeeper Lu was slightly startled, but he quickly regained his composure and said, the effect of the clean lotus pill is not as good as the clear breeze pill. As for the price, 2 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Then, do you have Gui Ji Dan or something like that? Xiaohua asked again. That's strange, fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui said, the effects of the marrow cleansing pill and the Peiyuan pill are extremely good. Even the Qi pill is not bad. Why does fellow Taoist keep looking for pills with poor effects? The spirit herbs used to refine those pills are all quite young. Xiaohua smiled and said, Cultivation is shallow, I don't dare to take those dawn, it's better to use some low-level dawn. Shui knew that this was definitely not the real reason, but since Xiaohua said so, Shui naturally couldn't ask further. Shopkeeper Lu twirled his beard, thought for a moment and said, I did bring some Gui Ji Dan. If fellow Taoist Xiao needs it, I will pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu, this is where you are wrong. Gui Ji Dan. I'm afraid the price is too expensive. Shui heard and immediately shouted. Fellow Taoist Shui, this Gui Ji Dan is used by I's disciples. I also saw that fellow Taoist Xiao came here for the first time, so I had no choice but to take it out a bit more expensive. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. So it's like that. Shopkeeper Lu's reason was very good, so Shui didn't have the nerve to say any more. Then, how many Gui Ji Dan, clean lotus pill, and clear breeze pill are there? Xiaohua asked while holding his chin. Shopkeeper Lu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shui, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao. Could it be that you want to buy all of them? Or are you here to inquire about the situation? Hiss. Shui sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned slightly. She also moved slightly to the side. This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. Shopkeeper Lu is thinking too much. This is my first time in Yenyuan City, how could I have other thoughts? Shopkeeper Lu stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he said coldly, this time, my humble store has 300 clear breeze pills, 800 clean lotus pills, and 100 Gui Ji Dan. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to buy all of them? Shopkeeper Lu. Shui exclaimed from the side this time, your sect. How could? Fellow Taoist Shui, don't speak first. I will explain this later. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and stopped her, fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak first. On the side, Xiaohua's mind was spinning rapidly. This was definitely a rare opportunity. The 3 types of pills added together were only 3,200 mid-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 32 high-grade spirit stones. For the current Xiaohua, this was nothing, but, seeing that Shopkeeper Lu was already suspicious, could he still buy them? Moreover, after he entered the 4th level of Qi refining, the clear breeze pill no longer had the same effect as before. It would be a waste to buy it now. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, I only have 30 high-grade spirit stones here. I'm afraid it's not enough to buy these pills. Would Shopkeeper Lu be willing to part with them?" "Ah. Fellow Taoist Xiao. You really want to buy them?" This time it was Xue Xue's turn to be flabbergasted. She advised, "No matter what kind of pill it is, as long as it's taken a few times, its effect will gradually weaken. Unless it's a pill like the Peiyuan pill, which has been used for a long time. Fellow Taoist, buying so many will be useless." "Alright, deal." Shopkeeper Lu extended his hand and said. Xiao Hua understood and also extended his hand. The two's palms hit each other as an agreement. Sigh. Xue Xue glanced at Xiao Hua and shook her head. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, in 2 days. Hehe, there are still many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill up for auction. Fellow Taoists low-grade pills. I'm afraid they won't attract the attention of others." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. As he spoke, Shopkeeper Lu took out a storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it over. Xiao Hua opened it and took a look. He put the jade bottles inside into his own storage pouch and then gave the 30 high-grade spirit stones to Shopkeeper Lu. On the side, Xue Xue saw Xiao Hua take out 30 high-grade spirit stones without even frowning. She could only sigh, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as expected, you hid your strength well. You actually have so many high-grade spirit stones in your storage pouch. Could it be? You're not afraid that I will covet them?" Xiao Hua put away the storage pouch and clapped his hands. "I was afraid a moment ago, but now I'm not. There are only some low-grade pills that fellow Taoist Xue doesn't care about. What's there to be afraid of?" "Ah. That's true." Xue Xue didn't expect Xiao Hua to answer in such a way. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes were different from before. There was another meaning in the coldness, as if Xiao Hua was his opponent in the auction. "Io, Shopkeeper Lu, weren't you going to tell I why your sect took out so many pills? What's the reason?" Xue Xue suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. "Hehe, actually, it's nothing much. Our humble sect needs some spirit stones and also needs to use medicinal pills to exchange for some other things. Our humble sect can't compare to Xuanyan school, much less the 7 skills sect, so we can only use medicinal pills to exchange. Ordinary medicinal pills aren't worth much spirit stones, so we can only use medicinal pills to increase our magic power." Shopkeeper Lu laughed. It's that simple?" Xue Xue asked with wide eyes. "It's that simple," Shopkeeper Lu said calmly. He then waved his hand and said with a smile, "I still have some things to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. If you two have time, you can rest for a while and try some of our specialty spirit fruits." "Excuse me." After he finished speaking, Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and went up to the 3rd floor. After Xiao Hua and Xue Xue bowed, they looked at each other and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Lu, he's sending us off. Fellow Taoist Xue, let's go out." "Hehe, please." After the two of them left the shop and walked on the street, Xue Xue couldn't help but say, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're really lucky. There aren't many pills that can increase magic power in this world. Imperial Pills sect must have gone through a great change, so they took out so many pills. Moreover, you actually ran into them. Io, my brain, why couldn't I buy more?" Xue Xue seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned around to walk back into the shop. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart, but he shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xue, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity just now. If you go back now, will they still sell it to you?" "AI, that's right." Xue Xue angrily slapped her forehead. "Why didn't I think of that? Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you give some of your pills to I?" Xue Xue blinked and asked Xiao Hua with a smile. "What? Fellow Taoist Xue has thought of the auction the day after tomorrow?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao didn't take out so many pills for the auction the day after tomorrow? Shui asked curiously. This is I's first time in Yenyuan City. How would I know about the auction the day after tomorrow? I only found out after hearing fellow Taoist Shui's words just now. Xiaohua replied, moreover, the Imperial Pills sect took out so many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. This clear fragrance pill and other low-grade pills are simply not worth their attention. If they took them out to bid, they would only lower the price of their own Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. They might as well give it to I first, and then take out pills of better quality later. So fellow Taoist Xiao is still going to the auction. Shui said with a smile. That's right, fellow Taoist Shui is right. I only said that I didn't know about the auction, but I didn't say that I wouldn't participate the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua said calmly. Then, does fellow Taoist Xiao have an invitation talisman for the auction? Shui's eyes narrowed into slits. Invitation talisman? Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly, and he shook his head. Really don't have one. Then I will make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui patted her storage bag, took out a red-yellow talisman, and said with a smile, I have an invitation talisman for the auction. If fellow Taoist gives half of the clear fragrance pill to I will give this invitation talisman to fellow Taoist. This. Xiaohua said with difficulty, 30 high-grade spirit stones is I's entire fortune. I'm using these pills to exchange for some spirit stones. Chapter 1430. I can give fellow Taoist Xiao more spirit stones. Shui saw that Xiaohua's tone was slightly relaxed and immediately said, how much does fellow Taoist Xiao think is appropriate? How can fellow Taoist Shui say that I'm that unscrupulous? Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to give I the same price as before. Really? Shui was a bit in disbelief. Of course. Xiaohua smiled and extended his hand, fellow Taoist Shui, give fellow Taoist I the spirit stones first. Okay. Shui wasn't afraid that Xiaohua would go back on his word. She patted her storage pouch and took out the high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua didn't hold back and put them all into his storage pouch with a flick of his sleeve. Then, he gave half of the Qing-Yi pill to Shui. After putting the Qing-Yi pill into the storage pouch, Shui let out a sigh of relief. She handed over the auction invitation and her own communication talisman and said, the auction will begin at noon the day after tomorrow. It will be held in Yenyuan City's treasure auction pavilion. If fellow Taoist can't find the place, you can send a message to me. I will come and find fellow Taoist to go together. Xiaohua took it and smiled, thank you fellow Taoist Shui. However, I'll ask one more question. Can this invitation only allow one person to participate? Of course, not. Shui blinked and said, each invitation can bring one person. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured. That's good. I have a fellow Taoist with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. Fellow Taoist? Shui's black eyes looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully and smiled. Could it be fellow Taoist Zhao's dual cultivation partner? Xiaohua's face was very awkward. After all, they weren't the only two people on the street. Xiaohua saw that there was no one around, so he gave the essence cleansing pill to Shui. At this time, there were already people passing by them. Shui's voice was also loud, so a few cultivators looked at Xiaohua curiously. Fellow Taoist Shui, don't tease I. Xiaohua scratched his head and said, with I's cultivation, who would be willing to dual cultivate with I? You're right. Shui said proudly, do you want me to introduce you to a few fellow Taoists from the Immortal Beauty sect? I still have some mundane matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Shui, I'll see you at the treasure auction pavilion the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua saw that Shueishue's words were somewhat unreliable. He didn't know Shueishue's background, so he didn't dare to pester her too much. He hurriedly cupped his hands and took his leave. Shueishue saw Xiaohua quickly leave, but because she didn't chase after him, she only thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua's back. When he disappeared, she pursed her lips into a smile and walked in another direction. Just as Shueishue turned around, her eyes nonchalantly looked at a nearby store that sold yellow talismans. Outside the store, there were several cultivators with their heads lowered as they chose yellow talismans. When Shueishue's figure also disappeared, the cultivators picked up the yellow talismans they had already chosen. One of them hurriedly walked towards the elixir school's shop, while the others hurriedly chased after Xiaohua. So he really isn't on the same side as Shueishue. In the elixir school's shop, shopkeeper Lu was listening to the report of the person who just returned. He said in a low voice, also, this guy actually gave half of the marrow cleansing pills to Shueishue. Could it be that he already knew Shueishue's background? Or perhaps, this guy is here for Shueishue, and not related to our elixir school's matter? Sigh, if that's really the case, wouldn't these pills be a bit of a waste? If we can bring them to the auction, we should be able to get more spirit stones. You may leave. Let the disciples keep an eye on him for a while longer. It might be that guy's trick. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. He sat down, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He sighed and said, this Xiaohua is also a loose cultivator. Could it be related to Martial Uncle Bian's death? Sect Master took out so many pills, is he trying to lure out the murderer? Or does he have other plans? Could it be, those rumors, are true? If so, won't the cultivation world undergo a great change? Sigh, I don't have much time left. Why should I think so much? This change. I'm afraid it will only happen after I die. Sect Master is thinking for the elixir school, but I don't need to, right? Shopkeeper Lu said leisurely. He took out a heart-intoxicating fruit from the jade plate and put it into his mouth. In a moment, his face was flushed, and he squinted his eyes slightly. He seemed to be enjoying it very much. Xiaohua didn't know that he had really been targeted by the disciples of the elixir school and had caused another trouble. He left in a hurry. When he was far away, he saw that Shueishue hadn't caught up with him. He couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, why is there such a big difference between female cultivators? Kaizhuxia, Shueishue, and the disciples of the Immortal Beauty School, why are they so different? Heh, if Kaizhuxia was as forthright as Shueishue, she would have chased him all the way to the Utopia faction, right? Xiaohua thought as he strolled around Yenyuan City happily. This time, he was able to get so many Qingyi pills and clean lotus pills from the shop of the elixir school. It was really beyond his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. Yes, the pills he had been looking for a long time were actually solved with only 32 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. It was even more convenient than the EG of the wind station. The heavens do as I wish. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said to himself, when did this poor Daoist's moral standing become so good? Could it be that the heavens just gave I a chance to enter the Huanhua sect? The streets of Yenyuan City were extremely wide. 10 flying carriages like the one pulled by the flying feather beasts could walk side by side. The shops on both sides of the street were also different from those in Jinghua City. There were many pavilions with more than 5 floors. Xiaohua walked around for a while and saw a shop in front of him with the words, Fu Family's Talisman, written on it. Thinking that the Earth Escape talisman in his space had long been used up, and the talisman paper and talisman ink for making yellow talismans had also been used up, Xiaohua lifted his leg and walked in. Not far behind him, the few disciples of the elixir school who had been tailing him passed by the entrance of the Fu Family's talisman as if nothing had happened. They didn't even look into the shop. After the disciples had left, Xiaohua's figure jumped out of the shop again. He looked around and thought to himself, Could it be that I was overthinking? It seems very normal. Then Xiao Hua walked in again. Not far away, the disciples of the elixir school spread out again and watched the Fu family's talisman closely. Xiao Hua was just being cautious. How could he be a match for the specially trained disciples of the elixir school? The interior of the Fu family's shop was similar to that of the elixir school's shop. Behind the various restrictions on the walls, high-grade yellow talismans could be seen at a glance. At the bottom of the walls, mid-grade yellow talismans were arranged neatly according to the categories of defense and attack. On the left-hand side, there was a huge jade shelf. All kinds of talisman crafting materials were arranged neatly according to their categories. There weren't many shop assistants in the shop, but there were many cultivators who came to visit. Xiao Hua first entered the shop, then left. When he entered the shop again, there really weren't any shop assistants who came to greet him. Xiao Hua stood for a moment and was looking around. A shop assistant saw him and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, please feel free to look around first. When I'm done, I'll come over to greet you." Got it. I'll take a look around first. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and walked around casually in the shop. After this period of cultivation, Xiao Hua's talisman crafting technique had greatly improved. Not to mention fireball talismans, he could also successfully craft icicle talismans and confinement talismans. Of course, he didn't need to let others see his talisman crafting technique anymore. These yellow talismans weren't drawn with talisman brushes. What's this? Xiao Hua walked to a corner of the wall and saw a silk cloth about a foot long casually tossed there. There were some words on it. Most of the words were covered, and only a few words were exposed. It read, "Talisman crafting. Disciple. Third layer of aura refining. Could it be talisman crafting technique?" Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the shop assistant who greeted him just now walked over and cupped his hands. "Fellow Daoist, have you picked a yellow talisman that you like?" When Xiao Hua heard this, he pointed at it and asked, "What's this?" "This?" The shop assistant looked at what Xiao Hua was pointing at and said with a smile, "This is a notice that our Fu family is recruiting talisman crafting disciples." "A notice? Can I take a look?" Xiao Hua asked. "Of course. Fellow Daoist, please." As the shop assistant spoke, he picked up the silk cloth and handed it to Xiao Hua. He then said, "This notice has been hanging outside my humble shop for a long time, but I couldn't find a suitable disciple. So, I stopped hanging it for the past few days and threw it here." Xiao Hua took it and carefully looked at it. He saw the following words written on it: "The Fu family, a talisman crafting clan, is recruiting talisman crafting disciples. Must have a cultivation level of at least the third layer of aura refining and can craft simple low-grade yellow talismans. If you don't have a foundation in talisman crafting, you must have a cultivation level of at least the fifth layer of aura refining. If you have outstanding aptitude and can craft high-grade yellow talismans, you can join our Fu family and become a core disciple. You also have the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Fu family." Your Fu family. How did you recruit disciples from outside? Could it be that the Fu family doesn't have enough disciples? Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Fellow Daoist, do you know how to craft talismans? Do you also want to join our Fu family?" The shop assistant looked at Xiao Hua's cultivation level and didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, "If fellow Daoist knows how to craft talismans and is also a loose cultivator, our Fu family would be the best choice." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "I might be a loose cultivator, but I'm afraid that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to join the Fu family for no reason." The shop assistant smiled and took the silk cloth out. It was obvious that he was going to hang the notice of recruiting talisman crafting disciples outside. Not long after, he returned and said, "Fellow Daoist, you might not know this, but crafting talismans is different from cultivating. Our Fu family's disciples with the surname Fu all know how to craft ordinary talismans. However, crafting high-grade yellow talismans requires talent and skill. Many disciples with the surname Fu are unable to master the crafting method of high-grade yellow talismans. Therefore, every few years, our Fu family will recruit some talented disciples from outside the family. These disciples can cultivate while crafting yellow talismans. Our Fu family will also select the most outstanding disciples from these disciples and recruit them as core disciples, to cultivate our Fu family's inherited cultivation method. Chapter 1431. The shop assistant from the Fu clan told Xiao Hua about the recruitment of talisman crafting disciples and said with a smile, "Even though my Fu clan can't be compared to a famous sect, we're still an aristocratic family that specializes in talisman crafting. We have talisman crafting techniques and cultivation techniques, so we're very attractive to rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators who know how to craft talismans have sought refuge in my Fu clan. Fellow Daoist, if you're interested, I'll ask the shopkeeper to come down and test your talisman crafting techniques." "Don't." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I was just casually asking. I've never thought of learning talisman crafting techniques." The shop assistant glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "If fellow Daoist is interested, you should hurry up. The standards for the recruitment of disciples this time are relatively high, so there might be some good treatment. For example, there might be some good talisman crafting techniques." When Xiao Hua heard the recruitment standards again, he immediately became anxious and said inwardly, "This might be reserved for some disciple. Why would I feel uncomfortable?" Thus, he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, does your Fu clan have any Earth Escape talismans?" "Oh, this way please." Seeing that Xiao Hua wanted to look at the Earth Escape talismans, the shop assistant didn't say anything about the recruitment of disciples. He led Xiao Hua to the side of the Earth Escape talismans and took out a yellow talisman for Xiao Hua to appraise. Xiao Hua looked at it and asked for the price. The price of this Earth Escape talisman was slightly more expensive than the ones Xiao Hua bought in the past. However, the Earth Escape talisman had saved Xiao Hua's life several times before. Therefore, Xiao Hua haggled a few times and bought a lot of Earth Escape talismans. Then, Xiao Hua bought a lot of talisman paper and talisman ink before preparing to leave. "Fellow Daoist, my humble shop still has high-grade confinement talismans and high-grade iron cloak talismans. Does fellow Daoist not want to take a look?" Seeing that Xiao Hua was very generous, the shop assistant couldn't help but recommend. "These yellow talismans. I still have them for the time being. I don't intend to buy them." Xiao Hua smiled and suddenly thought of something and asked, "That's right, does your shop have a type of yellow talisman that can transmit messages further away? The distance of ordinary transmission talismans is too short." Fellow Daoist is right." The shop assistant pointed to the side and said, "This is a 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman, a high-grade sound transmitting talisman. It can be sent to a fixed location, and it can also be transmitted to a cultivator from a very far distance after he injects his magic power." Not bad." Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman cost a lot of spirit stones, Xiao Hua still bought a few of them. "Yes, I bought an invisibility talisman in Jinghua City last time. I wonder if your shop has it?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked with a smile when he saw that there were many strange yellow talismans in the Fu clan's shop. Invisibility talisman? When the shop assistant heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Fellow Daoist, you're really lucky. I've never heard of the Fu clan selling invisibility talismans. Those are top-grade yellow talismans." "Oh, no, it should be called a talisman." "Spirit talisman?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, then, "I'd like to ask fellow Daoist again. Does the Fu clan have a talisman that can suppress a cultivator's cultivation?" This The shop assistant scratched his head and said awkwardly, I've heard of it, but as for the specifics. Oh, if fellow Daoist really wants to buy it, I can ask the shopkeeper of my humble shop to explain it to fellow Daoist. The shop assistant looked at Xiao Hua's fourth layer aura refining cultivation and didn't think he would buy this kind of talisman. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua said, since that's the case, I'd like to ask the shopkeeper of your shop to come over for a chat. The shop assistant nodded helplessly and said, please follow I, fellow Daoist. After saying that, the shop assistant led Xiao Hua to the second floor. The layout of the second floor of the Fu clan's shop was different from the second floor of the Imperial Pill School's shop, but they were both spacious. A 40-something-year-old cultivator around the 9th layer of aura refining invited Xiao Hua to take a seat and offered him some fragrant tea. He said with a smile, I'm Fu Yingmin. How should I address fellow Daoist? Xiao Hua didn't dare to be impolite. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Xiao Hua. Greetings, senior. There's no need. Fellow Daoist is our humble shop's breadwinner, so there's no need to be polite. Fu Yingmin waved his hand with a smile. I heard from the shop assistant that fellow Daoist wants to buy a talisman that can suppress cultivation. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and answered. Fellow Daoist Xiao's cultivation. Can you tell I why fellow Daoist wants a talisman that can suppress cultivation? This talisman isn't something fellow Daoist can use, right? Fu Yingmin asked. I have a fellow Daoist who sent a message to I saying that he needs this kind of talisman. However, it's inconvenient for him to come out since he's in closed-door meditation. When he saw that I came out to travel, he handed this matter to I. As for why he needs this kind of talisman, I don't know either. Xiao Hua explained, actually, I've never heard of this kind of talisman. Just now, I was just casually asking the shop assistant. I didn't expect to get a definite answer. So that's how it is. Fu Yingmin nodded and said with a smile, like I said, how could fellow Daoist know about this kind of talisman? I'm afraid, the invisibility talisman was also purchased by that fellow Daoist, right? Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly. He knew that what Fu Yingmin said was definitely reasonable, so he nodded with a smile. Presumably fellow Daoist also doesn't know, right? The invisibility talisman, that's a talisman. The magic power required to make a talisman can't be underestimated. Those below the 6th level of qi refining can't use it. As for the talisman that fellow Daoist mentioned, it's the Qingyun talisman. Those below the 10th level of qi refining can't use it. So you're saying, your sect has this kind of Qingyun talisman? Xiao Hua asked, overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Fu Yingmin shook her head and said, no. No? Then. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. Alas, talismans are a talisman crafting technique that's even more profound than yellow talismans. My Fu clan's ancestors did have some talisman crafting techniques, but the Fu clan's descendants have limited aptitudes and can't completely inherit it. Many talismans, not only talismans, even some high-level yellow talismans, have been lost. Fu Yingmin sighed and said, it's not just my Fu clan. In fact, many cultivation clans are also facing this kind of awkward situation. On one hand, they have cultivation techniques, on the other hand, they can't find suitable descendants. It's difficult to continue the bloodline. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly. He opened his mouth, but closed it again. This kind of Fu clan matter should only be known by Fu clan descendants. I wonder, why did Fu Yingmin tell me this? Of course, Xiao Hua also believed that even if he didn't ask, Fu Yingmin would explain the reason. Sure enough, Fu Yingmin opened her mouth and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, since my humble shop doesn't have this Qingyun talisman, why did I invite fellow Daoist to come up for a chat? Exactly, please enlighten me, fellow Daoist Fu. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you must be a loose cultivator, right? Fu Yingmin probed. I am indeed a loose cultivator. Xiaohua looked straight at Fu Yingmin. He didn't evade her gaze and answered very decisively. Fellow Daoist Xiao looks to be 17 or 18 years old, but is only in the 4th layer of qi refining. The possibility of you being a loose cultivator is really too high. Fu Yingmin had a look of understanding. Explained, actually, as a disciple of a cultivation sect, fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation is a bit lacking. Even if you're a descendant of an aristocratic clan, it's still barely passable. Of course, if you're a loose cultivator, then it's a different matter. Fellow Daoist's cultivation is also not bad. However, as a loose cultivator, you lack a lot of things. Cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, guidance, experience, and so on. Every one of these things will hinder fellow Daoist's progress. If fellow Daoist wants to make further progress, then you can only join a cultivation sect or aristocratic clan. Fellow Daoist Xiao must also know that the disciples accepted by cultivation sects are either young or have a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining. Fellow Daoist. I'm afraid you won't be able to meet the requirements. I understand. Xiaohua suddenly understood. After saying so much, Fu Yingmin wanted him to join the Fu clan. It's good that fellow Daoist understands. I heard from Fu Yu that fellow Daoist knows some talisman crafting techniques. Fellow Daoist Xiao isn't very old and his cultivation level isn't low. If you join my Fu clan, even if you don't have great achievements in cultivation, you might have some achievements in talisman crafting, right? Fellow Daoist Xiao, why not? This. Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded all of a sudden. Previously, he had racked his brains to join a cultivation sect and obtain cultivation techniques, but this cultivation aristocratic clan, he had never thought about joining. That was because he felt that they would definitely be the descendant of a direct descendant or a branch family, and he wouldn't have a chance. Now that this opportunity had suddenly appeared, Xiaohua didn't know how to choose. After a moment, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Fu, please allow me to think about this matter a bit more. I'm afraid I can't give Senior a reply right now. I naturally know this, and I didn't want fellow Daoist to make a decision right away." Fu Yingmin smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao only needs to carefully think about what I said and give me an answer within half a year." Half a year? My Fu clan will hold a selection in half a year. My Yen Abyss City will have a quota. If fellow Daoist Xiao is interested, you can come within the time limit. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Many thanks for Senior's care, Junior will carefully think about it." After saying this, Fu Yingmin sent Xiaohua to the stairs and cupped her hands to bid farewell. Xiaohua walked out of the Fu clan's shop in a daze. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation when he casually walked into a yellow talisman shop. Even when he returned to the inn, he still didn't know whether he should go or not. What am I thinking about? Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm so stupid, isn't there just a disciple of an aristocratic clan in front of me? I only need to ask." Kai Zhuxia's mood wasn't very high, and she was somewhat worried. However, she was a female cultivator after all. When she heard that Xiaohua had encountered such a thing, she also became interested. She looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, with your current cultivation level and age, you can be considered an outstanding individual among rogue cultivators." That shopkeeper of the Fu clan didn't see wrong. However, even if that's the case, he still made a mistake. Can fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation be based on what you see on the surface? Fellow Daoist Kai, I only want to ask, do you think I should enter the Fu clan? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked directly. Chapter 1432. I feel that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to join the Fu clan. Kai Zhuxia said without hesitation. shopkeeper Fu wants fellow Daoist to join the Fu clan because he wants fellow Daoist to learn the art of making talismans and become a talisman master of the Fu clan. Since fellow Daoist doesn't have the surname Fu, even if you join the Fu clan, you will only be able to make ordinary talismans. I'm afraid they won't let fellow Daoist practice making high-grade talismans. Besides, what fellow Daoist needs now is a cultivation technique. As long as you have the basic cultivation technique, the art of making talismans is just a trivial matter. Even if fellow Daoist's talisman making skills are superb and you become a guest elder of the Fu clan in the future, but, in terms of cultivation techniques, they definitely won't teach you the complete set of cultivation techniques. You will still be a high-level talisman master of the Fu clan. Actually, to be honest, fellow Daoist, I have also considered whether fellow Daoist should join the Kai clan, but fellow Daoist Zhao's terrifying cultivation speed and other divine abilities. I feel that if fellow Daoist Xiao were to join the Kai clan, your talents would definitely be buried, so I didn't dare to ask. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to join the Fu clan, it would be better for fellow Daoist Xiao to join the Kai clan. At least in terms of cultivation techniques, fellow Daoist Xiao will not be treated unfairly. Hearing Kai Wuxia's honest words, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Kai Wuxia had always invited him to join the Kai clan, and before he left alone, she changed her mind. It seemed that there was a hidden meaning behind her words. Of course. If the Fu clan really has some talismans, and fellow Daoist Xiao feels that, in terms of cultivation, fellow Daoist Xiao can't make any progress. It's not impossible for fellow Daoist Xiao to practice it. Finally, Kai Wuxia gave an ambiguous smile. Alright, thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist Kai. Xiao Hua smiled and told Kai Wuxia about the auction the day after tomorrow, asking for her opinion. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Kai Wuxia was very happy and said, "The auction is the most lively. There are often rare items that don't appear in the marketplace. Since there is such a good thing, we naturally have to go. It doesn't matter if we go a day or a day later." That's good. Fellow Daoist Kai, have a good rest. We'll participate in the auction together the day after tomorrow. Xiao Hua prepared to leave. Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Daoist Xiao. This auction has always been controlled by the number of participants. Those who have nothing to do with it don't even know about it, let alone enter. Fellow Daoist, you just went out for a stroll and received an invitation talisman. What's going on? There won't be any traps, right? Xiao Hua originally wanted to avoid the important matters and dwell on the trivial matters, but he didn't expect Kai Wuxia to delve deeper into it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he told her the whole story. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth about the number of medicinal pills, and only made up some nonsense. This Xue, who was she? I've never heard of a cultivator family with the surname Xue in the kingdom of Xi. Kai Wuxia frowned. But if he's from a cultivation sect, his age and cultivation level, it doesn't seem right. Who cares about her? Xiao Hua said with a smile, we only received her invitation talisman, and this auction wasn't organized by her alone, so how could it be disadvantageous to us? Once the auction is over, we will leave Yinyuan City. What is there to be afraid of? Fellow Daoist Xiao, there are some things that we can't let our guard down. Most of the time, even the tiniest details can be life-threatening. Perhaps. Xiao Hua shrugged. Thinking about the situation with Xue just now, she also couldn't think of any traps. The most important thing was that Xiao Hua didn't tell her the truth about the invitation talisman. Leaving aside the fact that Xiao Hua came out of Kai Wuxia's room and returned to his own room to cultivate, the disciples of the Imperial Pill sect saw Xiao Hua return to the inn in a daze. They first asked the inn staff a few questions, then left a few disciples to guard the inn's entrance, and the rest returned to the Imperial Pill sect's shop. After listening to the disciples' report, shopkeeper Lu muttered in his heart, he's with a female cultivator who might be a descendant of an aristocratic family? Could it be that Xiao Hua bought so many medicinal pills, and brought them back to the clan? This could also be explained. But clear fragrance pills and the like are only low-level medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation level. Which cultivator family would buy so many at once? It couldn't be that some other cultivator family also heard the rumors and wanted to stockpile spirit stones like my Imperial Pills sect, right? This matter seems to be only known by the Immortal Union. Right, my Imperial Pills sect master is old friends with someone from the Immortal Union, so he leaked a little bit of information. Moreover, he was also warned not to leak it. Other cultivator families, how could they know? Shopkeeper Lu thought for a while, then ordered his disciples to withdraw, leaving only one to watch Xiaohua's trail. 2 days passed by very quickly. Xiaohua had enough clear fragrance pills in his space. During this period of time, he didn't even leave his room, only quietly cultivating. Only when the 4 walls of his room flashed with brilliance did Xiaohua open his eyes and open the restriction on the door. Wuxia was already standing at the door in high spirits, waiting to follow Xiaohua to the treasure auction pavilion. Wuxia had been to Yenyuan City before, so she was very clear about the location of the treasure auction pavilion. Xiaohua followed her for an hour and arrived at a plaza in the center of the city. This plaza was rather large and oval in shape. On the plaza, there were dozens of towering pillars that pierced straight into the blue sky. On the pillars, there were many relief carvings of different shapes. On the carvings, there were faint runes that flickered in and out of existence under the noon sun. In front of each pillar, there was a tall cultivator dressed in armor. His hands were either holding a spear or a halberd, or a sword. He stood majestically at the side. They should be the city guards of Yenyuan City. Many of the scattered cultivators in the plaza stayed far away from these armored city guards. The pillars in the plaza were very eye-catching, so Xiaohua's eyes were completely attracted to them before he could see anything else. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Wuxia said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't you ask a few days ago about the difference between Xuanyan sect's defensive formation and Jinghua City's defensive formation? This is the defensive formation of Yenyuan City, the Yenyuan Limitless Formation. Yenyuan City got its name from this formation." Yenyuan Limitless Formation? Xiaohua muttered to himself. His eyes roamed over the pillars for a moment, then he said in a low voice, "Compared to Jinghua City's defensive formation, which one is stronger?" Fellow Daoist Xiao is strange. Why do you always want to ask who is stronger? Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled, "I don't know who is stronger. I only know that the Yenyuan Limitless Formation is the most suitable formation for Yenyuan City. These pillars can extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit veins under Yenyuan City. It can be used for both defense and attack. It is said that back in the day, several nascent soul cultivators joined forces to attack Yenyuan City, but they couldn't succeed. Instead, one of them was injured by this formation." Several nascent soul cultivators? Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at the pillars again in disbelief. This Yenyuan Limitless Formation, is this powerful? The Tao of formations is profound and unfathomable. Unfortunately, many of them have already been lost. Wuxia sighed, even the profound heaven sect, which is famous for its formations in Lian country, is rumored to have withered away. Formations. Formations. Xiaohua muttered. That's the treasure auction pavilion. Wuxia said as she pointed to a tall 6-story pavilion on the west side of the plaza. Xiaohua came back to his senses and looked over. The entire auction pavilion was overflowing with light and was emitting all kinds of brilliance. It was extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Fellow Daoist Xiao, look to the east. That pointy tower-shaped pavilion is the weaponry workshop. It's where Yenyuan City sells magic tools and treasures. However, it's only open to cultivators above the 11th level of Qi refining, so we can't enter for now. The round gourd-like pavilion on the north side is the herb gathering hall. It's where you buy spirit herbs and pills. The square pavilion on the south side is called the Jade Talisman House. It sells yellow talismans and spirit talismans. Hee, it's said that the legendary jade talismans can occasionally appear. I'm sure fellow Taoist Shaoan knows which sect built these 3 pavilions. Hee, of course. The weaponry workshop is the property of the Qiqiao sect. The herb gathering hall is the property of the Xuanyan school. As for the jade talisman house, it's definitely the property of the splendid sect. Xiao Hua glanced over and answered with a smile. Fellow Taoist is right. That's exactly the case. Wuxia looked at the 3 towering pavilions with envy. The 3 great cultivation sects of the country of Xi are indeed worthy of their reputation. Then what about the treasure auction pavilion? Which sect does it belong to? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Pfft. Wuxia laughed. Is there even a need to ask? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was extremely regretful and said, this poor Taoist was wrong. This poor Taoist only looked at the cultivation sects and cultivation families and forgot about Yenyuan City. Hee, that's right. This treasure auction pavilion is the property of Yenyuan City. Wuxia smiled sweetly and said, let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. It's already late. Let's go in earlier. Xiao Hua followed Wuxia to the front of the treasure auction pavilion. The entrance hall of the treasure auction pavilion was extremely large. A row of armored city guards stood at the entrance, inspecting the invitations of cultivators who wanted to enter the treasure auction pavilion. The rows of city guards gradually decreased from the middle to the sides according to their cultivation level. The cultivators who wanted to enter also wisely chose to pass in front of the city guards according to their cultivation level. After entering the treasure auction pavilion, the lighting inside was a bit dim. Even the area in front of them was dark and they couldn't see anything clearly. Xiao Hua looked around and didn't see any city guards coming to greet them. He unconsciously stopped. Why did fellow Taoist Xiao stop? Wuxia also stopped and asked curiously. Xiao Hua pointed to the front and said in a low voice, why is it so dark inside? It doesn't feel normal. Wuxia turned her head and looked. She pulled Xiao Hua to the side and said in a low voice, extremely rare items often appear during the auction. In order to protect the cultivators who are bidding, the auction will set up a restriction before entering the venue. This restriction cannot be passed through by divine sense. The cultivators who are bidding can put on a mask or use some kind of spell to hide their face or cultivation level. This dark area in front of us is precisely the restriction set up by the treasure auction pavilion. Chapter 1433. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's also go. However, since, according to Ai's previous experience, everyone except those who didn't conceal their identity will appear alone in the auction. I'm afraid I can't travel with fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, then we'll do as fellow Taoist Kai said. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that Wuxia had some top-grade spirit stones in her storage pouch. Presumably, she wanted to bid for some things in this auction and bring them back to Luyang's Kai clan. These were all cultivators' privacy, so Xiao Hua naturally knew to avoid them. Soon after, the two slowly followed the cultivators who came in from behind and entered the darkness. Xiao Hua slowly walked and put on the camouflage cloth. He stopped at the side for a moment before walking out of the darkness. At this moment, several cultivators scattered around Xiao Hua followed him out. Apart from a foundation establishment old man who didn't conceal his cultivation and identity, the others were all wearing different camouflage cloth. Xiao Hua didn't know which one was Wuxia, or perhaps Wuxia had already come out. In front of Xiao Hua was a rather large hall. A dozen or so boys wearing the same clothes stood in different places with smiles on their faces. In the hall, there were several jade tables with some flowering spirit herbs and some spirit fruits. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall. Some were whispering, some were standing alone, looking at the ink and brushes hanging on the walls of the hall. There were even some who were holding spirit fruits or tea in their hands and lightly tasting them. In the four corners of the hall, there were 4 stairs that led straight to the second floor. Xiaohua walked into the hall and met a boy in the second layer of qi refining. The boy had a clean face and red lips, looking very cute. The boy cupped his hands and smiled. "Welcome, senior, to my auction. There are still some hours before the auction starts. Senior can rest in the hall for a while, or you can go to the second floor first. Today's auction will be held on the second floor." Xiaohua slightly nodded and said, "I'll go to the second floor." "Senior, this way please." The boy raised his hand and invited Xiaohua to go to the nearest stairs. He said, "If senior has something to bid for in the auction, now is the right time. On the second floor, my auction house has a senior martial brother to receive senior." "Okay," Xiaohua said and walked in the direction the boy pointed. The cultivator who was walking beside Xiaohua didn't talk to the boy. At this moment, Xiaohua walked in front of him. Xiaohua followed that cultivator to go to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first floor. There was a slightly larger platform in the middle, floating high in the air. The entire second floor was divided into 2 parts by the platform. On the side where Xiaohua was, there were a lot of chairs, all facing the platform. At this time, there were already some cultivators sitting on the chairs. On the other side of the platform, there were some small room-like lattices. Each lattice looked empty, but there was some empty brilliance that blocked Xiaohua's gaze outside. The cultivator in front of Xiaohua went to the second floor and walked straight to a row of young cultivators. These young cultivators were about 16 or 17 years old and their cultivations were all in the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining. They wore clothes similar to the boy downstairs. They should be the senior martial brother of the boy downstairs. "Senior, do you have something to bid for?" Seeing the cultivator approaching, a Yenyuan city disciple cupped his hands and asked. "Yes." The cultivator nodded and replied. "Senior, please come this way." When the Yenyuan city disciple heard this, he raised his hand and invited the cultivator to a nearby entrance. Seeing the cultivator and the Yenyuan city disciple enter the entrance, Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. But after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to part with any of the items in the space. Without hesitation, he picked up a chair in the corner of the hall and quietly sat down. Xiaohua closed his eyes and did not speak. After about the time it took to finish a meal, the sound of footsteps gradually rang out around him. The chairs around him were all occupied. In the entire hall, other than the sound of footsteps and the welcoming words of the Yenyuan city disciples, everything else was quiet and there was no noise at all. Pop, pop, pop. A burst of crisp sounds, as if some bamboos were being squashed, followed by a burst of ethereal music that echoed throughout the hall. Xiaohua knew that the auction had begun. When he opened his eyes, he saw that in the center of the stage, a milky white brilliance was gradually emitting from the tall platform. It was like a layer of clouds that slowly rolled upwards. When it covered the entire top of the stage, it suddenly dissipated in all directions along with the resounding music. When the milky white brilliance dissipated, a thin and tall old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared on the stage. The old man's cultivation was roughly at the early stage of the late stage. His face was thin and his long beard was a bit white. His 2 eyebrows drooped down from the corners of his eyes and seemed to be much longer than an ordinary person's. The green Taoist robe on his body was indescribably fitting. The old man's figure appeared on the high platform. He immediately smiled at the people below the stage and the independent seats across from Xiaohua. He clasped his hands and said, "I'm Nshingimo. I'm the ruler of today's auction. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to my treasure auction pavilion to participate in the auction." At this moment, the music had already faded. The entire hall became even quieter. Only the old man's voice echoed in the hall. "As you all know, the auction of the treasure auction pavilion is held every month. Thank you for your generosity in sending your treasures to the treasure auction pavilion. This time, there will be many treasures that you have never thought of appearing in the auction pavilion. Of course, before the auction begins, on behalf of my treasure auction pavilion, I would like to thank the Utopia faction, the Qiqiao sect, and the Xuanyan school. I would like to thank everyone for coming. And Qingma mentioned the names of many sects and families. At the beginning, he slightly tilted his body. It was obvious that he was speaking to the individual seats. At the end, he spoke to Xiao Hua and the other ordinary cultivators. Fellow cultivator, let's start quickly. I can't wait any longer. A loud voice came from Xiao Hua's side. This voice was very abrupt in the hall. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw a fat cultivator sitting there lazily. He didn't hide his cultivation level. Ha, fellow cultivator Zhang, you are really impatient. Every time, you are the first to win. I just don't know, will you be able to get what you want today? And Xing Imo didn't seem to be angry. He clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman appeared on the stage with a jade plate in her hands. The jade plate in the woman's hands was covered with a layer of silk, and no one could see what was on it. The woman walked in front of Nqingma. The jade plate floated in the air. She took a few steps back and stood still. All right, said Nqingma with a smile. Thanks to fellow Daoist Zhang's urging, I'm going to take out the first item for this auction. He waved his hand, causing the silk cloth to fly up into the air, revealing the item on the jade plate. There was a fist-sized stone in the jade plate. Under the moonlight in the hall, it was faintly transparent. It looked very strange. And Nqingma picked up the stone and spun it a few times under the moonlight. He smiled and said, "This is the spatial stone. It is an extremely rare material for refining tools. It is said that when refining tools, the spatial stone can reduce the weight of the tool. It is as light as a feather. As for whether or not it has any other uses, I can't say. I'm sure that all the tool refiners here have their own opinions. Well, a fellow cultivator asked us to bid for this item. The starting price is 10 mid-grade spirit stones." And Nqingma finished speaking and looked at the fat cultivator. "Fellow cultivator Zhang, this is a material for refining tools. I'm sure you won't be interested in it." "It's not that I'm not interested in it, fellow Daoistan. It's just that, the materials used to refine tools usually cost 3 to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This spacetime stone is so much more expensive. I'm still reluctant to part with a mid-grade spirit stone," Zhang Daoist said with a smile. Ha ha ha, when the others heard this, they all laughed. The atmosphere in the hall became very lively. "Since this is the first item of the auction, I will bid 10 mid-grade spirit stones." A cultivator on Xiao Hua's left raised his hand and shouted. He didn't hide his identity. Good, as expected of a fellow cultivator who knows his stuff. And Nqingma praised and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 1 mid-grade spirit stone each time. And Nqingma's words fell, but no one responded. Xiao Hua had bought so many pills the day before yesterday, but he had only spent 30 or so mid-grade spirit stones. These things were only used for refining tools, who would want to buy them? In the end, even after Nqingma shouted twice, no one answered. Just as Nqingma was about to say, "Since no one wants to bid," then, a low voice sounded, "I bid 11 mid-grade spirit stones." And Nqingma looked up and saw a cultivator in a camouflage robe raise his hand. All right, this fellow Daoist has a discerning eye. He has offered 11 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? That fellow cultivator just now, doesn't he want to bid another mid-grade spirit stone? The cultivator waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivator, I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Since a jade has been thrown out, I'd better get out of here." Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter, and Nqingma was very satisfied. Although the spatial stone hadn't been auctioned many times, the atmosphere of the auction had been stirred up. It would be very beneficial for the auction later. Good, if no one else wants to bid, this spatial stone is yours. The hall fell silent. Pa! And Xingma clapped his hands and shouted, "Congratulations, fellow cultivator, this spatial stone is yours." After he said that, the woman standing next to him walked up and held the jade plate in her hand. This cultivator was none other than Xiao Hua, who was participating in the auction for the first time. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.